let's just give.
Wait, turn it on.
Hello?
Welcome back to the second day of Summer National Championships here at Mercer Lake in West Windsor, New Jersey. We have our first race on the course for this morning, the semifinal one of the men's lightweight single.
Absolutely gorgeous conditions in terms of the water, although it is raining. Hearing from our team that the drone coverage will resume once the rain stops. So, yeah, I got to make sure that the drone stays dry.
So a quick overview of what the lane situation is. On the right hand of your screen is lane 1 and proceeds to 7 on the left side. So in lane 1 for this race, we have James Gallagher from Potomac. Lane 2, Andrew Weinstein from Potomac. 3, Rodrigo Silva Urbaneja from Miami. 4, James McCullough from Texas. 5, Hilton Park from OKC High Performance Center. And 6, Amal Yunus from Riverside. It does look like James McCullough is already out in front. You can see his yellow Empacher shell, that Texas uni with the Texas flag on his lower back.
Hard to miss.
Hard to miss. Does look like Jimmy is rating a little higher than the rest of his field, and it's allowing him to just push out ahead of the crowd as they come through the 1250 on the race course.
Yeah, as a general rule, I don't like to talk about how great the conditions are because normally it's like jinxing it, right? So, but it really is very flat out today. Hopefully this continues on for the rest of the day for everyone, but these scullers are really getting a great taste of it right now.
Definitely an improvement over yesterday. You can see just the flatness of the water.
Yep.
Looks like Jimmy McCullough might have lengthened out just a little. Has the advantage of being able to see the whole field behind him, gives you a bit more calmness as you proceed into the last quarter of the race. These athletes will be racing for a spot on the World Championship team this fall in Rečice, Czech Republic in September. So they still have a final race tomorrow, so you've got to race smart and make sure you preserve energy to really lay it out tomorrow for the finals.
Yeah, he looks really in control of this race here.
You can see he just passed that big orange buoy. We have this view from the gazebo. It means they're heading into their final 500 meters of the race. So great view of the whole course. You can see lanes 5 and 6 are a little back on the field, but, you know, it's a single. You can put on a big sprint. You can make a big move in the final 500 if people have already exhausted themselves in the middle of the race. But Jimmy McCullough doing a great job just dominating the field, setting himself up very well for tomorrow.
Yeah. Also, just remember that we are on an angle a bit here, so kind of the depths can be a little deceiving as we come through. But as you can see, the camera turning with the athletes, when we get right kind of perpendicular to the course, we'll be able to see where everyone is exactly on each other.
It does look like we've got Andrew Weinstein from Potomac in second position here.
Yeah, putting on
a good move here, just getting his bow ball up and out of the water. Third behind him looks like it's Rodrigo Silva Urbaneja in lane 3 with those blue blades with a white stripe down the center. But Jimmy McCullough with clear water here as he comes in to the final 250 with these red buoys.
Yeah, and there is a bit of strategy here, like the time trials, but some also different, obviously. Top 3 to final, so you want to make sure you're in that in position to make the final, and also, like Charlotte was saying, have something left to give tomorrow as well.
Yeah, so Jimmy McCullough definitely in a great position for tomorrow, very relaxed, doesn't have to expend any extra energy as he comes down to the line here, winning the first semifinal of the day.
Nice.
And our next few boats coming across. It does look like we've got a good sprint from Hilton Park coming in second, and one of our Potomac boats coming in third.
Yeah. That looks
Like
like
Andrew Weinstein in lane 2.
Yep.
Closely followed by Rodrigo Silva Urbaneja. And our last 2 crews coming down across the line, Emil Jonas from Riverside and James Gallagher from Potomac.
So that settles 3 of the 6 athletes that will be competing in the final tomorrow to represent the United States. And the next, we'll find the next 3.
Yeah, so we have our second semifinal starting off in already heading down the course. As Issa said, top 3 from this race will face off the top 3 from our first race in the final tomorrow for a chance to represent the United States this fall. In this race, we have Bernard Arapacio from San Diego in lane 1, so that is the right-hand side of your screen. Lane 2, John Mannion, unaffiliated USA. Lane 3, Hugh McAdam, unaffiliated USA. Lane 4, Alex Twist, Riverside. Lane 5, Tom Foster, Upper Thames. And Lane 6, Sam Melvin, New York Athletic Club. So if you're unfamiliar with how things progress from the time trial, it goes back and forth sort of on the ranking. So James McCullough yesterday had the fastest time in the time trial. He was in semifinal 1, and then the second and third fastest times head off in the second semifinal. So Alex Twist was the second fastest time in the time trial yesterday, followed closely by Hugh McAdam. So it might be a little closer racing. You've got people that were just the same speed or similar speed as yesterday.
Yeah, it should be good to see what they do facing off.
But some people have very different speed in the time trial and the semis and finals. It can be really motivating to have a crew next to you, especially in conditions like yesterday. We had a pretty strong tailwind. It can be hard to approximate your speed and the rest of the field when conditions are a little choppy. So it'll be a good marker for all these athletes to see how they do against the rest of the crews.
Yeah, and don't let this cloudy rain fool you. It is very hot here. So I'm sure these athletes are not only getting wet, but a little bit uncomfortable with the heat as well.
Yeah, can't be easy. A little steamy. Definitely talked to some athletes after racing yesterday that were like, you and Issa were spot on. It was exhausting out there, especially for athletes who had to race multiple times in different boat classes.
Yeah, but we're here in the finish tower with our AC, so don't worry about us. I'm wearing a sweatshirt right now. Really nice. So
we're having a great time enjoying these races. These boats are coming down about at the 7:50 to go, probably maybe a little back from that, crossing the 1K. From this angle, it looks pretty close across the field. It is hard to tell who is in the lead. But we'll see as they get a little closer. I see the drone is heading out now. Skies are clearing up.
Should be getting that view for you guys soon. Yeah, and like Charlotte was saying, like this is going to be a probably a closer race we can expect, just due to the way that the athletes get filtered out into the semifinals from the time trials.
But everybody's looking pretty even, pretty similar rating across the board. Shout out to our safety launch drivers out there, making sure everything's running smoothly. All our referees doing a great job to make this regatta run smoothly.
Definitely.
And here are our results from our first semifinal. As we said, James McCullough coming in first. Second place, Hilton Park. Third place, Andrew Weinstein. Those 3 athletes will proceed to the final tomorrow. And you can see we had some pretty tight times. It was under a second between third and fourth place.
Yeah, that's such a great example of what Charlotte was talking about. If you can, it's a short race, and you can really put on some speed in the last like 300-400 meters and take some people by surprise. So don't count anyone out here,
especially in a small boat.
Yeah, definitely.
I have seen too many commentators be like, the race is finished already. And I'm like, you don't know these people. They can put on a lot of speed later on in the race.
Yeah, looks like
we got on the bottom of our screen, the yellow Empaka that just passed, Sam Melvin, looking like he's in a pretty even heat with lane 4, Alex Twist from Riverside, and lane 3, Hugh McAdam, unaffiliated USA. And I would say even Bernard Arapacio from San Diego on the outside. Those 4 crews are pretty evenly matched as they head into these final 500 meters of the race.
Yeah, this is going to make for some really exciting racing.
And with 4 boats, you know, that's that cutoff. You got to make sure you are in the top 3. You've put yourself in the final tomorrow. This might be the only race for some of these athletes as a trials event, so there's no holding back.
Yeah.
And it does look like Sam Melvin in this outside lane in lane 6 is ahead. Go Lions. Columbia alum like myself. We actually trained together a little bit at New York Athletic Club. Following him in lane 4, you can see those blue and white stripes of Riverside on Alex Twist.
Just saw him looking back there, trying to gauge where Sam is on the course.
There definitely can be some advantage to be in the outside lanes. You can see the whole field off to one side of you. No one sort of gets away. Sometimes if you're in the middle, you might lose sight of lane 1 or 6 and they just sneak out and you've sort of forgotten you see everybody else.
I'd hazard a guess that Alex Twist might have not really seen him coming out of the left side of his peripheral vision and might have just been like, oh, someone's right there.
Someone's right there. Got to get myself up. But we're in the final 250 here. You can see the rate was coming up for a few of these athletes, just making sure they don't get sprinted through in the last few strokes.
Yeah, you can see everyone kind of looking around trying to gauge where everyone else is, what they need to do to get themselves in the position that they want.
So first coming to the line is Sam Melvin from New York Athletic Club.
Looks like Alex Twist and then Hugh McAdam.
And those will be our 3 qualifiers for the final tomorrow, with James McCullough, Hilton Park, and Andrew Weinstein from the first semi.
Yeah, that should be a really interesting matchup, so that'll be exciting.
Those athletes get to rest for the rest of the day, eat a little. They are all lightweights, have to weigh in before racing, so they need to be very efficient and controlled with their recovery and their hydration and feeding before the final. Next stop on the course is the women's U23 singles semifinal A. All of these semifinals today, top 3 to the finals tomorrow.
Okay, so in this semifinal, top 3 to final, similar to the other 2 events, but this is not a trials event, obviously. In lane 1, we have Taz Arafa from Green Racing Project. In lane 2, we have Cecilia Plass from OKC. In lane 3, we have Annika Gromick from Potomac. In lane 4, we have the U23 single, who will be representing the United States at the World Championships, Isabella Bengley from Virginia. In lane 5, we have Catherine Edwards from Great Bay. And in lane 6, we have Morgan Lindsley from Penn AC.
And Isabella Begley yesterday had the fastest time in the time trial, but very closely followed by Julia Batson, who will be in the second semifinal, just under a second between them.
Yeah, there'll be a little face-off in that semifinal between the 2 GRP, who are the second and third fastest times in the time trial. But in this one, we just have the fastest time, and then kind of everyone else filtered out around there. So it'll be an interesting race. This is a really great opportunity, too, just knowing that you have one of the fastest single scullers that it's U23 in the country kind of here. It's really great for everyone else to see where they gauge off of that. And it's just a really good learning experience.
It does look like Isabel Begley has a pretty relaxed lead. Here are results from the second semifinal of the lightweight men's single. Sam Melvin came in first from New York Athletic Club, second Alex Twist from Riverside, and third Hugh McAdam, unaffiliated USA. Great work from all crews, and we'll see how everyone stacks up in the final tomorrow for their slot on this year's World Championship team.
Yeah, it does look like she has a very commanding lead at the 1K here.
Followed by Catherine Edwards from Great Bay, and not too far back, Cecilia Plass from OKC.
Yeah, top 3 look like they have, they're pretty comfortable in their positions here, but I wouldn't count out lane 6 here.
Morgan
Lindsay. It looks like she's put herself in a position that if she maintains, she might be able to make up some ground in this last 750, 500, and catch someone by surprise. So we won't count her out yet.
But it does look like Isabel Bagley can very comfortably sit out there in front as the lightweight single sculler for this year. She probably had a lot of race experience at trials that she can apply here today. It is good to have racing earlier in the summer. It just sort of allows you to just adjust all of those different aspects of the race. Maybe you didn't have a great start one race, so you can work on that in practice for the next week and bring it to your next round of racing. But this middle 1,000, our coaches often talk about, this is where you apply the fitness that you've been working on all year. You've really got to outgrind other folks in the third 500.
Definitely.
And it does look like we have this OKC athlete, Cecilia Plass, really trying to push into Catherine Edwards from Great Bay.
That's interesting because, like we've talked about, there can be different strategies here, you know. It looks like she might be executing this race, just trying to place as high as she can. We don't know what her strategy is exactly, but it might be a strategy to just make sure that you're in the top 3, just because the field is so spread out. So I guess we'll see what ends up shaking out here in this last 750.
Also, a lot of these athletes, we will definitely be seeing them again later in the day in a double or in a different event. So it is behooves them to relax a little if they feel like they're in a good position, but you don't want to relax too much and get caught by somebody else.
Exactly.
Really nice overhead shot here, just seeing the puddles of this second Potomac athlete pushing the water away from her. Really nice relaxed rowing from Isabel Bagley there. I think wearing her, representing UVA, her college. Always good to see.
What's their thing?
Go Who's.
Go Who's.
Shout out to UVA alum Christina O'Brien. Stroked the Olympic 8 last year in Tokyo. But really good push from all these athletes. You can see a few of them looking out, trying to see the competition behind them. It can be hard in the single if you sort of lose overlap contact to exactly approximate where you are in the race, see how much of a sprint you need to put on as they hit these red buoys coming down towards the line.
Yeah, it looks like also Taz in lane 1 has kind of really put on a push here. I'm not sure if we just weren't able to see her in the field before, but
yeah, really good push into this OKC athlete. Not exactly sure from this angle how much overlap they have, but Isabel Bagley very strongly out in front for the moment. And then a pretty tight field between lane 5, Catherine Edwards from Great Bay, Cecilia Plass from OKC, and Tass Arafa from Green Racing Project. Coming down to the line here, looking calm and controlled.
Here's our finish
Lots of
view.
space. Good finish from Isabel Bagley. Ooh, we got very tight between second and third. We'll see who gets it just at the line. It does look like Catherine Edwards maintained that lead to come second, followed by Cecilia Plass, and then tightly followed by Tass Arafa.
Looks like Tass really tried to put on a sprint kind of early on in the last 250. It wasn't quite enough, but that was really great racing by everyone.
And heading back up to the start, we have our next semifinal of the U23 women's single in the first 500 of the race. So pretty tight grouping still, but we do have our middle lanes sort of popping out in front a bit. Taylor English from Green Racing Project in lane 3 and Julia Batson from Green Racing Project in lane 4.
Go Spriggs.
So those teammates probably know how they're doing. As we said before, Julia came in second in the time trial and Taylor came in third. So they will be looking to come out ahead in this semifinal as well.
Definitely. It's be really great racing. They're probably really used to doing pieces side by side, both being GRP athletes, training up in Vermont this summer.
Good time out on Hosmer Pond.
Oh yeah, so probably really used to this, pretty comfortable pushing each other side by side, and it should be really good racing.
But they have not pushed so far off the rest of the field yet.
True.
In lane 1 on the right side of your screen, we have Salon Agalon from OKC High Performance Center. Lane 2, Mikel Alvis from OKC High Performance Center. As we said, lane 3, Taylor English GRP. Lane 4, Julia Batson GRP. Lane 5, Dania Bogdanovic from Vesper. And lane 6, Sophia Craver from Great Bay.
Yeah, definitely not seeing the same separation we saw last time, or excuse me, in just a few minutes ago.
I mean, well, definitely last time.
With Isabella taking that commanding lead really early in the race. But, I mean, it's not too late in the race that we couldn't still see that here. And like we said before, in that first semifinal, Isabella was kind of placed there with the fastest time in the time trial. Here, lanes 3 and 4 were very close to each other, so we expect to see that kind of lack of separation here, which is exactly what we're seeing.
But everybody's feeling really calm. If you watched the time trials yesterday, we were dealing with pretty tough conditions, which definitely affected the steering in these smaller boats. But everybody doing a great job, just hanging out in the middle of their lane, very calm, not having to contend with steering as a portion of this race. But it looks like we have pretty good conditions all day. My wind forecast does say that it's a little bit of a crosswind, little crosshead. You see a light puff on the water. It's not the glassiest thing we've ever seen, but by far better conditions than yesterday, and pretty great conditions for Mercer.
We're just gonna keep jinxing it.
Yeah, I'll stop talking about it and not ruin it for the rest of the racing of the day.
Well, it's funny because yesterday you can talk about how horrible it is all day, right? And it just stays horrible. But like for some reason,
yeah, you know. Maybe spoke a little too soon. We do have this GRP athlete got a little close to the starboard buoys. Actually, both athletes, maybe they both felt a bit of a puff of a cross there, but they're pushing themselves back into the center of their lanes, still staying really even. You can see Taylor English just giving a little look over her shoulder, seeing her teammate right there, still overlapped her bow on her teammate's stern. You know, both pushing it up, maybe having a move in this third 500 of the race.
Yeah, and also when we do have a crosswind coming from
the north.
The north.
Hey guys, we definitely train here all the time. We know the directions of the course.
I mean, I just know like it's that way, you know. But when we do have that crosswind coming from the north, as you can kind of see to the right of your screen, it opens up around there. So once you get kind of to the 751K, you might start feeling a little bit of that crosswind, whereas in the start, it's a little more protected, so you're not feeling that quite yet. There we have that 500 gazebo, so they're starting to put that push on for the last part of the race.
Hopefully hearing some shouts from their teammates who are racing later, maybe some coaches standing out at the gazebo, pushing their athletes on, making sure they're in the top 3, making the final tomorrow. But these two GRP athletes looking pretty calm and collected. You can see just nice low shoulders, staying relaxed as they stretch out to take their next stroke. But really great racing for all of these crews. If you look, everyone's staying very composed, pushing with themselves, maybe trying to make their move early to make sure they can try to get into that third position. It does look like it's pretty close between Mikel Alvis on the right side of your screen from OKC in that light blue uni with the yellow M-Pocker, and just pulling out of frame are lanes 5 and 6, Dania Bogdanovic. Sorry, I butchered that. Sorry, Dania from Vesper, and Sophia Craver from Great Bay. They'll be pushing each other to try to get that third position, all-important qualifying spot. But it does look like we are neck and neck with these two GRP athletes. They're not letting each other get away from it. They both want to say that they came across the line first, have a little bit of advantage for the racing tomorrow. Does look like lane 4, Julia Batson is just, excuse me, just a tiny bit ahead still. I'm getting so excited I'm coughing already. Just a little bit, and she's gaining a little extra speed coming across the line, half a boat length in front of her teammate Taylor English in lane 3. And we're followed up by lane
That looks like Sophia
6. Sophia Craver coming across the line for a great 3rd place finish to make it to the finals tomorrow.
So we'll see top 3 from this semifinal and top 3 from the last semifinal at the final tomorrow.
Great racing for all the crews. Last few boats coming across the line right now. You can see we had a lot of positioning changing in this sprint. You really can take it up if this is the your forte in the race.
Yeah, that's another part of race strategy, right? If you know you have a really strong sprint, that might factor into your race plan, and you're able to catch people by surprise. If that's not,
we definitely have a few teammates that you need to make sure that you have a lot of space on them heading into the final 500 if you do not want them sprinting and catching up with you. So it can be a very strategic thing. And also, like, if you're racing against your teammates, you may know that they have this. You got to put yourself in a good place for that racing. And we have our next race coming down the course right now, the first semi of the men's U23 single.
In lane 1, we have Conrad Palmer from OKC High Performance. In lane 2, Andres Hernandez Ibanez from Miami. In lane 3, Robert Sherman from Conshohocken. In lane 4, Jack Stone from Greenwich. In lane 5, Raymond Sanders from Oyster Bay Community Rowing. And in lane 6, David Ulig from Vesper.
Similar to our last race, this view up the course can't really tell if there's much separation. It does look like the 2 middle lanes might be out a little bit ahead. I would hazard a guess to say that lane 3, Robert Sherman from Conshohocken, might have taken a little edge on the rest of the field, but it will be hard to tell before we get a little different angle on the course. They're coming down towards the 1K now. A traditional place to make a good move. You know, you're halfway through, you push, you're like, I have 3.5
yeah,
minutes
you're like, what's
left.
2 divided by 2? 1. Okay, cool. Halfway.
So definitely the single, it's a lot of a mental game. I spent around 2 years racing the single, and it definitely improves the experience. Just trusting yourself, understanding how your particular race execution is going to help you to put your bow ball ahead.
Yeah, it also can be fun in that way, you know. There's, it's just you in that boat, so you're not really relying or having to rely on anybody else. So, you know, if you want to make a move, you make the move, and it's all on you. Some people really like that, and some people have a harder time with that. But these athletes are definitely holding themselves accountable here.
Does look like we have Jack Stone from Greenwich in the lead, followed closely by Robert Sherman in lane 3 from Conshohocken. And I would say that Vesper Ulig on the outside is coming up in 3rd.
Here we have the results from the women's U23 semifinal 2, which we just saw. In first from the Green Racing Project with a time of 8:29.2, we have Julia Batson. In second, also from the GRP, we have Taylor English. Just about a second behind with 8:30.5. And in 3rd, we have Sophia Craver from Great Bay, time of 8:36. So we'll see those 3 ladies at the final tomorrow.
And it's great. We already got some big cheers coming from the course. They're really excited to see their athletes cross that 500-meter mark, getting pushed into their sprint. You can see both these athletes really putting everything on it because they want to put themselves in that first place position. So now you know, if you cheer for your friends from the gazebo, we will hear you, and they will hear you later. It's a really nice push here. Even though they're both bringing up the rate, not letting anything phase them. Got those tempo blades for that Vesper athlete on the outside, but this is still a race between first and second place in these middle lanes here.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if either of these athletes decide to kind of put on the brakes here or push for a better positioning in the final.
It does look like we've got pretty good conditions tomorrow. Sometimes it is really worth it to make sure that you are in that first place position and have the best lane draw. It will put you in a center lane tomorrow. But if you've got more racing today to do, you might want to conserve that energy. So it's a little gamesmanship for later on, but both these athletes not taking the brakes off, still trying to push each other. There's also the mental advantage tomorrow. If you know that you've already beaten this athlete, it can help you a lot to be like, I can repeat this performance and I can take them down and break them for the final.
That's the fun part about rowing, though. Is like you can really spin your performance either way. It's like, oh, I lost in the semifinals, so now like I'm the underdog. So it really depends. Some athletes, prefer one way. Some athletes prefer the other.
Does look like lane 3 is getting walked through slightly. You can see he shortened up in this sprint, maybe a little too early, cut off the back, and lane 4 is just coming through, staying really long and strong through the finish. Just watching him walk away. Maybe relaxing a little now. He just knows that he is also qualified. He's coming through the line. We have lane 4, Jack Stone from Greenwich, followed by Robert Sherman of Conshohocken. Really great racing from both of those guys. Not letting either of them have a relaxed semifinal, but a big spacing back to the rest of the field. And third place coming through the line here is David Ulig from Vesper.
Yeah, it looked like Sherman was shortening up and then might have decided, you know what, I'm going to, maybe it's not worth the fight right this time.
Just let it go.
Racing. Yeah.
Okay, we've got our second semifinal of the men's U23 single coming down the course. Great view back up. You can really see gray skies, but good conditions out there. Really relaxed water compared to yesterday.
Yeah.
Mercer sometimes does cooperate. We'll get weeks and weeks of like pretty choppy water here for practice. I know everybody on PNRA Mercer Juniors, pretty rough water for them, pretty rough for us on the national team. And then racing comes and people are like, what do you complain about Mercer? Look at this. It's gorgeous.
It has been a little bit of a streak. Like after our race was very nice. But yeah, in this event, we have in lane 1, which is going to be on the right of your screen looking at the course, Cameron Kumaji from OKC. You can see his distinct
cut out. We're back to the racing. And we'll go through the lanes just in case you didn't hear our first few. In lane 1, Cameron Kumaji from OKC High Performance Center. In lane 2, Isaac Evans, also from OKC. Lane 3, Gianluca Fasci-Walco from Conshohocken. Lane 4, Dylan Green from Mendota. You can see these lanes 3 and 4 battling it out at the front of our field here. Lane 5, Brandon Arthur from GRP. And lane 6, Thomas Segura from Miami. Really barely any space here between lanes 3 and 4. Similar to the last semi we had, just a really great battle between first and second. We'll see if it shakes out any differently than our last semifinal.
Well, yeah, we have Dylan Green here pushing through the way only a Badger could, taking a commanding lead of the
here
field.
We go. Starting off the day strong with the big Go Badgers from East Darwin. But you can see a nice view of these two OKC athletes on the outside, and slightly ahead of them, this athlete from Conshohocken, Gianluca.
Yeah, on the team, Dylan's really known for his passion and aggression on the race course. So I'm excited to see what he does here, facing some really stiff competition in the single.
But he's got to watch out. It does look like Gianluca is putting on a move.
Oh, but, he comes
powering a little extra.
He comes back.
Getting those cheers at the gazebo as they come through.
There you can hear the other Mendota boys cheering him on.
It's good to be here with a big team,
Yeah.
You really feel the love and support of the crowd. That can mean a lot. Issa and I have raced in all types of conditions where there are no spectators, where there are a ton of spectators.
Yep.
And there's nothing like hearing your friend shout you out to just give you a little extra adrenaline as you head into your sprint.
Yeah, and it really looks like that was paying off. It looks like it's really pushing him through here in this last 500.
Pulled back a little to be even on this Conshohocken athlete. There is really no space between those two athletes, but they got to watch out from lane 5 coming up on the outside.
And that's going to be Braden Arthur from the GRP.
So
it's interesting too. We can see both of their stroke style here. They're kind of sliding up a little bit faster than maybe I would expect.
But bringing up the rate here, just got to do what you can to bring up that rate and make sure that you are getting your blades in quickly, getting on that next stroke, really hammering the foot plate.
And this is going to be really exciting as we hit these red buoys. As you can see, there's about no separation, I would really say, between Dylan and Mendota and Conshohocken. But in those two outside lanes, outside of them in lane 2 and 5, 2 and 5, they're right there, So
that will be a close race for the third slot in the final tomorrow.
No one's really in a position to let up here, I would definitely say. So
no, it does look like it's pretty close between our Conshohocken and Mendota athlete and the rest of the field behind them. They can't relax off their battle against each other because they could get walked through by the other athletes currently sitting in third place.
Mm-hmm.
It does look like our Conshohocken athlete has pushed up a little further, taken almost a length on Dylan Green from Mendota, half a length as they come through the line. It does look like first place is Gianluco from Conshohocken, followed by Dylan Green from Mendota, and coming in third, GRP athlete Brandon Arthur. Last few boats coming down to the line in these outside lanes.
That should make for some really exciting racing tomorrow.
Great racing all crews, and we'll head back up to the start for the women's single semifinal.
Go Badgers!
If anybody can correctly guess how many times she says that today, I will give you some sort of prize. National team shirt, I don't know.
Play it back. Play yesterday back. Play today back.
Okay, this first singles heat for the women's open singles coming down the course. A lot of our friends out in the race course for these open events.
Oh yeah, I got some homies out here.
Very good racers. We have faced them down at different times in our own career.
In lane 1, we have Hannah, love of my life, Fitz from the Green Racing Project. In lane 2, we have Kate Horvat from Orion. In lane 3, we have Sarah Busey from Riverside. In lane 4, we have Savannah Briha from Orion. In lane 5, we have Hannah Paintner, also from Orion. And in lane 6, we have Elizabeth Martin from White Marsh. This is going to be really great racing. We got a lot of really strong women here in this semi. And I'm really excited to see what they do here.
It should be pretty tight racing across the field. All these athletes want to put themselves in a good position. And almost all these athletes are doubling up in later races today. So we will see if that affects their race strategy at all. But there's almost no space between all 6 athletes as they come through that 500-meter mark buoy.
And honestly, we can really expect that. These are all really seasoned competitors who've been racing probably against each other even since NSR1, honestly, in February, the trials for the single. So they've had so much time to compete against each other in multiple different events in different boat classes. So they're all really familiar with each other and they're all really evenly matched. Oh, and I think we missed talking about those results.
But if you miss any results, check out herenow.com. You can see everything roll in live. It can also help to have Here Now up just in case you are unclear with who is in which lane. We'll try to keep reminding you. The lane on the right side of your picture is lane 1. Heading over to lane 6 on the left side of your screen.
Got some intel that my good friend Rebecca Armstrong is on the case of counting my Go Badgers. We'll get that count to you shortly. I know that's really important to you guys.
Amazing. It does look like our lane 4 is out in front. Savannah Breha from Orion, a Ithaca College alum, go Bombers. She did come through with the fastest time in the open women's single time trial yesterday. But not too much space back on some of her teammates. Lauren O'Connor from Ryan, who with the second fastest time, and we will see her in the second semifinal. She might be bow to stern on lane 5. Hannah Paintner, also a teammate from Orion. Go Tigers, a Princeton alum out on the course. You know, her home territory out here in West Windsor, New Jersey.
Yeah, something in the New Jersey air, you know?
There is something. There's some, let's say, magic out here.
The oppressive humidity,
it does make you tough.
Yeah,
so,
that's very true.
You know, we did never say racing was simple here at Mercer.
Yeah, you got flat water, but humidity. So, pros and cons here.
We talked a lot about it before Tokyo last year. It was pretty hot there, but still not the hottest racing. Shout out to any of my friends who raced at the World University Games with me in China in 2018. Real feel on the course, 115 when he raced. I do not recommend. It is unpleasant. So all these athletes will be feeling that heat, feeling that exhaustion as they come down in this second 1K of the race. It does look like Savannah Breha has put some good spacing between her and her teammate, Hannah Paintner. There's pretty good separation between the rest of the field that we can see at the moment. We've got Liz Martin on the outside from White Marsh, putting in a good fight here.
Yeah, and like Charlotte was saying, a lot of these athletes are doubling up in the doubles event. So that's going to definitely factor into their strategy here, probably. Wanting to make sure that they're in a good position, but also wanting to conserve any energy they can. You know, it's really hot. They're going to be sweating a lot. That all factors into recovery, you know. So interesting to see what they do here as they come into the last 500 of the race. Does look like Savannah has a really pretty comfortable, pretty commanding lead here. We'll see if she decides to press the gas at all coming into the last 500, or if she just kind of pushes on through, makes sure that she has a good position for the final.
They're coming through here, and their friends cheering for them from the gazebo, getting ready. You know, mentally you sort of have to prepare yourself for the sprint, especially if you're feeling the fatigue at this point in the race. But Savannah is looking very relaxed and comfortable here. Not really changing too much about her stroke as she's coming into the sprint.
Yeah, really using what I know, she's a very strong athlete and really using that strength to her advantage here.
Some great cheers for those outside lanes here. It can be really helpful to have somebody cheering from the side if you can't quite see competition outside of your peripheral vision. Give a little shout, tell your friends that they're walking on the field.
Yeah, you think like, oh, I'm out here, you know, you're an outdoor sport, you can see everything around you, but really when the pain starts to set in, you're really not paying attention to much other than just getting your blades in the water. So it can be helpful to have someone just reminding you that there's other boats on the course.
It does look like we've got one of our side lanes to the right of your picture coming in third. I can't really tell the separation between Kate Horvat from Ryan and Sarah Busey from Riverside. I'm sure that they are trying to battle it out for that third position in the final. Not letting anything change or let up as they head into these red buoys for the final 250 of the race. Savannah looking just very calm. Doesn't look like she brought up the rate too much. She might be conserving that energy for later in the race. Doesn't need to test out her sprint until tomorrow, perhaps in the final, under pressure from these athletes that'll come into semifinal too. Looking really nice as she's coming down into her final 10 strokes. Ryan, a great group up in Saratoga Springs. It's always nice to have a big group pushing you, testing your speed, helping you improve. as Savannah Breha comes across the line in first, pretty dominant style in this semifinal, followed by her teammate Hannah Paitner in second. And looks like third place will go to Sarah Bussi from Riverside.
Yeah, it looks like lane 2, I think that might be Kate, tried to put on a sprint to make that third place position, but it wasn't quite enough. Oftentimes we see, if that race course was just another 100 meters longer, the outcome might have been a little different, but that's kind of where you have to make those determinations as a racer, like when is the appropriate time to put on the speed, considering how much you have left in the tank and how far back you're on the field. So
people always say that. They're like, if it was 100 meters longer. And then racing Henley recently, which is my first time racing Henley, I was like, dang, I don't really feel any different with that extra 112 meters. So I'll take the 2K distance. Just keep it consistent. Figure out what the place for you to move is in that race. And just don't leave out any regrets out here on Mercer today. Next up, our second semifinal for the Open Women's Single. Heading back up to the top of the race course. They are passing the first 500 of the race at the moment.
This is a really exciting race. We got Cicely Madden, Olympian, in the quad in lane 3 here. I'll just start from the outside. To the right of your screen, in lane 1, we have another GRP athlete, Bridget Schodorf. In lane 2, we have Karina Feitner from Orion. In lane 3 is Cicely Madden from Cambridge. In lane 4 is Lauren O'Connor from Orion and also a fellow Badger. Go Badgers. In lane 5, Emmeline Lawrence from Great Bay. And in lane 6, Veronica Nicasio. Sorry about that. It's not a very hard name to pronounce. Also from Orion. As you can see here, Lauren in her special spicy pink boat heading down the course here next to Cicely Madden. Looks like they've kind of pushed out ahead if I were to guess. Hopefully soon we'll be able to get a better view and see where everyone's at. If I were to hazard a guess at Lauren's race plan here, it'd probably be to get out hard and stay with Cicely. I think she did beat her in the time trial.
By 0.3 seconds, so almost nothing between them, and especially in a time trial when you have no idea what other people are rating or racing at, a difference like that really doesn't matter too much now coming into side-by-side racing, and they've proved that. They are hanging right next to each other, but the rest of the field is not letting up with lanes 2, 5, and 6 right in that as well.
Yeah, and I know Lauren pretty well. I would hazard a guess that she's not really too concerned about saving anything for tomorrow. I think she really wants to prove herself here and really push Cicely and give her a bit of a scare if she can, Cicely's a very seasoned competitor, and let's see what Lauren does up against her here today.
Yes, Cicely is a 6-time national team member from Brown. So, she's been around the track. She knows what she's doing, race the double, race the quad internationally. Really nice to see her back in the single with these other athletes testing their speed against her.
Yeah, like we were saying earlier on with having the U23 Lightweight single racing, this is kind of a similar situation. It's always great to see where you stack up against really good competitors, and that's why people, seek out races like this, not only for practice, but also just to see how they measure up, what in their training is going well, what gaps in their training still exist, and where they can focus to continue to get better here, So really hope to see that Lauren continues to push here.
Yeah, during my singles racing time, I definitely was very focused on looking at the data, race to race, what I can improve, what section of the race I was failing a little bit at. But it does look like these athletes are pretty closely matched as they're coming down towards that 500. We'll see who puts on a little extra sprint. We could have a case where neither of them sprint too much. They do have possibly other races, and especially if they're both in the first and second position, they will proceed to the final tomorrow. But it does look like Lauren O'Connor is bringing up that rate a little, making sure she's getting her bow ball up and out of the water ahead of Cicely Madden.
Yeah, not to toot my own horn, but I was right. I definitely think that she's going to push it here and try to set herself up for the best final that she can. So good for her.
And it can be really good practice to execute every race as if it is the end-all, be-all. You never want to have any regrets that you're not practicing your best race every single day.
Yeah, definitely.
But not too far back, we have that athlete in lane 5, Emmeline Lawrence from Great Bay. If I'm not mistaken, Emmeline won the U23 single at last year's 2021 Summer Nationals. She rose for Yale during the year and has made one junior team in 2018 in the quad. So it also has a lot of experience, that international experience coming in really handy here. Doesn't look like there's too much difference between her and Cicely Madden at that point. Lauren O'Connor just bowed astern on them, just a little bit eked out ahead, but they still got the last 250 to go. See if anybody can ratchet it up just a little bit more in that final sprint.
Yeah, I think, like I was saying, I think we can really expect to see Lauren try to squeeze out as much as she can here.
It does look like she's hanging on pretty well. Don't really see any fatigue or drop off, still staying in the lead. But Cicely Madden is not letting her go, and neither is Emmeline Lawrence.
Yeah, and like the last race of the men's, the U23 men's semifinal, you know, this isn't really shaping up to be a kind of race where it seems like anyone's really capable of letting it down for a second or slowing down. Because we do have in that orange boat, you know, a potential competitor for that third place position. So I don't think anyone's going to be letting up anytime soon here.
Yeah, no relaxing as they come down to line, but it does look like Lauren O'Connor doing a great job getting herself just a little open water on the two competitors behind her to come across the line in a first position. And it does look like Emmeline Lawrence from Great Bay has just pushed herself past Cicely Madden to finish in second place. But Cicely coming in very comfortably in third ahead of fourth and then outside lane, Hannah Paintner, and fifth. Oh, excuse me. Sorry, that was the last one. In sixth, Veronica Nicasio, and on the outside, Karina Fettner. And coming across the line, Bridget Schodorf from GRP.
Yeah, and I expect that Lauren's going to be really happy with that performance. If I hazard to I would guess that that was exactly her race plan. So I'm sure she's really happy with that. Great job, Lauren.
Great
Go
execution. Maybe number 5 of the day. We're heading back up to the top. Men's Open single semifinal 1. Heading down the course, crossing about the 500 here.
Yeah.
And on the right side of your picture, we have lane 1, Thomas Kolnick from Potomac. Lane 2, Thaddeus Babiak from Penn AC. Lane 3, Thomas Pfeiffer from Penn AC. Lane 4, Gregory Davis, unaffiliated USA. Lane 5, Luke Ryan from Green Racing Project. And lane 6, Webster Thompson, Green Racing Project. So a few teammates out there.
The besties.
You know, a few best friends, good friends. No, Thad and Pfeiffer also friends. So it's always good to race your friends out here at Mercer. Maybe change position on how you have in practice. You know, keep nothing the same. Everybody can pull something different out on race day, but it does look we've got pretty close racing across the field. Gregory Davis out in front. He did have the fastest time in our time trial yesterday, so I'm sure he's trying to repeat that performance and give himself pretty good spacing on the rest of the field.
Yeah, and we have, you know, Webster here in his classic Ferrari red flippy. It doesn't get much better than that, honestly. Dreamboat, low key.
You got to have that extra speed, but it does look like Thad has put himself just in second place ahead of Thomas Pfeiffer. But we'll see as this shakes out as they get into the middle 1K. Toughest part of the race. You just got to commit to your base, to your speed. See if you can crack some other people. Definitely can kind of feel kind of long and slow in the middle of this race sometimes. But you got to make a move, see if you can push up, challenge that first position. It does look like Gregory Davis is slowly pushing back the rest of the field. Doing a great job, staying controlled.
Yeah, it looks like the two GRP athletes, Luke and Webb, they got off to a slow start, it seems. They were a little bit it looked like they were a little further down on the field, but it looks like they're really putting in the work to get back in here. As you can see, it looks like Luke and almost Webb pulling even with lanes 3, 2, and 3 here. So there might be a really interesting battle for third and as well as second, honestly, here.
So as our previous races, top 3 to finals later. So they will want to make sure they are in that top 3, getting a chance to race again for all the marbles. Does look like Greg Davis still out in front. He's got a little national team experience he's bringing to Mercer today. He's been on 3 U23 national teams and 1 junior team. Cornell grad, go Big Red, making all their friends out there proud from Ithaca. But the battle is really between second and third here. We've got 2 Penn AC athletes and Luke Ryan from GRP. Really not too much space between them as they come through the 1250 on the course.
The battle of the best friends, if you will,
I do have some fun intel on our Penn AC athletes. Some friends wrote in for them. Thad was on the Pan Am team in 2019 in the 8, and he has previously won head of the Charles in the Champ Double. He also owns his own business as a personal trainer, so probably bringing some of that skills to his own training to make sure he's in a good position for these singles races.
Definitely.
And Thomas Pfeiffer, besides holding the American Concept 2 marathon record, because, why not do that to yourself? Apparently he cannot be beaten at Settlers of Catan. So, that board game skill, you got to bring it to racing.
It's strategy.
A little bit of strategy.
We've been talking about strategy this whole time.
And it does look like he's pulled up into second position. The battle for third going on between Luke Ryan and Thaddeus Babiak.
Go Spriggs.
Greg Davis looking really strong here out in front.
And this ties into what we were talking about before. It can be hard to see the whole field, right? So I'm hoping that Luke can see his position here, but he might not be able to see exactly where he is on the field. So he's probably just kind of going in blind, hoping for the best. But you can see on the far side of your screen in red in lane 2, he might be pretty even with him there. So he might have a shot there to make that that final here. We'll see what happens.
That is the advantage that Greg Davis had that you could sort of see a moment ago from the different angle. He's far enough up on the field, you probably can pretty easily see the 5 other competitors behind you. That's what you want to feel. It gives you a little calmness, some confidence going into these red buoys that, okay, if I can see every athlete behind me, all I need to do is hold this margin, come across the line in first. But it does look like we're getting some surging from Thomas Pfeiffer, coming in second behind him, but not to be left behind. His teammate Thad coming up on the outside, and Luke Ryan on this shore side, making for a close race for those other 2 spots for the final. It's got some good overlap here. Thomas Pfeiffer just trying to come up, close that margin as much as he can in these final few strokes, but it is going to be Gregory Davis coming across the line in first, followed by Thomas Pfeiffer, and in third, Thaddeus Babiak from Penn AC.
Yeah, Luke putting on a really impressive sprint there.
Really good moves. And you can see how much those first 4 athletes sort of had a bunch of separation on the rest of the field. Really kept the battle up going all the way to the line. Great racing there, and they will see who their competitors are for the final tomorrow in our next race, the men's single semifinal.
Fans of Webster and Luke, not to worry. They still have another race in the double. So we'll see them again on the course.
There we go. And our next semifinal already headed down. Almost no separation in the first 250 of this race. In lane 1 on the right side of your screen, we have Zachary Petronic from Pittsburgh. In lane 2, Adrian Ventnor from Riverside. In lane 3, Mark Cowenhoven. I'm friends with Mark, and I don't really know how to say his last name. Sorry, Mark.
Mark, we love you.
In 4, Alvaro Torres Messias from Row House in lane 5, Elliot Putnam, Penn AC in lane 6, Casey Hauschel from Crescent.
Fun fact, Mark was, when I was a U23, Mark was our, and I'm saying this in air quotes, RA at Craftsbury, so that was fun. In charge of keeping us in line.
And there you go. He's keeping himself in a good line here, in good position.
Hey, good one.
We got to work on those puns. We haven't thrown enough puns in this live stream yet. There is not much space between Mark and the competitor off his starboard, Alvaro Torres Messias from Row House, but it does look like Elliot Putnam has a slight advantage on the rest of the field, just pushing himself into that first position as they come into the end of the second 500.
Yeah, all really accomplished scullers here. Here we have the results from the last semifinal that we just saw. In first, unaffiliated Gregory Davis with a time of 7:21.5. In second, Thomas Pfeiffer from Penn AC, and in third, Thaddeus Babic from Penn AC as well. So those 3 we'll see in the final, along with the top 3 from this event.
But some pretty tight racing, just like we had in the last heat. There is almost nothing between lanes 1 through 4, trying to push for that second and third qualifying position for the final. It does look like Elliot Putnam is gaining a little bit of open water, perhaps on the rest of the field, as he comes into the 1K on the race course.
And honestly, this is like a great example of the surprises that can happen. In the time trial, Alvaro and Mark were second and third overall time-wise, and Mark, Thomas Pfeiffer, Luke Ryan, and Elliot Putnam were all separated by less than a second. And here, we see Elliot pushing off the field quite commandingly. So that's a really good example of how, conditions can affect, as well as just when you're asked to go head down the course as quickly as possible. All athletes respond differently to that, as opposed to a side-by-side competitive situation.
Definitely, I have some friends that not a big fan of time trials. They don't like sort of the internal race, more similar to being on the erg. You don't really have a sense of how your competitors are doing, and they really respond to having that pressure from athletes to the left and to the right of them. Elliot Putnam is also bringing some international experience to the course. He made one U23 team in 2017 in the and then also competed in the men's quad last year at the Last Chance Regatta in Lucerne. So there's some very tough racing out there.
Yeah, and you can hear some cheers from the crowd here. It's always great to hear that on the race course. So that's how you pronounce it.
Yeah, that's how you pronounce it. Thanks, guys. Now you know for future races. Just yell at the 500 and we'll get an update on how to say people's names.
Yeah, scream your name as loud as you can, right? As close to the camera as possible. We'll hear it for sure.
Elliot Putnam looking very strong here. You can see keeping that bow up and out of the water. Just the boat moving very well. Not letting the speed drop in between strokes, making the most out of the conditions. And
it looks like we're really shaping up to have a great race for second and third, similarly to the last semi. Elliot's really put on a commanding lead, but we're going to really see some great racing for second and third to secure their spots here.
Yeah, definitely anything could change between our 3 middle lanes here. And I wouldn't cut out the outside. We still have that last 500-meter sprint. Maybe that's your best part of the race, and we're going to see you come up on the rest of the field as other people have exhausted themselves in the middle 1K.
Yeah, Mark, he's, looks like he's got a slight lead on the other 2, but I wouldn't be settling if I were him, and I definitely know he's not. You never know what your competitors can put on in the last 250. Looks like Alvaro's really putting it on here. Trying to get some last-minute speed as he comes into the last 250.
And Alvaro did represent Peru in the single at the 2020 Olympics and also at the Pan American Games in 2019 in the double. So no stranger to tough racing out here in hard conditions.
Yeah, you can really see he's starting to really put on the gas here.
Adrian Ventnor from Riverside is a South African-based rower out of Boston who started rowing as a hobby during COVID. So an up-and-comer maybe
very
in
impressive.
this field, doing a great job to try to get himself into the final.
Elliot really making this look easy here as he comes into the last couple strokes.
Crossing the line confidently in first.
And then we have a real battle here.
Very close here. Looks like Alvaro's just going to sneak it out in front of Mark, but they're going to both go through to that final tomorrow, just ahead of Adrian Ventnor.
Looks like Adrian just might have been a little confused on where the finish line was. Looks like he stopped a little ahead of it.
It can be a bit tough. You do hear those beeps over the live stream. That will tell an athlete you crossed the line. But in a tight race like that, you might not know which beep is yours. You better make sure you have an extra just stroke or two to get yourself to the line.
Yep. And, you know, some of that just does come with experience. So it could be a learning experience.
Great. I mean, really great racing, especially for someone who has only started racing a few years ago. So hats off.
Super impressive.
To a great performance here today at Mercer.
That's what's great about these races. You know, we see some really, really experienced, internationally experienced Olympians alongside, you know, people who are up and coming, and that's really exciting. And you know, what draws people to races like this? It's an opportunity to see where you're at and see where you can get better.
And you can learn so much. I had my first win ever in a rowing race at Club Nationals in 2016.
I think same.
So, you know, great start. It can get you later on to senior national team. Just a little baby start winning at Bethel, Ohio in the Open Coxed Four. Shout out to all my teammates in that boat. All on to great other things now.
Yeah, shout out to my pair partner in the double, Bethel 2019, Sydney Ford from Marist. Yeah, honestly, if anything, I blame that race for, you know, what's happened ever since then. You know, you win once and then you're like, wow, that felt great. And now I'm going to chase it for
It's truly addicting, I have to say.
Yeah, and you like, it's so addicting that, you know, here we are like 5 years later. So
in my mid-20s, just rowing every day, not doing anything else. It's a pretty great life. I do suggest you continue on. If you're up and coming, you're learning some things from these races.
Yeah, come join us, push us. It'll be great.
We always want more friends on the elite rowing circuit. And we're heading back up to the top four. Our next race, we've got the women's U23 pair semifinal. Some athletes here who definitely have been racing pretty hard over the last few days, or last day, and doubling up in a few different events. But we've got in lane one on the right side of your screen, Dukeshire and La Parade from the US Rowing High Performance Camp. Lane 2, Nelson and Bell from Connecticut. Lane 3, Well Dreyer and Alexander from Greenwich. Lane 4, Sack and Andrews, unaffiliated USA. Lane 5, Alton and Dettinger from US Rowing High Performance Camp. And lane 6, Garner and Erickson, US Rowing High Performance Camp.
And here we have the results from the men's single semifinal, which we just saw. In first, we have Elliot Putnam from Penn AC with a time of 7:17.4. In second, we have Alvaro Torres Macias from Row House with a time of 7:27.1. And in third, we have Mark Cowenhoven from Penn AC with a time of 7:27.7. So some really, really close racing there. Super exciting to see. And we'll see those three join the other three in the final tomorrow.
And that's what you want to see here. We've got some very tight racing under a second in between them, keeping that pressure on all the way to the final stroke. It does look like we already have some separation in this pairs race here. You can see these Harvard Radcliffe black and white blades out in front of our unaffiliated USA pair of Sack and Andrews. They're putting on a really great showing coming through the around the 1K here. Good separation. They can see the rest of the field coming out behind them. It does look like in second place off to their port side, we have Welldryer and Alexander from Greenwich, doing a really great job. There's a nice battle on our outside lanes in lane 5 and 6, two high-performance, USRowing high-performance camp pairs, neck and neck, really nothing between them. And pretty evenly spaced across with lane 1 on the right side of your screen. Their teammates, Duke, Scherer, and Loprate, also from the USRowing high-performance camp. Probably had a lot of great racing experience against each other at that camp, getting to push each other, meet some athletes from all over the country, some different people than you row with during your time at college. But it does look like Sack and Andrews are in a commanding lead of this race. They did win the pairs time trial yesterday, over 18 seconds ahead of the next boat. So unsurprising here that they are having a pretty easy race, very calm and confident, super long strokes in the water, doing a really good job of just getting that grip, pushing through. You can see the acceleration of their handles all the way to the finish. Looking very relaxed, calm, confident, great timing out of bow together. Pairs racing, definitely very challenging in my book. I love doing it. Shout out to my pair partner this year and last year, Jessica Thonas. She's generally, I sit stroke, she sits bow. It's really nice to have that dynamic and partnership with somebody else. But pair can be quite hard, and you have to work on your rhythm, your style together, especially if you don't race together all through the year. These two athletes continue to push back to the field, not letting anything go as they pass into the final 500 of the race. They may or may not choose to sprint if they've got another race coming up, but looking very confident here. And we'll see who can secure those second and third place spots. The real race going on for today. It does look like Sack and Andrews are Harvard Radcliffe lightweights, so shout out to some lightweights beating some heavyweights.
Shout out, respect.
Doing a really great job. Superb technique here on the course to dominate this semifinal. But we'll see who can secure those second and third place spots for the final tomorrow. It does look like our Greenwich crew of Welldryer and Alexander doing a really great job sitting in second place here as they come into these red buoys. We've got a little crowd gathering here at the finish line, cheering on their friends. So come down, give them a shout in this last 250. Give your friends a little extra cheering on as they come to the line.
Looking really solid here.
Definitely bringing up the rate a little, probably executing the race plan for tomorrow. Why not just practice it all the way to the finish line, even if you've got a few links of open water on the rest of the field. Really nice job bringing up the rate here, still getting a great grip all the way through the finish, not cutting off that back end as they sprint through the line to finish first.
Really impressive.
Some very tight racing here for our next few spots. We do have that Greenwich crew coming in with little space, but behind them, one of our USRowing high performance camp teams in lane 5, Alton and Dettinger, securing that third spot in the final tomorrow. Really leaving nothing to it. Even between 5th and 6th here, really pushing themselves to the line. Pretty evenly spaced between Connecticut and the USRowing high performance camp, Duke, Scherer, and Loprade. We'll head back up to the top for our second semifinal in the women's U23 pair. A few more Greenwich crews, another high performance, USRowing high performance camp crew. Looking pretty even crossing this, crossing the 500 down the race course.
Yes, this is the second semifinal for the women's U23 pair. In lane 1, to the right of your screen, we have O'Mara and Lee from Connecticut. In lane 2, we have Hofer And Mayberry from USRowing High Performance Camp. In lane 3, we have Ruff and Wayne from Greenwich. In lane 4, we have Coaster and Leganzowski from Greenwich Crew. Shout out to the Leganzowski Rowing Association. In lane 5, we have Jam and Bordier from Greenwich as well. And in lane 6, we have Pecoraro and Kowalski from Manhasset High School. So we have several Greenwich Crew pairs here, probably really familiar with each other, know kind of everyone else's speed, so it'll be interesting to see them race each other here.
In the time trial, we did have 3 Greenwich crews come in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, so I'm sure that they'll be looking forward to pushing each other now side by side on the race course. Does look like we have lane 5 possibly in the lead, but quite even lanes 3 and 4 as they come through 750 on the race course.
Yeah, not that same separation that we saw in the first semifinal. It's going to be much more interesting here to see who ends up, really pushing themselves in that middle 1,000, setting themselves up for a good sprint and a good positioning into the final.
Mm-hmm. Now, depending on your college team, you might get a lot of pairs practice. Some teams, not as much. Depends on your waterway, space for small boat practice. But it can be really good to take these lessons that you learned from a pair and bring them back into the 8 for the rest of the year. And here are our results from our first women's U23 pair semifinal. In first, Sackett Andrews, unaffiliated USA. Dominant style, taking that win ahead of Wheel Dryer and Alexander from Greenwich. In third, Alton and Dettinger from USRowing High Performance Camp. And those 3 crews will go to the final tomorrow. But no space between 3 of our crews as we come down in the second semifinal and being chased down by another crew in lane 2. Does look like our middle lane here, 3 pushing out, trying to make that move coming through the 1K. As we said before, it can often be a great location to make a move, put your bow ball ahead, commit to that second half of the race, going to take that third 500. Third 500 really is, one of the toughest parts of the race. You have to dig deep. You're already feeling that pain of everything that you've exhausted in the first half of the race, but you can't take your foot off the gas pedal. All gas, no brakes, We love to see it. And I mean, this is tight. There's nothing between lanes 3 and 4. They're doing a great job battling back and forth. Our 2 Greenwich crews of Ruff and Wayne and Coester and Leganzowski.
Yeah, and like we were saying before, in the time trial, they came 2nd and 3rd with more than 10 seconds between. So it'll be interesting to see here. It looks like Ruff and Wayne are putting on a bit of a push to... Excuse me, am I...
Yeah,
I'm right.
To get ahead of their teammates.
Yes. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4.
See, even we forget which lanes we're in.
Oh, okay. No, it looks like Leganzowski and Coaster are putting on a push to get ahead of their teammates. Ruff and Wayne here taking a lead. This is a really confident move here. They're putting on a move to see if they can establish themselves early.
But it does look like their teammates, Ruff and Wayne, are responding. Definitely brought the rate up. It did push them slightly over into the starboard buoy lines, but not giving them really any trouble. As long as you don't get your blade caught, they will be fine.
Yep.
Everyone getting a little bit shifted over to starboard side. Could be a puff of a cross or just a little differential pressure. If you get a little off from your partner in the pair, it's very easy to get off a straight course. Issa and I have done it many times ourselves.
Oh, definitely.
You got to keep that composure, make sure your steering still stays straight as you're feeling that pressure from your competitors. It's a great thing about these small boats. You have to do it all yourself. You're out there steering, motivating each other, getting down, evaluating how you need to take your sprint, take your last little part of the race. You don't have a coxswain, like some bigger boats that most of these athletes are in the rest of the year, to sort of help coach them into this final 250 of this race. And no one letting up as they're heading towards the red buoys, trying to make it very competitive to put themselves in the best position as possible for their final tomorrow. still staying very aggressive on the front end here. Good grip on the water. The rates climbing a little more from lane 4, Coester and Lewandowski. Really nothing between them as they come down to the line in this final 100 meters of the race.
Yeah, Greenwich really putting on a great race for their audience here.
But you can see that US Rowing high performance pair on the outside. You see this lane 4 slightly overrating. They're just trying to get a few more strokes in, push their bow ball ahead, maintain that lead, coming down to the line, still overlapped halfway on the boat next to them, flipping their heads around, trying to see that line as our 2 Greenwich crews come in, 1, 2, followed by lane 2, our high performance, US Rowing high performance camp, Hofeffer and Mayberry. So in first, Coester and Lewandowski, followed by their teammates Ruff and Wayne on the 3rd qualifying position. Lane 2, Hofeffer and Mayberry. Really great racing from all crews. Our last pair, Connecticut Boat Club, coming down on the outside. Excuse me, and on the inside, Manhasset High School, Pecoraro and Kowalski finishing off this race. Great racing all crews, and we'll head to the top for the men's U23 pair. Crossing through the 500 right now.
Crossing through the 500 right now, we have in lane 1, starting at the right of your screen, Agan and Elsinga from Buffalo Scholastic Rowing. In lane 2, we have Paterno and Pryor from Monmouth Juniors. In lane 3, we have Rutherford Hathaway from TBC Racing. In lane 4, we have Sass and Hay, love that, Buffalo Scholastic. In lane 5, we have Tilgahar and Hayden from Vesper. And in lane 6, we have another Sass and Talti also from Buffalo Scholastic. Are those the twins?
Oh, some brothers out here. We did have some twins in another race. Not sure if these guys are twins. At least family probably on the race course.
It's a family affair. We've said this before.
For some folks, you can have your whole family. It makes it easier. Your parents come out, see you race, see both kids race at the same time.
Yep.
But lane 4 pushing away from the rest of the field, just as we had in our first heat of the women's U23 pair. Sass and Hay doing a really great job here, looking very long and smooth. They're doing a great job not waiting at the finish, not resting as their hands take the blade out of the water, coming right back out and around. And here are our results from our second semifinal of the women's U23 pairs race. Coester and Lewandowski from Greenwich coming in first. Their teammates Ruff and Wayne in second place. And the 3rd qualifying position for the final is Hoeffer and Mayberry from the US Rowing High Performance Camp. Great racing from all those crews, keeping it tight all the way down the race course. Does look like we're having a separation from a lot of these crews on the water. Sass and Hay from Buffalo Scholastic maintaining that lead as they had crossed through the 1K. Coming into 7:50 to go. In second place, we have Rutherford and Hathaway from TBC Racing in that middle lane, followed closely behind by Paterno and Pryor from Monmouth Juniors. But not too much space back to our Vesper pair on the other side, Tigalar and Hayden from Vesper.
Wow.
That's all Isa has to say about this race. Wow, great job, boys.
Yeah, I mean, they look really confident, really smooth. They took a really commanding lead from right off the start, and they're just using that confidence to continue to push off. Doesn't really look like they're letting up at all. So honestly, this is just really impressive from them.
And that can be a great builder for tomorrow. If we do look at the time trial from yesterday, Sass and Hay also won that in a commanding fashion. They were 14 seconds ahead of the next crew. So doing a great job here, repeating that performance from yesterday, making sure they put themselves in the best position possible for the final.
Yeah, and like Charlotte and I have been saying, some crews might just want to execute the race plan no matter what's happening with other boats around them. And it kind of looks like that's what's happening here. It can be advantageous in some ways to, take stock of what's happening and adjust accordingly during the race. But it can also be just as advantageous for future races to just stick to the plan that was always set from the beginning, especially in races where, like in a pair, a double, even a quad and a straight four, where there isn't a coxswain to like make those decisions and really think clearly during the race. And it might not be in their best interest to, spend time trying to communicate between them what they want to do. It might just be better, we set a race plan from the beginning. Bow seat's not going to use any of their breath trying to let stroke know that, we're changing the plan now. No, they're going to finish this race exactly how they planned to from the start. And that's going to set them up for a really great race in the final. They know they've executed what they needed to do in the semi. Now all they have to do is do it once again,
And sometimes that can be the best training decision. You're here to race. You're here to just get better for your next step in your rowing career. And sometimes the best thing is just making it as hard as possible the whole way down. Don't let yourself ever think that you can relax in a race situation, because you don't know what tomorrow is going to look like in the final. People could pull out something different, and it's nice to have the confidence that you have the ability to go 2,000 meters as strong and as hard as possible the entire time. You can see nothing changing about their technique as they're getting fatigued in these red buoys. They are still long, strong, and confident. And that's what you want to see. Nothing changes as you're getting tired. You're not starting to yank the entries, just dropping the blades in and pushing off the foot plate here.
Yep, they look really calm, very confident.
A very nice win from Sass and Hay from Buffalo Scholastic. Quite a few lengths of open water. Back to our second and third place finishers coming down to the line here. Looks like we've got TBC Racing, Rutherford and Hayward coming for that second qualifying position. And in third, Monmouth Juniors, Paterno and Pryor, followed closely by Tigelaar and Hayden from Vesper. Our last pair coming just down to the line here before we head back up for that second semifinal. Coming through the line here. Great racing from all these crews. We will definitely see a few of these pairs back into fours and eights later in the day. So rest up, get some water. It is very humid out there.
Yes, drink water, guys.
Hydrate or dihydrate. Our second men's U23 pair coming down right now, crossing the 500.
We got several Mendota boys here, Mendota boys. But we'll start off in lane 1 to the right of your screen. We got Cooper and Kara from PNRA Mercer, so hometown, home course boys here. In lane 2, we got Waking and Klipstein from Mendota. In lane 3, we have Schmidt and Haran from Mendota. In lane 4, we got Short and Schotter from West End. In lane 5, we got O'Brien and Stanwood from Mendota. And in lane 6, we got DeRusso and Fisher from Unaffiliated USA.
It does look like Schmidt and Haran from Mendota are already pushing out, trying to get themselves comfortable lead, still having that overlap on this West End pair of Short and Schotter, and not much separation back to the rest of the field.
Yeah, so similar to all the semifinals that we've been seeing so far, top 3 move on to the final. See that Schmidt and Haran from Mendota are taking that lead. They're really comfortable together. They've been racing together all season. Here we have some results from the U23 pair semifinal 1. In first, we had Sass and Hay with a really commanding lead and win at 7:06.8. In second, we saw Rutherford and Hathaway from TBC with a time of 7:25. In lane 3, we have Paterno and Pryor from Monmouth Juniors. So those 3 will be racing against the top 3 from this race that we're currently watching in the final tomorrow.
It does look like we still have that Mendota boat of Schmidt and Haran in the lead, but not losing contact. Our West End crew here all the way from Auckland, New Zealand. Shout out to their coach, Nick Daw, who used to be one of my coaches. I was lucky enough to get to train with West End in the beginning of 2020. It's a really great club. They were the top men's club program in New Zealand this year, so getting some more race experience out here at our Summer Nationals. A lot of the West End men might end up staying here in the U.S. for university. Stroke seat of this pair is headed to University of Washington this fall, so go Dogs and have a good fall at Washington.
Back to this Mendota pair here. Schmidt and Horan, they've been racing together. They're a stroke pair of the 2V this year. I know Coach Clark always talk about them on the launch, be like, I don't know what these two have, but somehow they move boats.
Sometimes you just have that magic. And that is the great thing about a pair, is you need to find somebody who matches your style, your type of race execution, and that can be the best type of boat. You just get somebody who you connect with and click with, work really well with in these small boat situations.
Yeah, it does look like they're having a little bit of an issue with steering here. Not quite sure what's going on. Again, a lot of these pairs made up of rowers who've spent all season in eights, if not Coxed Fours. So, here they're having to, handle not only the racing that they're comfortable with and used to, but also having a little bit more responsibility with the steering and the coxing as well.
But looks like they've righted themselves. Can be a bit challenging. It does lose you a few meters to have to do that extra steering to the side and back in. It does look like our referees are pulling up, making sure they stay aware of everything in those middle lanes.
Shaping up for pretty decisive, we're not going to call anything. Obviously, anything can happen, but it does look like, those West End boys are pulling up. And, in lane 5, we got Stanwood and O'Brien, really giving the West End boys a run for their money here, I would say. Let's see if they can, put a little bit extra on here and execute their race plan.
And not to be left out of it, Waking and Klipstein from Mendota in lane 2 are hanging on right behind their teammates in lane 5.
Yeah, Waking, another example of, we have brothers on the team, several sets of brothers. His older brother is a 5th year and captain this year, Adam. So now it's Josh's turn. He's going to be a senior this year. And then with him, Klipstein, who is a walk-on at Wisconsin.
Walk-ons.
Yeah, got lots of walk-ons
Lisa and
here.
I are both walk-ons.
It's really a battle of, walk-ons versus recruits. Stanwood, O'Brien. Stanwood, O'Brien, they're recruits, or they have raced in high school and rowed before. And then we got Waking and Klipstein, both never touched an oar before they got to Wisconsin. So it's really fun to see, everyone pushing each other here despite their differences in experience.
And that's why Summer Nationals can be a great experience. If you're a walk-on and you haven't done that much racing starting off in college, get in a few races here, get an experience. Hopefully you went to IDR down in Philly, had some good times on the Schuylkill, and then you can come up here to Mercer, maybe repeat that performance or improve your standing from your racing before. But it does look like we've got lane 3 of Schmidt and Horan taking this win in the second heat of the U23 men's pair.
Yeah,
as long as nothing goes wrong these last few strokes, very comfortably crushing it in the rock. And Dwayne Johnson would be proud.
And a great example of, the Wisconsin way, right? We got walk-on Aiden Schmidt in stroke, recruit Mikey Horan. So, put
coming
two
in
people
second, West End, and third, our Mendota crew of O'Brien and Stanwood.
Nice.
Great racing from all of those boats there. No one was able to be relaxed and very confident with their position, had to push down the whole track to get into the final.
Yeah, Waking and Clip really put on an effort there to get back into the third place position, but it wasn't quite enough. So that's going to be it for the U23 pair semifinals. As we were saying, in each semifinal, the top 3 will move on to the final tomorrow and race each other for the national championship. we'll get results up on a card shortly. But for now, we have the U23 Double semifinal 1. Like I was saying, top 3 from this event. We'll head to the finals with the top 3 from the next event. We'll start from lane 1. Start to see them coming down the course. In lane 1, we got Gromick and Hemsley from Potomac. In lane 2, we got Dempsey Wiley from Vesper. In 3, we got Conshohocken with Love and Burchett. In lane 4, we have Alexander and Mayetta from Vesper. In lane 5, we have Kionaga and Demopolis, also from Vesper. And in lane 6, we have Doolin and Albatis, also from Vesper. So we got several Vesper crews here, 4 actually. And
pretty even here as we cross into about 7:50 on the race course.
Yep. A lot of Vesper crews out here, like we were saying, similar to like these clubs where there's multiple boats entered. They have that advantage of having raced each other, having practiced side by side, maybe even mixing up lineups in order to determine them. So they've had time to get used to racing with boats next to them, which honestly, it really does make a difference.
It's just great to have that summer team competition come together. These women coming from probably lots of different colleges, racing with different people, getting to work on small boats unlike during the year.
Oh, here we have the results from the men's U23 semifinal 2, which we just saw. In first, we have Schmidt and Haran from Mendota crew with a time of 7:23.3. In lane 2, we have Short and Schotter from West End at the time of 7:30. And in third, we have O'Brien and Stanwood from Mendota at the time of 7:34. Go Badgers.
Does look like, based on the times, maybe a bit of wind out there. It's looking like it's turning into more of a direct headwind, a little bit of a cross still over, pushing people over to starboard side, but a little bit of wind slowing people down. Everyone doing a great job handling the conditions. Does look like we have lane 4 from Vesper pushing themselves out to a lead of Alexander and Mayetta, but followed closely by Love and Burchett from Conshohocken and Kionyaga and Demopolis also from Vesper.
Yeah, and as conditions change, it's just important to keep in mind that that just makes it a little bit harder to compare times between events, between differences in conditions. So that's just another component of racing. It's an outdoor sport, and that's just going to be another component that competitors will have to keep in mind as they're thinking about who they're facing off against tomorrow. Maybe the previous semifinal, there were some faster times, but the conditions were different. So, that's just something else to keep in mind. No one really knows what's going to happen until we, get started down the race course and see who comes across first.
The good thing about Mercer is there's not too much lane advantage being on one side or the other, especially conditions like today that are pretty mild. Everyone is facing the same wind, same water, keeping it even so you can just put your best effort out here on the race course.
Definitely.
This leading Vesper double doing a really great job accelerating that handle into the finish. Great grip on the water. Very effective lay back and swing to accelerate each stroke. And keep pushing that bow ball. You can see just every single stroke they take, they're getting a little more space off those doubles behind them.
Yeah, it's a really aggressive stroke, and you can really see that. If you take a look at lane 4, see how they're just really yamming on it, basically. And looking back to some other crews, they're not as aggressive into the finish. That can be, a technique and stylistic choice, but we can really see that's paying off for this Vesper crew here.
Mm-hmm. You got to make sure when you have that aggressive finish, you still have a clean finish. You don't start wrenching the blade out early and ripping it out of the water, but they're doing a really great job of cleanly getting those blades away and feathered.
Yeah, that's the tough part. You're always riding that line of, putting all the force you can on that blade without having it cost you. It really can. I think we've seen some other athletes in other events where they start to pull so much that their bow actually starts to push down into the water. So you really think that you're
Well, it feels like you're working really hard.
It feels like you're working really hard, but you end up just moving a little bit slower even than maybe you would have been if you had been just a little more relaxed into the finish.
Yeah. And here we are heading almost into our final 250. We still have this Vesper double of Alexander and Maeda ahead in first place, but followed closely by Conshohocken double of Love and Burchett. And right behind them, Vesper double of Kianyaga and Demopolis in lane 5 off to the left of your course. But lanes 6, 1, and 2, not getting left behind, still making this a race.
Yeah, if I were in lane 5, I would be a little concerned about that lane 6 crew, you know, creeping back up in the last 500. They have a good position now to make that final, but you never know what's going to happen in these last red buoys. You know, anything can happen in the red buoys.
Really, anything can. Keep a hold on to your oars, ladies. But looking good. We've got a nice crew of kayakers hanging out on the course.
You really can't beat the view from there, honestly.
You can't, except for maybe the finish line tower. I'm having a great time in here.
Oh, yeah, true.
Issa and the rest of our crew coming down to the line, looking very strong, still keeping up that aggressive stroke. Doesn't look like they took up the rating too much, just having a nice push to the finish here, lane 4 of Alexander and Maeda. And coming in behind them are Conshohocken double of Love and Burchett, followed by Kianyaga and Demopolis of Vesper. Our next Vesper crew, on both sides actually, Vesper crews coming in 4th and 5th. And our last Potomac double coming down here. A few of those athletes already racing in the singles early this morning, including Annika Gromick in this Potomac double. So really great racing, getting in all of the training, coming down multiple times.
Should be heading back up to the start shortly with the second semifinal of this event, the U23 Double.
And here they are, about to come through 500 meters on the course. In lane 1, we have Olsen and Scales from USRowing High Performance Camp. Lane 2, Carver, Ritter, and Alves from OKC High Performance Center. Lane 3, English and Batson, who we saw in the singles earlier today from Green Racing Project. Lawrence and Barletta from Great Bay. Also saw Emmeline Lawrence out in the singles, doing a great job. Lane 5, Olsen and Volmich from Orion. And lane 6, Algen and Wertheimer from OKC High Performance Center. It does look like we've got lanes 3 and 4 pushing out ahead of everybody, of the rest of the field. In lane 3, that is Taylor, English and Batson from Green Racing Project. But not much space back to the Great Bay crew off to their starboard side. And in lane 2, OKC High Performance Center double. So top 3 crews on to the finals tomorrow, making sure they put themselves in their best qualifying position. It's very nice, smooth rowing. You can see the little ripples of the water pushing back in the headwind. And here we have our results from that first semifinal of the women's U23 double. With a winning time of 8:01, Alexander and Maeda from Vesper. In second, Love and Burchett from Conshohocken. And in third, Kianyaga and Demopolis from Vesper. Great racing from all of those women out in the course today. And in this Great Bay crew, we got a little fun intel. They did a great job DMing me yesterday. You see that blue and yellow shell? It is called the Minion. Named after the movie. We love it.
We love to see that. And, you know, slide into our DMs. Let us know.
Yeah, before finals later today or anything you want said for tomorrow, just let us know at Issa Darvin or at Sharbuck Wild. You know, we want all the hot takes, the insight into your racing. What's been the best thing you've done this year? What's the best thing you've seen at Mercer County Park this week?
What are the best food flavors this week?
Yeah, what's your ice cream flavor of choice? But it does look like this Green Racing Project boat still staying a little tiny bit in front of Great Bay, but them not letting go in that second place position.
Yeah, have you seen the Minion movie? Comment below. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, let us know. Was that a great choice for the boat? They said they also thought about calling it the Hufflepuff.
Oh, that's pretty cute.
You know.
Love that. What's your, oh yeah, Charlotte, what's your Harry Potter house?
Oh. I think I'm a Slytherin.
I would agree with that.
Just the evil commentators on the mic. It's fine. Got that ambition out here. Just like probably many of these athletes out in the field. This green racing project double looking very strong here. Just tapping away. Really smooth around the finish. Just getting clear puddles coming back up.
I love a good fluid double. I really do.
Mm-hmm. That's true. Let us know your favorite boat type. I am pretty sold on my flippy single, but I've had pretty good Hudson doubles in the past.
Interesting. Yeah, getting some getting some intel on some star signs. So if you'd like to tell me what your sign is, interesting. Fun fact about Taylor in the Orion 23 Double: she is the National American Miss Utah.
Wow, very cool.
Thank you for that. Lauren O'Connor was just telling me some intel about her teammate
over there in lane 5.
Yes.
But it does seem to be still a battle between first and second here from Craftsbury and Great Bay. Honestly, these 4 women have not changed position very much in this third 500 of the race. They're both keeping their feet on the gas.
Oh, so they... Sorry, go ahead.
Not letting anything up as they pass into the final 500. Hopefully getting some cheers from that gazebo. We got a pretty good crowd out there that we can see from the finish line. Cheering your friends on. But really nothing between these 2 doubles here. Canvas, a bow ball between them, basically. And it looks like it's a pretty good race for third place as well between lane 2 and lane 5. In lane 2, we've got Carver, Ritter, and Alves from OKC. And in lane 5, Olsen and Volmrich from Orion. So we'll see who can eke out that third place position, get themselves into the final tomorrow, as we've got our first 2 doubles about to hit the red buoys. We'll see if one of them can make a move, just push their bow ball up and out ahead and go for that win.
In true minion-like fashion, I might add.
You got to try to dominate, you know? Barletta, bow seat of... both of the members of our Minion Double from Great Bay, Yale rowers, doing a great job, making the Bulldogs proud out here. This is a tough angle here. The Craftsbury Green Racing Project Double has just taken a length. Good sprint here, pushing the mountain away, trying to get open water as they're coming down in their final 10 strokes to the line.
Yeah, great racing from 2 rowers who who came 1 and 2 in their semifinal in the single, turned around, came out in the double, and now are going to win this semifinal as well.
Which just shows great training, that you have this repeatability to go have another excellent performance after one a few hours ago. So in first, our Green Racing Project Double, followed closely behind by Lawrence and Beretta from Great Bay. And coming down in third, our OKC Carver and Ritter Alves from OKC High Performance Center.
Followed by Olsen and Volmich from Orion. I believe that's Taylor Volmich, if I had to guess. So Miss America, Utah. As you can see, our rowers, not only are they incredible athletes, but they have a lot else going on in their lives, a lot of impressive accomplishments outside of rowing as well.
You got to keep it interesting.
Yeah.
You can only row for so many hours, right? Coaches will argue with me on this one, but I think it is very important to have some other things in your life besides rowing, keep you entertained, keep you going. Heading back up to the top here for our second to last semifinal of the morning. We have the men's U23 double semifinal with our 2 center lanes, 3 and 4 already popping out in front, but we'll start from the right of your screen. In lane 1, Winnick and Berman from Undine. In lane 2, the twins, Lovas and Lovas from Potomac. in lane 3, Walsh and Coyne from Penn AC. Lane 4, Sherman and Jones from Conshohocken. Lane 5, Evans and Kamanji from OKC High Performance Center. And lane 6, Rudolph and Paulin from Nereid. It does look like we've had this Conshohocken double in the Empacher white unis pushing out into first, followed closely behind by our Penn AC double of Walsh and Coyne. You know, Conshohocken been cleaning up very past few years at Youth Nationals, doing really well with their junior programs. Very strong club out there, and showing that in this performance here. As we pass, head towards the 1K. Does look like we're going to have another race that it might come down to the third qualifying spot for the final as being the most interesting part of this race. Our Conshohocken double looks like they're making an early move before the 1K to push back that Penn AC double. And here are our results from the women's U23 semifinal 2 of the double. English and Batson from Green Racing Project coming in first, followed by Lawrence and Barletta from Great Bay. In third, Carver, Ritter, and Alves from OKC High Performance Center. Great job from all of those crews. Can't wait to see what you do in the final.
Yeah, like Charlotte was saying, it looks like it's going to be a pretty interesting race here from third place. Unfortunately, I would guess that these athletes can't really see each other. Got lane 1, actually, excuse me, I misspoke. That was kind of the end of the field. So, but still a pretty interesting race here between lanes 2 and 5. They might be able to see each other, might not, but they're just heading down, giving it all they got.
Hitting the 750, as you can see, as I was saying yesterday, the power lines, I like it as an indicator on the race course. 750 to go. I was talking to some of my teammates. They were like, we never look up at that. So, depends on your feeling. Do you like to look up and see stuff? Do you like to look to the side, see those buoys? If you're unfamiliar with racing, maybe a parent watching, besides the buoys turning red in the last 250, there is a red buoy for every 250. So you can use that as a marker. Otherwise, these athletes can sort of just feel off of each other where they are in the race course or look down at their stroke coach.
That's where, you know, having the home course advantage is really helpful. When you do meters upon meters on this course, it takes a little bit less thinking on your part to know where you are. If you're on an unfamiliar course, you might be looking for those buoys, trying to figure out where you are. But if you've spent a lot of time on this lake, like we have, you start to kind of just know where you're at because you're so used to the course.
We do still have that Conshohocken double looking very strong here in first position, followed by Penn AC in lane 3. And just a little bit ahead of lane 5, we have our twins, Lovas and Lovas from Potomac, sitting in that third position. Like some other boats we've seen today, pushed a little bit into the starry buoy line, but they seem to be hanging on just fine, not letting anything faze them, still feeling very calm and composed. You just see how long and relaxed this Conshohocken double is at the bottom of your screen. Really nice hang and send all the way to the end of their stroke, making use of every inch they have in the water. Coming down into these red buoys, we'll see if anybody puts on a big burst of speed. For still in these small boats, you can really change the speed that you're going at over just a few strokes. Get your bow ball up and out of the water. I don't know. How do we think backwards cap compares to bucket hat in terms of speed? Because it does seem to be serving this bow seat in our Conshohocken double quite well here.
I mean, it's a very bold choice, you know?
We're here for fashion statements.
You know, it's about keeping the neck
that's true.
Protected, which is important.
Protection.
But also, I mean, all of us here prefer, I would say, the forwards cap sun protection. But, you know, that's really a choice that you have to make there. It's like, are you sacrificing your neck, your face, you know?
I mean, it doesn't seem to be affecting him. He looks very relaxed. Nice low shoulders coming through the line there. Followed closely by that Penn AC double in that second position. And we'll see who can come into third. It looks like it's going to be Lovas from Potomac.
The stylish twins, is that what they said?
That's what they said in their bio there. Stylish twins. Well, styling their way into the final. The last few doubles coming down to the line. Great racing from all of these crews.
And at the start, we're going to head back up to the start for our final race for the morning, I would say. We're going to have an 80-minute break after this race, starting back up at 11:20 Eastern Time with the lightweight single final.
Everybody else can rest their legs. Make sure you're eating. Issa and I can rest our voices. Stop talking.
Take a sip of water.
Yeah.
Someone give me some water.
We also have to hydrate, you know? So it does seem like we have this last men's U23 double semifinal heading down the course, maybe hitting about the 500-meter mark. It's really been some wonderful racing all morning. Some very tight finishing. That's what we like to see. No one gets relaxed as they come down to the line.
We really do love to see it. And it's giving, so. Yeah, this afternoon we got a bunch of finals coming up, so definitely tune back in.
Yeah, see who your 2020 Summer National champions are.
Gonna warm up my voice for some screaming.
Yeah, from some excitement. Don't worry, we'll bring the hype, we'll bring the excitement.
Oh, yeah.
We are so excited to be here. We've been having a really fun time watching all these races.
Once again, this is Issa Darvin and Charlotte Buck.
It's like you almost forgot my last name there.
I was wanting to wait and pause, you know, give it a little
dramatic effect.
Yeah. Well, I almost said Buck Wild, and then I said that's not your last name.
Not actually my last name, but you can call me that if you'd like. We're still pretty far down the course with this shot, but we'll let you know who's in these lanes. On the outside, to the right side of your picture, we have Segura and Burns in lane 1. Lane 2, Viega de Roviere and Leon from Miami. In lane 3, Nadal and Caban from Miami. Lane 4, Stone and Stitch. Lane 5, Arthur and Nolenberger from Green Racing Project. And lane 6, Penny and LaPierre from North Carolina. Some of these athletes have already been down the course in their singles this morning, coming back out in the double, trying to do their best to get into a second final for the morning.
Yeah, and like we were talking about, every race, you know, just gives you a little more confidence on the course, a little more composure, as you know, start to like know where you're at. So that can be really helpful, and I'm sure they're putting to use all that experience that they gained in the time trials yesterday and also in their single semifinals earlier today to put on their best performance here.
So coming through the 1K there, looks like we still have a pretty tight field here. Not so much separation. Here are results from the...
I think that's a misprint. It's going to be the men's U23 double.
We got the second semifinal coming down.
We got our tech team here hard at work. Mm-hmm. Really doing a great job making sure that, you know, we have great coverage of these races, which is awesome.
I mean, we've had these beautiful drone shots, gorgeous views of the course, making Lady Mercer just look her best on this fine Thursday. We've definitely got a few athletes in here who have raced earlier this morning. Jack Stone in the Greenwich crew in the middle won his U23 single semifinal earlier this morning. So second time down the course, trying to repeat that performance. Same thing with our stroke seat of our Green Racing Project. Braden Arthur came in third in his U23 single semifinal this morning to make it to the final. So it's great to see these athletes, you know, perform in different disciplines, different boat classes. We'll see if anybody can pull off the real accomplishment, do sweep and sculling at the same time, get yourself to switch back and forth.
Now that would be impressive. I mean, all of this is very impressive, but that would be very impressive as well.
Shout out to Christy Wagner for doing both at Henley this past weekend. You're the real MVP if you can do every single discipline, every single boat class, which most of these athletes do. We all train, switch around, try out some stuff in small boats, get back in our big boats.
Yeah, honestly, that's like a huge mark of an accomplished rower, I think. You know, someone who can make a boat go fast no matter what.
It does look like Stone and Stitch from Greenwich in the middle of your screen, lane 4, might just have a little advantage on the rest of the field as they're coming into the final 500 of the race course. If I hazard a guess, I would say on the outside there, the Green Racing Project Double of Arthur and Nolan Berger might be in second, but I would not count out our Miami Double in lane 2 in that black shell of Vega de Roviere and Leon, putting themselves in a really good position there. And we'll see as the camera rotates, we can see the angles here at the finish line. All these crews pushing each other, taking it up for this final sprint in our last semifinal of the morning. Does look like our Greenwich Double is still doing a great job keeping themselves ahead. And that Green Racing Project Double in that second position, making sure they're qualifying for the final later.
Everyone's really putting it on here in these last couple meters.
Which can be exhausting. Their last race of the morning.
Yeah.
Great job from this Greenwich crew coming in first, followed by our Green Racing Project Double. And in third, our Miami Double in lane 2, Vega de Roviere, Leon, followed by their teammates Nadal and Caban.
Great racing. That was really exciting. You could really see they put on quite a show for us in those last 300 or so meters, just pushing each other to make those spots for the final. Awesome.
Our last 2 doubles coming down to the line, not letting anything off in their last few strokes. Great job, boys. And that is our final semifinal of the morning. We'll get those results of that last semifinal for you in just a moment. It's been great chatting, Issa. We'll keep it up.
Love it.
Everyone, I hope you're resting up, having a good morning here. The temperatures will keep rising. The UV will keep rising. Skin protection, very important. Sunscreen, hydration, food.
Yeah. Speaking of which, we're going to get some food.
We are going to get a little break, rest our voices, come up with some new fun puns, chat up fun facts for our finals later today.
Yeah, DM us at Issa Darvin, at Charlotte Buckwild on Instagram if you would like to hear anything for your final. We've already got quite a few requests, but always looking for more things to say about you guys. Talk about your accomplishments, even just like what kind of ice cream you like and stuff like that. So yeah, just hit us up and we'll try and fit in as many shout outs as we can. We'll be back in about 80 minutes. Once we show these results.
And here are results from that final semifinal of the morning, the men's U23 Double, semifinal 2. Coming in first, Stone and Stitch from Greenwich, followed by Arthur and Nolan Berger of Green Racing Project. In third, Vega de Roviere and Leon from Miami. And those 3 crews will go through to the final. Thank you so much for having us. I'm Charbach. I almost just said my Instagram. I'm Charlotte Buck.
That's what I did.
We're really getting ahead of ourselves. This is Issa Darvin, and we're signing off for now, and we will see you guys later for finals.
Can't wait.
Welcome back to afternoon racing here at Lake Mercer for Summer National Champs 2022. I'm Charlotte Buck. I have a new co-host for this second little bit of racing.
Hello, everybody. My name is Lizzie Houston. You may have heard on the Gay Ergos podcast. I'm very happy to be joining Charlotte Buck this afternoon for our Trials and Summer Nationals event.
So our first final that's on their course, our first woman that's going to be named a 2022 Summer National Champ in the U23 Lightweight Single. We did have a scratch in this event. Isabel Bagley, doing a lot of other races. She will not be racing right now. But we've got in lane 2, Hannah Clark from City Island on the right side of your screen. Lane 3, Eva Harris from Penn AC. Lane 4, Aslan O'Brien from Vesper. A space there with that scratch. And then in lane 6, Falcon Jacks, unaffiliated USA. Really excited to see some tight racing for these athletes this afternoon. It's been already a pretty good morning here at Mercer. It does seem like the clouds have parted a little. We've got a bit of blue sky out there, but it does look like we've got a little more wind on the course.
Definitely can't be fooled by that weather out there. It's quite windy.
We've got bow 3, Eva Harris from Penn AC, looking very long and strong. All these lightweight athletes, sitting down at weight, pretty tough. Have to sit for a few days with weigh-ins. And I know my lightweight friends always excited to race and then get to finish and relax and have a big meal afterwards. Eva looking very long and strong here. Smooth finishes, just getting her blades out and over. Just a tiny little chop we have.
It's very interesting to see, different styles through, headwinds or tailwinds. You see a variety of different strokes and how these athletes are handling the conditions here as well.
Yeah, how are you making sure that you're still staying effective, even if it's not your favorite type of conditions to race in? If you're here at Lake Mercer, a good indicator of what the conditions on the course are is the flagpole on the peninsula at the 500 to go. Gives you a good indicator. It's a pretty straight headwind. American flag just heading straight up the course at the moment.
Looks like these athletes are doing a very fabulous job of handling the wind out there. I mean, especially as lightweight athletes, it's always tough for, being in a headwind. So really staying calm and collected and taking nice control here. These athletes look like they're doing really well.
We're sitting across with Hannah Clark and Falcon Jacks, bow wall to bow ball from lane 2 to lane 6, but it does look like our lane 3, Eva Harris from Penn AC, very comfortable lead as she's coming into the back half of this race. So we're still going to have a bunch of athletes to double up. So not sure if Eva's racing later today or this is her last race of the day. Just put out a dominant win. See how much space she can put between her and the rest of the field. But it does look like it's going to be a race for second and third. Aslan O'Brien sitting a little bit ahead of her competitors, but not enough to get comfortable, not enough to sit easily there. She might not have a good sight of how far away Eva Harris has gotten, so she might think that she can still get back, still gain a little ground, not let her get any further down the field. Sun's coming out here. Things are heating up. Definitely make sure through this afternoon you're reapplying sunscreen, hydrating still. We're not going for super high rates, definitely lightweights in a headwind. Some kind of time it can be very hard to get the rate all the way up. Still a little rough waters. But Eva Harris making it look easy to win this U23 Lightweight Single Final.
She's looking very comfortable up there with that lead. She's doing a great job. Still pushing off her competitors, even though she's got that space. So, yeah, looking very sharp here.
Nice big long hang. Yeah, getting some good shout outs as she crosses the 500 from some coaches or teammates. Always nice to see your athletes doing really, really well as they pull into the final 500 of the race course. Wow, I mean, she has really opened things up for herself It feels great. I've only been in that situation a few times. Can't say that it is a way that I've won a lot of races, but it definitely makes it easier. You can just calm down, focus on your own race execution. You know, you might know that the camera's on you. You still want to row, look good for the rest of the field. But she can stay pretty secure as long as nothing else goes awry. I think she's got this national title in the bag. So Eva Harris has made one under 19 national team in the past as the U.S. women's single sculls. So old hat for her. She's used to being in this position, racing the single. She made that team last year in 2021 and raced internationally. So I'm sure she's excited to get a little more experience out here on the race course, keep building as she goes along, keep working hard. From Sarasota, Florida, so, you know, another place we've had a lot of big races, but coming up here to Jersey, we're very happy to have you on the race course at Mercer.
And these athletes are approaching the final bit of their race, and there is definitely going to be a race for third place here. Mm-hmm. We're seeing some fantastic rowing, and believe we've had Eva go through that last little bit of the race here.
She's into the final 250. We do have our Vesper athlete, Aslyn O'Brien. Looks like she's pretty comfortably in second position here. And the battle is for third between Falcon Jacks and Hannah Clark. Hannah Clark from City Island is a rising senior, and this is only her second time racing a single for Hannah. So doing a great job out there. Definitely a very, very hard boat class to adjust to. Falcon is a lightweight rower and a rising junior at University of Wisconsin. So, you know, Issa's not on the mic right now, but go Badgers. And had a great time winning Eastern Sprints and Dad Vales in the Coxed Four this year. A little different than the experience in a single. But there's that win for Eva Harris. Congratulations on being the first finals winner at Summer Nationals 2022, Eva. Great racing out there. And coming down for second, we got our last field. And on the right side of your screen, you're going to see our next race already heading off, the final of the men's U23 Lightweight Single. We've got that nice pink shell already out in front of Sandro Gardella from Row House, doing a great job establishing himself. If you're watching the live stream here, you can get the results rolling in on here now and watch them as we do, so you can see how people place, how the times are in these fields. Starting from the right side of your picture, we have George Drago from PNRA Mercer, a home team kid. In lane 2, we have Mark Caniff from Undine. In lane 3, Rodrigo Miranda from Miami. Lane 4, taking the lead right now, Sandro Gardella from Row House. Lane 5, Daniel Ward from Conshohocken. And lane 6, Pascal Evans from Undine. You can definitely see the ripples up the course, that headwind pushing into these athletes.
Can't miss that pink boat coming down the course if you're watching the live stream here, but that is a bright color.
Oh, I'm a fan. It's wonderful. If I could get a custom single, I definitely would go for something flashy like that. And, you know, it helps when you're winning. Everybody can see you coming down the course.
There you go. You can't miss it. He's looking really sharp here. He's really comfortable pushing off those competitors. It's always good when you're in that position, when you can see who you're beating and just continue to push off of them and just execute your race, like you said before. Especially when you do have that lead, it's nice to just get out there and just keep going for it.
It definitely can calm you down if headwind. You can get a little tense in the shoulder, a little pulley with the arms. You don't want to see yourself breaking those elbows too early at the catch. It allows you to relax and be like, okay, I can see 5 other athletes down there behind me. Look at those 2 lanes battling it out for second place between Rodrigo Miranda in the middle lane from Miami and Daniel Ward from Conshohocken in lane 5.
I think we all know too well that feeling in a headwind where your forearms can freeze up.
God.
And that could be a real killer out there. These athletes are handling these conditions very well.
Pushing a big layback swing from George Drago here on the outside as he comes through the 1,000, trying to creep up on Daniel Ward from Conshohocken on the inside. And here we have our results from the first final of the day. Eva Harris with that win in a time of 9:17. You can definitely see it is a headwind out there. Second place, Aslan O'Brien from Vesper. Third place, Falcon Jacks, unaffiliated USA. Really great racing from all of those women out on the course. So they're in the around the 12:50 on the course here at Mercer. Still got a long way to go, especially in a headwind. If things are a little slow, it might give you an advantage if you have some time. And you see George Drago just creeping up on this outside. He keeps checking over his left shoulder. He can see his competition and how much he's catching up to him. So he's going to try to keep making up that deficit, see if he can get himself into the medals.
We do have a couple of finals this afternoon, so this is going to be a great afternoon for racing as we continue to see all of these athletes push through. Obviously, we have some semifinals left, but really great to see.
I think we're just on to finals.
Oh, we are just on to finals.
The semifinals were all this morning. This is all we got.
Amazing.
See how folks are doing. Maybe their last race, or if they're heading up to Canadian Henley later in the summer. But Sandra Gardella just looking very strong here. Coming up from Miami. Yeah, we got some good cheers for him as he crosses the 500. Looks like Sandra has previously raced for the Peruvian national team. So I feel like he'll be happy to add this to his list of accomplishments, a win here at Summer Nationals. He's looking very smooth, not changing too much up as he gets into that final last 400 meters of the race. It still looks like that race for the rest of the medals is going to be pretty exciting. Rodrigo Miranda from Miami sitting in second, but just a hair off of him. Daniel Ward from Conshohocken. I wouldn't count out those two outside scullers either in lane 1 or lane 6. They could put on some extra speed, change how this race is going for them, try to get themselves on that medal stand. All these athletes can help secure that team points trophy, a coveted item to get here at Summer Nationals. I know Lizzie and I have both won it for our teams in the past. Maybe both for New York Athletic Club.
Both for the New York Athletic Club.
And also both for Vesper, maybe, because I also won it for Vesper.
Yep. Charlotte and I go way back, and it's funny, we've kind of trickled through different clubs at opposite times, but somehow have always come back together and have formed a fabulous friendship through the years.
We both also rode for West End, so.
Who is also here all the way from New Zealand this week.
Sandro looking very calm and collected as he comes through, not really bothering to take up the rate too much. Honestly, he doesn't have to. Dominant form, just really big acceleration each of these strokes. Just good grip on this water. Things feel pretty heavy sometimes in a headwind, and it can be challenging to bring up the rate. And if you just go for power per stroke, it can be an effective way to win a race.
He's got some great connection.
Really nice connection. I like his use of the rear view mirror on his hat, even though he had nobody behind him, no one to look at. And coming in for second, it looks like we've got Rodrigo Miami, but not far behind him, George Drago from PNRA Mercer on the outside. Looks like he might just eke into third place ahead of Daniel Ward from Conshohocken, but really great racing from all those crews. He did it. Whoever said that, he did do it. Good job. Pretty fun final. And our last few crews are crossing the finish line now.
Great racing from all crews here.
So I know both of us have some friends coming up in the next race. We've got the women's pair final. This is a straight final, just 4 entries in this next race. But we've got a little break before that, so Lizzie and I are going to hop off the mic, and we'll see you back at the top of the course for the women's pair. And we've got the women's double final heading down the course. Just about to get started for this straight final, just with these 4 entries. But it's going to be a competitive field. We've got Holderness and Lee, who won U23 trials and will be racing in Varese in a few weeks. They're representing Green Racing Project in lane 2 on that outside. Next to them, we've got Gab DeMarco and Gab Thomas from Vesper. Next to them, Haji and Parazek from TBC, and already with a commanding lead, Daisy Mazio Manson and Emily Freilich from Green Racing Project. They're looking very strong on the outside. Emily and Daisy raced together at senior pair trials earlier this year, did a really great job. They're definitely applying that race experience on Mercer back here again. Fun fact, both Texas alums, so hook 'em, let's go. Daisy did her extra grad year after COVID, winning a national championship for Texas. For that, Bulldog at Yale had a great experience there too, I'm sure. She's got, Daisy and Emily have another Texas alum, or current Texas athlete on the course with Sue Holderness. And her partner, Megan Lee, rose for Duke. I'm sure they're happy to have this experience before going to Varese up against some more senior competition. Daisy and Emily, both very experienced athletes, putting down a great race here. They've been up at Hosmer Pond practicing against their Craftsberry teammates, looking very strong and composed. Really good swing, push through into this headwind. I'm sure the two of them will not be letting up for this entire race and try to win it in as dominating fashion as they can.
Definitely. I mean, we've seen a couple of big leads in the last few races, and this one is no exception here. But especially if you're going on to represent, the U.S., I'd imagine you want to continue to push as hard as you can and for as long as you can. So we'll see some more great racing from these girls, and I'm excited to see how they do in Varese.
Mm-hmm. So Holderness and Lee coming up on the right side of your screen, just a nice pull in of them on that outside. I'm sure that Daisy and Emily have been doing some racing against their Green Racing Project teammates, giving them a good challenge as they pull away on this course. But not to be forgotten, our Vesper pair doing a really great job sitting in that 3rd place position, trying to pull back on Holderness and Lee. Definitely we're seeing the wind looks like it might be picking up even more, given a little more challenges with the steering as we saw in the pair for the U23 men and women yesterday. A little more snaking around the course. Sometimes it's a little harder to stay straight in a pair if you're not matching up your application of power exactly perfectly, but people could learn a thing or two from Emily and Daisy, looking really relaxed and chill. You can see the water line pulling out behind them, very straight, doing an excellent job.
The idea is to obviously always go as straight as possible and not add any extra meters onto your race, and they're doing a great job. They're a good example of this. We are seeing a little bit of veering, which is, obviously not ideal here, but as Buck said, that application of power, and it's really trying to be in tune with your boatmate as well, just kind of feeling what they're putting out there, and being able to kind of match the energy that they're bringing to have a great race and go in the right direction.
The pair especially, it just takes a lot of time together, but I won't say who. Some people hit some booms in Henley this past weekend in a pair and still did a great job and are very experienced athletes. So steering sometimes can kind of come second to everything else. You get excited in a race. Your other stuff, just application power, is more important. We can see Holderness and Lee slightly riding the buoys. Might have just gotten a puff of crosswind from that port side to push them into the starboard buoys, but doing a great job recovering, not letting it phase them, still staying very calm and long here. Setting them up really well in that 2nd place. Great rhythm here. caught a buoy a little bit, but that happens.
All experience levels, everyone has a little bit of a struggle sometimes, and it's how you come back from it, and that's the most important thing. There's always something to learn from a race, whether you win it or you lose it. It does not matter. There's always something there that you can take away.
But Daisy and Emily looking very strong as they come into this final 500 with quite a few lengths of open water on the rest of the field.
Do you think we're going to see a great sprint from the GRP athletes here?
I think so. They have no reason to hold back. I know that this is pretty much the only racing for these crews for today, and they didn't have any other racing earlier this week, so there is no reason not to just lay it out there, put the fastest time on the course that they can.
When you're in this position as well, it is a race against the clock. Maybe they've done a piece. Maybe they want to take it a little bit faster. Obviously, we have that headwind here, so giving them that power through. But the race against the clock here.
Especially Daisy and Emily have invitations to second selection camp for the senior national team, looking to be getting a spot in the straight 4 or the 8 for the World Championships in Regatta, Czech Republic. So we're excited to have Daisy and Emily back around Mercer for the rest of the summer, competing for a spot at sweep camp. So I'm sure that they're trying to make a good impression. We're all cheering them on to have the best race possible here. And also give that experience to their teammates, Holderness and Lee, before they head off to Varese. You want to make sure that they're getting as tough competition, and they can take that to U23s and apply it for their next race. We just came back from a training camp, part of senior team in Italy near Varese, so it was a beautiful, beautiful time out there. I'm sure they're going to have a wonderful time on Varese. Great experience to be in that part of the world. We got Daisy and Emily coming down to those red buoys. As I thought, bringing it up, not leaving anything out there. They're still going to have a really tough sprint here, push it to the line, see how fast they can get their bow ball, and a great win for Daisy and Emily of Green Racing Project. And their teammates coming down the last 10 strokes themselves. We got Holderness and Lee from Green Racing Project looking to secure that silver medal here at Summer Nationals. On the right side of our course, heading back up to the start line, we have the men's pair final. They just got off the start. We've got 5 crews in this race. Starting from the right side of your screen, we have Golbus and Morel from Mendota. Next to them, Cleary and Waugh from Mendota. Next to them, Sitch and Frascella from Greenwich. Next to them, Hurley and Ruggiero from Penn AC. And rounding out the field in lane 6, Demidov and Clark from Mendota. So I'm sure these 3 Mendota crews have faced off against each other quite a few times and are looking to see who can come out on top today. This also straight final. These guys did not have to race a time trial for this event, so we don't necessarily have a stacked order. You can't really guarantee that those center lanes are more likely to be the faster boats on the course. But it looks like we've got lane 3, Cleary and Waugh from Mendota in the lead here as they're heading to the 500-meter mark. All 5 crews looking very sharp, long and strong on the course. Got some very nice clearance from that leading Mendota boat. They seem very comfortable as they're tapping around, coming back up the slide. Not really concerned by the wind. As we get into these heavyweight events, it does pay to, have a little extra body weight, swing that into the wind, as long as you can do it effectively and not have your boat speed come down in between strokes. In second position right now, we have our Penn AC crew in lane 5, but right behind them, Mendota, Golbus, and Morel in lane 2. A lot of the race still to go in that middle 1,000. We talk often about that, we don't look out of the boat until the 500. You need to be pretty internal as you get off the start line, and then you can evaluate where you are on the field and what you need to do. Luckily, if you're this leading Mendota boat, you can see your teammates off to the port side and the rest of the field off to the starboard side, and it gives you good confidence. Okay, we're just going to make every stroke, push them away a little bit, gain a little more ground. and make everybody else pay for trying to stay with you. It does look like every stroke they are able to eke out a little bit more of a lead, trying to break open water on that Penn AC pair.
Penn AC is not letting up here, though. They are pushing just on those Mendota boats, and we only have 2 other crews. Otherwise, it's just all Mendota. So come all the way to New Jersey to keep racing each other. But it's great to see the other couple of crews out here, and especially with Penn AC really trying to push on that leading Mendota boat here.
And here we have our results from the women's pair final. Daisy Mazio-Manson and Emily Freilich taking that win in a time of 8:07, followed up by Holderness and Lee. Really great racing from those women. Good shot across of this Penn AC pair. Looks like they're really gaining ground on these Mendota guys who are in the lead. Definitely the water is a little rougher, and as you're getting tired in that headwind, you've got to keep sending it along. It's definitely that internal battle as they're in the third 500. You got to make sure that you keep sending it long. In our boats, third 500, sometimes we like to call our 500. That's the 500. We're going to take down the rest of the crews. They cannot possibly keep up with the volume training that we do. And it's going to give you that little extra oomph as everybody else is getting tired. Does look like these Mendota men are moving back into their leading position, getting a little more space back on that Penn AC crew. But anything could happen with about 7:50 to go on that race course. We're getting a little more spread from the back of the field. It looks like Mendota, Golbus, and Morel in lane 2 are sitting in third place, but very closely behind them, that Greenwich crew in lane 4.
Greenwich has put out a lot of strong boats this year. They've had their top 8 did win youth nationals as well. So I'm sure we're seeing a couple of those guys racing this week. They've got a very strong program up there in Connecticut. So it's been really great to see what their coaches have been doing, and just watching these young men just grow and explode in this sport. They're a very impressive program.
Really doing well. It does seem like these 2 athletes, probably coming back to Greenwich possibly for the summer, to come back with those coaches that have helped you have really good high school experiences and apply them in college. Come back, work in those small boats in the summer. Does look like it's a little rougher water for this crew here. Still in the lead. They're still making effective work out of it. But it is not the simplest conditions. We've lost that glassy flat water that we started 8 a.m. with. As you said, I said, we shouldn't have talked about it. We scared it away. What are you going to do? Getting those cheers from the gazebo at the 500 as these athletes cross into it, perhaps already taking it up for the sprint to make sure that they put themselves in a medal position here today. That Mendota crew in lane 3 looking strong, staying ahead of that Penn AC crew in lane 5. Are you an early sprinter? What's the game plan, Lizzie?
The game plan is when you have to go, you've got to go.
That's a pretty good game plan.
So if you have to sprint at that last 500 or earlier to get that win, if you're, you have that coxswain who's going to tell you to do it, you're just going to do it.
I mean, sometimes the sprint starts at the 1K.
Exactly.
You're like, we are down. We need to get back.
I had a coxswain not take us down until we had a lead. So we were at like a 40 for a good while longer than we really wanted to be. And it worked out in the end. We did end up winning, but those situations are tough.
They are. But you got to figure out what works for you. I think it was down at the World Champs in Sarasota, Florida. The Irish light pair in when the World Champs were at Sarasota rated the whole thing at a 44, and the announcers there could not believe it and did not think those men would win, and they still eked out a win. So you got to figure out whatever works for you, whatever works for the conditions, make it work. These Mendota boys making work of this final right now. Still hauling on it as they come into these red buoys. Still got about 15 strokes to go, and it does look like that Penn AC crew is trying to give them a run for their money for that gold medal. Too many M's there. It does look they're pulling it up here from Penn AC. And those Mendota boys have not looked over their other shoulder, and they are getting walked through for this finish.
Wow,
You
look
got to
at
make sure
this.
that you keep track of that other field, because it looks like that Penn AC crew just came through for the win. Really great sprint there from Penn AC. Great racing from Mendota, Cleary, and Watt come in second. And then Mendota, Golbus, and Morel to come in third. But amazing sprint from Hurley and Ruggiero. That was really awesome to see. You could tell that the Mendota boys were flagging a little. You took advantage of that. They were looking over their wrong shoulder to find the finish line, and you were able to sneak past them for that win.
You know, it's not over until it's over, and things like that happen all the time. We've got to be on guard, and great racing from Penn AC and that last little bit. That was a very impressive finish.
The only stroke that really matters is the last stroke. Who's getting across the line first?
Yep.
Really nice racing for all the crews. We'll get those results to you up on the screen in just a moment, and then we have a little break until the women's double final starting at 12:08. Man, I think that was our best race of the day so far. Lizzie and I cannot get over that sprint from Hurley and Ruggiero from Penn AC. Really nice job, guys, to win that national title today. We're heading back up to the start for the women's double final. A bunch of these women already raced today. Pretty much, I would say almost every single person in this race today has raced the single semifinal earlier this morning, so this will be their second time on the course. I think the only double that has not is Sophia Lewis and Adriana Borson, but that double has had quite a lot of practice together. They came second at NSRs this year, so looking forward to a very strong performance from them.
And if I'm not
race.
mistaken, I believe the two of them also were just at Women's Henley and previously racing in another country, I'm pretty sure, which it's slipping my mind right now, but they've had a very impressive season so far. So I'm very excited to watch this group of women come down. I mean, we know many of them very, very well and all very experienced, very great people. So super excited.
It's always good, yeah, where you're like, these are great rowers and really great folks out in the course.
Absolutely.
Often goes hand in hand, you know. Being nice helps you go fast.
Work hard and be kind. It's our motto.
Yeah,
one of my favorites.
Lizzie coaches at Boston College. Really great program up there. Cannot speak highly enough of the Eagles.
Go Eagles.
Go Eagles.
My favorite place to be.
It's really nice rowing out on the Charles.
Although, I don't know, it gets pretty windy up there too.
That's true. Nowhere really escapes it. I just raced in the straight four in Poznan World Cup 2, and all of my teammates, you know, dealing with some pretty tough wind out there, handling it very, very well. But rarely do you get glassy days. You got to make sure that you can operate really well in whatever conditions are thrown at you. Still facing this headwind. Not too stiff today at Mercer, but definitely slowing down times in this racing and making it tougher. You really feel that fatigue heading into the sprint.
Just looking at the group of women in this race event as well, a lot of them former Division III athletes, which we've kind of seen grow through the years, which is pretty cool. I mean, under the impression, I think a lot of people think, hey, I have to come from a really big program to keep rowing after school, but definitely not the case. We have some great talent out of D3. So we've got Bates, Trinity, Tufts all out here. So great to see these athletes continue to row post college at the Division III level.
Yeah, it's really competitive out there, and I think sometimes people feel like when they're not coming from a competitive college program, they can't keep going. Shout out to Columbia, I love you, but I did not win very much when I was in school, so it does not mean that you cannot then make an Olympic team later. We got these women heading down the course, heading out of the blocks. In lane 1, Bridget Schodorf and Hannah Fitz from Green Racing Project. Lane 2, Christina Preto and Sarah Busey, unaffiliated USA Composite. Lane 3, Lauren O'Connor and Savannah Breha from Orion. Lane 4, Sophia Lewis and Adrian Borson, White Marsh Composite. Lane 5, Veronica Nia Sau and Megan Goodman and Feitner and Flynn from Orion in this outside lane. So as you can see, the water's kicking up quite a bit there at the top. It is not easy racing out on the course, but these women handling it very well so far as they head into that middle 1K of the race. Oh, we'd love to see some neon. Looking good, Preta and Sarah. But it looks like in first we do have that bow number 3 of Lauren O'Connor and Savannah Breha, both taking on the women's single earlier in the day, doing a really great job in that event this morning, and they're looking to repeat the performance as they go through the 750, but no one else is letting up on that field. We got a very tight racing from lanes 4 and 5, that White Marsh Composite, and our next Orion boat.
I'm not sure what racing we're going to see, but I don't know if we're going to have a clear winner like we've seen with some of the other races. I think it might be pretty tight. These are all very experienced athletes. So it looks like there's a little bit of separation in the race right now, but still some tight boats here.
But great in that overhead shot. You can see 1 through 4, probably not that much space between them, especially lanes 3 through 5. Anything can happen as they're coming into the 1K here. You can just see who has that better middle thousand. As we've talked about, Lewis and Borson of the White Marsh Composite are lightweights, so a little tougher just by the nature of the sport. In a headwind, you don't quite have that weight against the handle, but they're not letting it stop them. They are hanging right with these heavyweight crews to the right and the left of them. They will be racing again in the Lightweight Quad Trials event, heading off tomorrow. But really great racing from both Orion crews on each side, keeping very long and strong through it.
I will say that is a great boat that the White Marsh Composite is racing in.
What boat is that, Lizzie?
That's a Wintech FLX.
Oh, very nice.
It's our new shape. It looks like they're just trying to edge out that dueling bow right in front of the other one.
And Lauren O'Connor and Savannah Breha in that leading position both won their semifinals in the single this morning. So I am sure that they are a little tired from those wins, but not letting it stop them, still keeping their bow ball ahead as they cross the 7:50 to go mark. But that White Marsh Composite creeping up on them. And their friends from Orion on the outside, not really giving any quarter either.
This is some great racing we're seeing right here. That is...
There's nothing better going for stroke for stroke. No one is breaking. You are toughing it out in this wind, and it does look like Lewis and Borson are just eking it out, but every stroke for stroke, this is a great shot of those bow balls just going back and forth, surging forward with each stroke, just trying to make the most of every inch that they have.
Looks like the White Marsh Composite boat is edging out here, really just pushing off. As we said before, these are lightweight rowers in the open weight event, and they are pushing through.
We can see they were pretty close behind Kara Kohler and in the double for NSR. We're hearing those cheers from the 500 meter mark here, urging their crews on. We're getting great surge from Goodman and Niasau from Orion on the outside.
These girls are all looking very clean here.
Oh man, I can't wait to see. They're getting in the sprint. They look like they're all pushing it up already. They got to make the most of this whole 500 to try to get their bow ahead.
I'm getting goosebumps.
I
This
know.
is some great
I'm
racing.
so excited. Let's see. They've got about 3 strokes to that 250. I'm sure the bow seats are calling it up for one last push to see who can end up on the top of the podium.
This will be anyone's race here with those 3 just going bow ball to bow ball, stroke for stroke as we come into that last 250.
Oh man, and from this angle it's really hard to see. Maybe they pulled back a little, maybe they didn't. As I was saying, this White Marsh double came second to Sophia Vitas and Kara Kohler at Trials 2, but not by very much. That double did a great job, and we'll see if they can come out ahead in this race, but it does look like O'Connor and Breha are really going for that charge in this last 250. Maybe they've got a little more sprint, a little bit left in the tank. It looks like they're pulling out ahead, but not by very much, and their teammates from Orion in lane 5 are coming up in 3rd place, but they're surging to the line. They're doing everything they can at just a half a deck, maybe ahead against the White Marsh Composites, but it's really nothing as they're coming down these last few strokes. These White Marsh women are not letting them go, and oh my goodness, it could not have been closer. Does look like Breha and O'Connor got that win. You saw them smack the water. Super excited to be racing such tough competitors as Lewis and Borson. And coming in third, Nia Xiao and Goodman from Orion. That was very exciting racing. This is the kind of racing we're looking for in finals, keeping it tight all the way down, trading bow balls. You got to stay tough in that middle 1,000 trying to get ahead.
Absolutely. I mean, that was some great surging from all of those crews at the end, really just trying to inch out any extra bit of speed that they have just to make it to that finish line. So very impressive for that group of women there.
And we've got the men's double final on the course already, heading into that first 500. Already got some little separation on the right side of your picture. We have Green and Duncan from Mendota. Lane 2 is Tingley and Meadows from Undine. Lane 3, Callaghan and Kolnick from Potomac. Lane 4, Ryan and Thompson from Green Racing Project. Lane 5, Hauschel and Wu from Crescent Composite. And lane 6, Cowenhoen and Pfeiffer from Penn AC. It does look like we have that Penn AC double already out and ahead. Mark and Thomas already raced the single both this morning, both making it into the final for tomorrow for the men's single. So looking like they're capitalizing on that speed together and pushing out already ahead in the lead at 600 into this race course.
Yeah, sometimes when you find that doubles partner that clicks, it really just clicks. And sometimes it could be, your competitor that's maybe a little bit faster than you or slower than you. But if it works, it works. And I've definitely seen that through my career. It's really cool to see kind of who you can blend with and mesh with. And sometimes it's totally unexpected on who it works out with.
But these guys doing a great job pushing back the field. Sometimes that outside lane can be a big advantage. You can see the rest of the field just off your port side. Maybe you snuck past a few of them and they're not even aware that you have already taken the lead. But really great racing from these guys out on the course. And certainly a little fatiguing as we get into the headwind, a little more challenging each of these races. If you're looking at the results on here now, not the fastest times we've seen for Mercer. It's just tough conditions. It makes it a little more challenging. Nice pull in on that GRP double and Riverside behind them. Got that nice green and black unis of GRP, pretty easy to see on the course. Some really good pushes here. It does not look like Pfeiffer and Cowenhoven are trying to give any quarter to the rest of the field. They are going for as big a win as they can go for. It's really nice to be in that lane 5 or 6 on the Marina shore side. I'm sure those guys will have some big cheering section at the gazebo as they pass by, just trying to push open the lead even further. Does look like we have pretty easy separation back on the rest of the field. No one too close. Maybe the closest between folks trying to push up would be going in for third. Mendota versus, Undine versus Mendota. And here we have the results from the women's double final. Lauren O'Connor and Savannah Breha just eking out a win, 0.4 seconds. That is a really tight margin between first and second. Great racing from all women in this race. In second, Sophia Lewis and Adriana Borson, unaffiliated USA Composite. And rounding out the podium, Nia Xiao and Goodman. Now back to this men's double final. Still with that commanding lead, Pfeiffer and Cowenhoven from Penn AC. Looking really smooth, really long. Not going for super high rating in this double. They're just going for power for strength. Pushing back. I really like their cheering squad. Really great. Somebody's got a great set of lungs on them that you can hear from that gazebo. Shout out. Hope it's a mom. It kind of sounds like a mom.
You don't always hear the fans cheering when you're racing if you're really zoned in, but sometimes when you hear it, it really just helps you push along a little bit harder. I know sometimes if you've raced the single and you hear someone, it's just you in there. Sometimes I've heard my dad, and Shar, my dad, and Vinny's always got a set of lungs on him to cheer for anybody going by that he knows. So it's always great to have that little fan base to push you along.
And you can see the women from the double are pushing back up in the course. I'm sure Bridget and Hannah are cheering on their GRP teammates out on the course. That is also one of the best things about Mercer, is that you're never too far away from the racing. Give your friends a shout as you're heading up in the warm-up area or cooling down. Definitely helps with their racing. Especially,
Absolutely.
as Lizzie said, in these small boats. Maybe your bow seat doesn't talk too much. I certainly, whenever I'm bowing, I can't really talk that much when I'm racing. And really helps to have somebody else cheer you on. Very different racing 6/8 across, and it could not be louder sometimes. But this Penn AC double looking very relaxed as they come into this 250. We'll see how much they feel like they want to take it up. Still got that singles racing tomorrow, so I'm sure the two of them are looking to conserve a little bit of speed. But behind them, Ryan and Thompson from Green Racing Project, also looking very composed, trying to close that gap a little, maybe put themselves a little closer to that gold medal position.
Yeah, it looks like that GRP double with Thompson and Ryan are making a little bit of a push on those two guys, but it seems like they've got a bit of a lead in the Penn AC double here still, but again, anyone's race until it's over.
Be more relaxed, just those nice low shoulders. Just you see that grip on the water as the blades go in, taking the win there. Nice job, guys. And that second place going to our GRP double. Falling up in third. Our next boat on the course, it looks like it's the Crescent composite of Hauschel and Wu. Great racing from all these men out here. A nice little highlight reel from that race, just looking back at earlier on the course. Some great views of all angles on these boats. And just a really dominant performance from these two, just taking the win from stroke one. As soon as we saw them in the race, already ahead and just lengthening out their lead down the whole course. And next we'll head back up to the start for the men's U23 Lightweight final.
We've got a Riverside boat in this race, which is my current home club up in Boston. We've got Mark Grinberg, the coach. Great guy, great coach. Awesome to see around town.
It's a really nice shot from the drone of the starting line. If you have not been up to the starting blocks at Mercer, it's a pretty great location. You've got our stake boat holders hanging out on those planks, holding the stern deck of the boats. It does look like it's a little windy. Your bow seat is going to have to do some work, tapping around, making sure you're in a good position. Doesn't look like we have a boat in lane 2 right now. Perhaps we have a scratch. You know, got to prioritize some other racing if something else is going on. Might not be the only thing happening for these guys today. But in lane, we've got Pessin and Pessin. I guess another set of brothers from Miami. In lane 3, Diaz and Green from Riverside. Lane 4, Holly and Busby from Maritime. Lane 5, Russell and Ward from Conshohocken, and Lane 6, Caniff and Evans from Undine. And we'll get underway in just a moment. You can see right in the middle, we've got our starting referee. All those rowers will be waiting for a call once they're all centered to head down for the men's U23 Lightweight final. And here we go. We've got to start. There are results from the men's double of the race beforehand. But everybody off away with a clean start in this U23 Lightweight Double final. A little bit of a steering issue in lane 3. You know, if you just don't get those blades synced up for those big starting strokes, it can send you a little bit into the buoys, but it looks like they've recovered well. Heading down the course. Definitely, I always appreciate starting in a small boat. Not as much weight to get up off the line. Sometimes starting an 8, you really have to put quite a lot of effort on it. These small boats can get up and going pretty quickly and get into those high strokes here. Try to get yourself just a little edge of a lead before you settle into your base rhythm in the middle 1,000.
Absolutely. And Buck, you were telling me about a workout last night. What was one of your favorites?
Oh yeah, shout out to Nick Daw. One of my favorite workouts, especially for practicing a start, was 12 by starting to 50. It's really great. I highly recommend. Quite a punisher, but it will get you very good at getting off the line. And it does look like these two fast starters from Riverside and Maritime in lanes 4 and 5 perhaps are in the front. Oh, perhaps Conshohocken, and Maritime.
Conshohocken this year has put out some very fast junior crews as well. I think 1 or 2 is qualified for Junior World Championships, if I'm not mistaken, and they're doing a great job.
Yeah, doing really great work out there.
It's been great to see the junior rowing world really, really start to explode and grow. It's we've got some really fast athletes coming just right from that high school level, stepping into big collegiate programs. So these athletes are doing a great job with the training and continuing to grow the sport.
Yeah, Lizzie was lucky enough to be down there for youth nationals.
Yeah, saw some very fast racing. Really, really amazing crews.
Looks like these Conshohocken boys are pushing back the rest of the field, but not letting go of them. Right next to them in Maritime in lane 4. And then, I mean, no space between third place. So some of the best racing, maybe not the front of the field sometimes, but really keeping that push up, trying to get yourself onto the podium. Nice, long, strong, striding away strokes from this Conshohocken boat, trying to get even more separation. They've already got clear water on the next boat behind them, but I'm sure they're looking to make it as decisive a win as possible. Got some 4s headed up the course for their finals. Just stopping by, watching the race and go by, making sure they don't wake out these outside crews. You want to give everybody the fairest chance of having a good race out there. So we really appreciate everybody obeying the traffic pattern, keeping things safe and easy for our refs. Russell and Ward just looking very strong here, crossing into the second 1K of the race. And some great cheers already we can hear for later down the course. This is an under 23 event, but we do still have some high schoolers in it. Shout out to George Pesin in the Miami Rowing Club boat, just 16, youngest competitor in this event, trying to push against a lot of these collegiate lightweight rowers who've already had practice in bigger events, perhaps also at IRAs on Mercer just a few weeks ago.
And if you're not familiar with IRA, it's different than the NCAA. It includes men's rowing and lightweight women's rowing, so a bit of a different event there, but they equally have a championship for all crews. So very little bit different, but still very, very high caliber athletes coming out of obviously all of those programs.
Yeah, super exciting racing at RAs. Big shout out to the Lightweight Columbia Lions for their win. It was really great to watch them have some great racing in all boats, but especially a dominating win in the Varsity 8. It's that Conshohocken double here, still dominating, just pushing away as they're crossing into that final 500, hearing those cheers from their friends, but not getting left behind. That Maritime double off to the left side of your screen. Good grip on the water, really hanging on to it into this headwind. And you can see just on these athletes' faces of that Conshohocken boat, it is tough. Even if you are in the lead, it is exhausting. You can see it etched into that stroke seat's face that he is giving this his all, not letting anything go as they hit their sprint. Big shout out to Ian, I hear, as all these athletes go into their sprint. It's hard to tell from this angle, but I do think it's still that battle for third. Miami might just be ahead on the outside, but it's a little hard to tell from the angle, and anybody could hit that sprint. Riverside in lane 3 or Undine in that outside, but it does look like Conshohocken is pretty easily sitting in first with Maritime behind them in second. So Russell and Ward hitting those red buoys, perhaps going to bring it up for one last push, just have an extra sprint, see how much speed they can eke out here. But really nice here, not letting anything fall apart as they come into their sprint.
Just really, these guys out in front are just pushing off those competitors. It's very, very calm, collected, but still not letting up. They're pushing that sprint through all the way to the end.
Yeah, sometimes you just want bragging rights. This is how much I won by. It was pretty great.
Got to squeak out every inch. Absolutely.
It only sets you up better for any racing you have in the future. You see that bow seat just looking out as they hit the line there, and they can relax. Congratulations, guys, on your 2020 Summer National title. And behind them, coming in second, we've got Maritime coming down to the line, bow number 4 of Holly and Busby. And then perhaps a tight field still for third. It looks like lane 6 is just going to take that bronze medal. Caniff and Evans from Undine. Great racing, guys, followed closely behind by the rest of the field.
Looks like we have some replays of the women's pair final.
And then the men's pair final just on the right.
Again, that was a great race. It was Mendota out in front, and then just at the end, Penn AC squeaking by to catch the dub.
If you haven't seen it, that I think is Lizzie and my favorite race of the day. So
Definitely.
Head back up and watch it.
Definitely.
If you don't get sick of the two of us talking, you know, we're on the mic for a while longer, but definitely go listen to the Gay Ergos podcast.
That is if you don't get sick of me already today.
Yeah.
But I'm an acquired taste, some might say.
I'd say people like hearing you talk. It's a great thing.
I'm just happy to be here.
I know we had to pull in Lizzie as a extra commentator. As Issa and I have mentioned before, we're still active athletes, so Issa had to run off to PT. Shout out to Mark Novak, our favorite member of our staff. He really keeps us going. He would want me to tell you guys, if you're not doing your PT as prehab before you get injured, you're doing something wrong. So you got to make sure everything's moving well. Protect the backs, protect the shoulders. Rowing is really hard, and we have far too many injuries. And here are our results from the men's double final. Great job from all of these crews, taking the win. Russell and Ward from Conshohocken. Really great racing from them. Coming in second, Holly and Busby from Maritime. And rounding out the podium, Caniff and Evans from Undine. Congratulations on all crews on some great racing. Looks like we've got just one double on the course for the women's lightweight double final. So not racing with any competition out there, but it's Alex Morse and Alia Komsani from New York Athletic Club. Both great teammates of mine, have had a wonderful time getting to practice against two superb athletes. Doing great work with Michael Martinov up at New York Athletic Club.
What a great place.
Oh, truly
feels like home to me. I think I started rowing there when I was about 17, 18 years old. Some of the best summers of my life and years rowing there were great. I mean, we had such a squad. It was all of us there have grown up and continued to row and do some great things. And thank you, New York Athletic Club, for developing us and
for both of us,
being a part of our journeys.
And helping a lot with the development of these two athletes.
Absolutely.
I really should say Dr. Alia, which is just so impressive, has her PhD from Oxford. She actually started rowing there at one of the club teams, fell in love, decided, hey, we don't have a lot of Saudi rowers out here. I'm going to try to work to represent my country. She's been doing some really excellent work out there. Looking forward to racing at the Asian Games next year. You will have seen both Alex and Alia in the lightweight singles time trial yesterday. Alex will be in the final tomorrow, racing for that spot at the World Championships in Richiche this fall. Alex, a proud Princeton grad, also getting her master's at Columbia Teachers College. Big shout out to Columbia as a fellow Lion, looking very strong here. Former Princeton lightweight coach as well, so I'm sure she's got some athletes watching, cheering her on. Really proud to see, what coaches can still do.
We definitely can. I raced at the Charles this year with the Riverside Women's Sweeps team, and I had a whole stack of BC rowers cheering for me. And it's nice to practice what you preach sometimes and show them that you're still doing something. And this sport is for life, and it's great to be able to share that experience with your athletes. And just it's a great community out there, and it's been very fun getting to coach and still row as well.
So great racing from that double as they're coming down. They don't have any competition in that event, so they're just trying to put down the best internal race that they can and have a good race experience out here on Mercer. Heading back up to the top, we have the men's lightweight final. Just 3 entries in the blocks for the moment, lanes 3, 4, and 5.
Yeah, it looks like we did have a scratch from the AC here. So yes, we've got only 3 crews in this next race, so it'll be a very fun one to watch. Hopefully there's some more tight racing here.
We've got Hirsch and Greshaber from Undine in lane 3, Gallagher and Weinstein from Potomac in lane 4, and they're off. And lane 5, Risco and Hartwick from Undine. Really nice shot of sort of some cloudy gray skies above the start, but it does look like we're going to have good weather for the rest of the finals this afternoon. And no space between these athletes in their first 10 strokes. If you can see, the buoys are red for the first 10 strokes. If you are new to rowing, that is the breakage zone. If anything goes wrong, you break an oar lock, something happens, you can stop and have the race re-rowed from that period. But after that, something goes wrong. Sorry, guys, too bad. Looks like this Undine combo of Risco and Hartwick is already out, taking the lead. But right behind them, Potomac and Hirsch and Greer-Shaber from Undine as well. Potomac boat slightly riding the line, can get your oars a little caught. But they seem to have righted themselves, and they have a long race to make up any off strokes. We're big fans of Schuylkill rowers. It makes you tough racing down in Philly.
Oh, yeah, if you've ever been stuck in lane 6.
Oh, the challenges.
The challenge of lane 6 down on the Schuylkill. If you know, you know.
If you don't know, you need to start doing some more racing.
Absolutely, absolutely. I did miss IDR this year, and that is one of my favorite races. But
Me too. No watches for me.
yeah, yeah.
Shout out to my mother. Definitely not listening to the live stream right now, but previously won the mother-daughter double at IDR. It's only fun to bully your parents who started rowing when you did. So 19 for me. Won't exactly say what age for her, but lots of fun to get them on the race course too.
Really impressive racing with these guys from Undine out in front here, racing their teammates and a Potomac boat. They are pushing, they are cruising.
Great acceleration into the finish. Just really nice releases there, pushing the water cleanly away, and coming right around to get to their next stroke. Making it look simple. Their bow ball just staying up out of the water the whole time. That's what you want to see. You don't want to see the shell going up and down too much. You're going to be landing too much weight on the foot plate, sinking the stern deck, and it's more weight to pick back up on the next stroke, especially in this headwind. You don't want to make it any heavier than it already feels.
Absolutely. You've got a couple of different drag factors here, right? We've got the boat moving through the waters, and you have aerodynamics as well to push through. So lots of things to work through and take into account while you're rowing. But these gentlemen are doing a great job just staying long and composed.
I like our stroke seat sock choice. Another interesting fashion choice on the course. Maybe need some calf guards. You know, you can get track bites on your calf. Who wants that? Don't want to add other issues, other pain while you're already rowing. The real race here, though, between second and third, there is not anything between this other Undine crew and Potomac. They are going stroke for stroke. As you can see, their bow ball is just moving back and forth there. Undine boat maybe with a foot of their deck, but not able to break through this Potomac connection just yet. As they move into that third 500, you know, maybe finding another gear. Maybe one crew is feeling the fatigue of that middle 1K of the race. But a traditional place to make a big move, try to break away, get yourself in a good position when you're heading into the sprint.
Definitely, we see a lot of fitness come into play there. You can hang for that first 1K, but once you break through, it's willpower, fitness, and strength as you're kind of pushing through, really to make that edge and make a big move there.
We often talked a lot about that is where your volume training comes in rowing. Sometimes it feels horribly unpleasant to still be in the spring season and doing things like 2x6K, but you will be thankful for it in that third 500 when you can get through other crews that have not done the hard work that you have done. And this Undine crew just moving away. Gorgeous overhead shot of our leaders from Undine, Briscoe, and Hartwick. Just looking so nice and composed.
See that nice 1856 on their back there. Lots of rowing clubs are quite old. It's awesome to see them continue to go on. Man, I don't even know how old some of these rowing clubs are, to be honest.
Some great history here.
Very
Definitely.
great history between all these boat clubs that are coming down to race here.
Women's teams, maybe we've had some shorter history, but we're making our own mark now.
Absolutely.
You can see bow seat of this Undine boat just looking out, making sure he can see his teammates out on that side behind him, making sure they're still pushing away and have lots of good spacing on that crew, try to come down and take this gold medal.
They've got some really nice blade work here. Not too deep, just a blade full as they're pushing through, staying sharp.
And still not too much separation between these two doubles. It does look like we're almost heading to open water between our second Undine crew of Hirsch and Greer-Shaber. But Gallagher and Weinstein not letting them go too far away. Doing a great job sitting in that third place position.
But again, we have seen in that last little bit with this kind of spacing here that you can push right through those guys if they let up for just a second. They can take advantage of it.
Mm-hmm. Really calm, waiting for that line to come. They're about to hit the red buoys. Maybe the last little push from all of these crews. See what they can do in the sprint of this men's lightweight double final.
Coming into the red buoys here. Looks like they've got that lead comfortably, pushing through that first Undine boat.
Sometimes if you're not used to watching rowing races, you can be like, oh my God, what are those commentators talking about? Those two Undine crews are so close. But we're at an angle here. So definitely lane 5, already sitting with a comfortable lead ahead of their teammates in lane 3. And you'll see that lead pan out as we come around to the finish. Not letting anything change about this order, finishing order here. Doesn't look like Undine in lane 5, Risco and Hartwick are taking it up too much. They're already comfortably up in front, maybe feeling pretty gassed from that middle of the race. Just keeping that clean blade work coming to the line to win the men's lightweight double final for Summer National Champs 2020. And behind them, teammates on the podium, Hirsch and Greer Shaper. Coming up in third, Gallagher and Weinstein from Potomac. Some highlights from this last race, looking at the start of the men's lightweight double final. Really nice slow-mo here of these boats, just smooth transfer of power through their strokes. Gorgeous shots down the course of these Undine men, Risco and Hartwick, as they take the win. Back to the start, we've got the men's U23, or excuse me, the women's U23 Coxed Four final. Just heading off in those first 100 meters. In lane 1, we have TBC Racing B. In lane 2, TBC Racing. In lane 3, Greenwich Crew. Lane 4, USRowing High Performance Camp. Lane 5, Vesper. Lane 6, Greenwich Crew B. Not much in it in this first 250. Looks like we've got TBC and Greenwich, as well as Vesper, out a little bit on the other 3 boats, but not too much difference as they settle into their base here. So now we've gotten into these Cox boats. We're getting some bigger crews here for the rest of the day. Coxed Fours, Quads, Straight Fours, and Eights coming up for the rest of our finals. So get a little more speed for these races, you know?
Always. We love the big boat races, but obviously sculling is a great part of our sport, and we've seen some very exciting racing this afternoon from the smaller boats, but always great to see the big boats coming in.
It looks like we've got this Vesper crew pushing out bow to stern with the rest of the field, probably hoping to break open water in this first portion of the race.
Yes, and big shout out to my athlete from BC who is stroking that boat, Brooke Bacasio, in the Vesper boat. So they're doing a great job getting out in front and just pushing off those boats. It's always great to be in that position, as we've seen today, just being able to take that lead.
And here's our results from the men's lightweight double final that you just saw. Winners Risco and Hartwick from Undine. Their teammates Hirsch and Greer Shaber in second, also from Undine. Gallagher and Weinstein from Potomac finishing off the podium. Does look like that Vesper crew has already broken out from the rest of the pack, and I'm sure that they will continue to try to lead the field as they head down the race course.
Looks like there will be a race for second and third here. Some very strong crews.
Yeah, we've got a lot of our classic summer team clubs out here. TBC, always a strong showing out on the field. Vesper as well. As we've said, Lizzie and I have both spent a summer or two at Vesper. Really great racing experience down in the Schuylkill there. Great coaching. May or may have not taken away a gold in the pair, the Coxed Four, and the 8 1 year for Vesper. So good program to work with. Well, it looks like we've got TBC in lane 2 trying to push their bow ball ahead, sitting in that second position.
TBC also puts out some great boats. They have a great summer program. They're located down in the DC area. So if you're down there and you want to keep rowing, definitely check them out. I've had some great races against them.
I think particularly as a collegiate walk-on athlete, it is great to get that experience in the summer that perhaps you're not getting during the year, with just having a bit more spaced out regular schedule for D1, at least for me, but same for the rest of D2 and D3 boats. Gorgeous overhead shot of this Vesper crew. Lizzie, your athlete's looking very strong in stroke seat, setting a great rhythm. Super easy for the rest of her crew to follow. You can just see all 4 blades easily dropping in together and nice big hang off that oar handle.
Absolutely. They look very strong surging through this portion of the race here. Very together. Just pushing off and keep edging their bow forward off of the crews right in front of them.
And that Vesper crew is Hannah Kurturowski, Dania Bogodovich, Madeline Dempsey, Alexandra Wiley, and Brooke Pacazio. So really great racing from that crew so far. Dominating, trying to extend their lead as they head down the race course. It's really beautiful just seeing that bow cut through the water. Not a lot of bounce, not a lot of fuss as they head down through the middle of the course.
It's looking a little choppy, but not too bad here. Wonder if the wind has settled down maybe a little bit, or it's gotten worse. I'm not really sure.
It's hard. We're indoors here at
Tell.
the finish line. It feels nice and chill for us. You try to look it up, but sometimes your experience, not the same, different points in the race course. It is looking like it's about 8 miles per hour on my weather app for the wind. So that's feel like a pretty stiff headwind, but these crews are doing a good job. You just need to make sure you're accelerating the handle all the way to the finish, not letting go of that grip, even if it feels really heavy, not letting yourself make it feel heavier off the front end by leaning back too soon. Definitely sometimes you can get into that habit of feeling like you're working hard and not doing too much. This TBC crew trying to move out on the rest of the field, but closely followed by USRowing High Performance Camp in lane 4.
It looks like TBC really edging out there, but still pretty tight racing up there for that second and third position. Excited to see who's going to take away that who's going to take the top 3 spots.
And not to be forgotten, Greenwich crew in lane 3, right behind, closely following along. You can see they just passed that big buoy on the side of the course, heading into the final 500. But Vesper, barring anything else happening, looking for this win in the women's U23 Coxed Four final. So great work from these 5 women as they're heading down the course. Yeah, TBC can't break free. Sometimes, you know, those other crews, they just don't want to let go. And I know being in that position, sometimes you're just like, oh my God, give up. And that other crew is like, no, I'm not letting go. I'm going to get myself back in that position. I want to get that silver medal or get back on that podium there. So definitely a battle of the wills sometimes coming down the course.
Absolutely. And for both of those crews pushing off each other, it's exhausting, but you've got to do it. You just keep pushing forward, and you know, it's the luck of the draw. Who's going to get there first? Who's that last stroke? Like you said, it's the most important one.
Mm-hmm. This Vesper crew not letting anything up to chance. Definitely look like they brought up the rate. You can see the fatigue a little bit, but they're still hauling on it, making sure they're getting their bow ball across the line first.
Looking really strong in this last little bit, coming into those red buoys.
We'll see what shakes out with second place. It does look like it's very close between the USRowing High Performance Camp and TBC. I would not really want to call it from this angle. I can't tell who's ahead. But you can see that 3-seat of the TBC boat just snuck her head out the side, looking to the side, trying to see across if they've got a bow ball. Sometimes it's hard to tell. You're quite a few lanes away. You just want to make sure you're ahead and you don't know. But just keep hauling on it. Great race on this Vesper crew as they come down the line to take the gold in the women's U23 Coxed Four final. Nice job, ladies.
Excellent racing there, Vesper.
Yeah. I love them to hit the water, celebrate a little, really good racing.
Absolutely.
Taking second place, definitely walked through TBC, is USRowing High Performance Camp. Great work from you guys. Followed up by that TBC Coxed Four. Really great racing from all of those crews. Great job from Maggie's La Parade, Olsen, Erickson, and Garner in that USRowing High Performance boat, as well as those women in the TBC crew.
And I will be hopping off the live stream and handing it back to Issa Darvin. Thank you all for having me. Buck, thank you, and I'll see you soon.
Thanks for being here, Lizzie. Follow her along at Gay Ergos. Issa Darvin's back here on the mic. Had a little break in the middle of the day.
We're back.
Take care of the body. Very, very important. Highly suggest any of our spectators, get up and stretch a little. You're working hard out there, using those lungs just like myself and Issa. Make sure you're taking care of yourself. Next up, we're going to have the men's U23 Coxed Four final. Really excited to see some more great racing.
Excited to see some Badgers on the course, obviously.
Oh, see, that's what we've been missing in the break. I did give some Badgers some shout-outs in the interim, but good to see some friendly faces out there on the course.
I did get some intel from my friend Rebecca Armstrong. Charlotte has shouted out to any of her teams 8 times, and I've shouted out the Badgers 17. So I am in the lead, obviously.
Okay.
Step it up, Charlotte.
I'll work on it. More Reds. More go to work for West End. WERC.
Oh, work.
Work.
Ah, yes.
Here we go. Heading off with this Coxed Four men's U23 final. In lane 1 on the outside. And here we have our results from our past race, the women's U23 Coxed Four final. Congratulations to Vesper for taking the win. In second, USRowing High Performance Camp. And in third, TBC Racing. Great showing from all crews. Back to the men's U23 Coxed Four final. On the course in lane 1, home team PNRA Mercer looking good. In lane 2, Vesper. In lane 3, Potomac. Lane 4, Mendota. Lane
Badgers.
5, TBC Racing. And lane 6, Mendota B. It looks like we've got some tight racing between TBC and Mendota A in that middle lane 4. But not much space between these crews as we're heading down the course. So definitely some of these athletes, recognizing these names from earlier in the day, probably feeling that heat and exhaustion a little, but doing a great job keeping up the pressure across the board. That Mendota A crew pushing out in front.
Looks like we got Jack O'Brien, Walter Stanwood. I'm not entirely sure who's in the
Van Loo, Waking, Klipstein,
okay,
Stanwood,
so
and
that'll
O'Brien.
be so that'll be the 2 pairs from the earlier semifinal. So we got Clip and Waking and Bow, and then Cox by Grayson Van Loo.
But right next to them, TBC Racing with that bucket rig. You can see those 2 port blades closer to the camera. Atkins, Hathaway, Rutherford, Feldman, and Cox by Akosha. Looking really good. I mean, not letting Mendota go here. They are pushing back stroke for stroke.
Yeah, as they cross that 1K mark, I'm sure Grayson's going to be calling some sort of move to push off of this boat here.
And that other coxswain just making sure they hang with them, respond really well to that move, not let them break contact between first and second.
Definitely.
But does look like conditions are getting rougher and rougher. We got a little splash in water. You got to make sure you have those clean finishes, nice tap down around the finish. It sort of can depend on your style a little, how much clearance you get, what you're used to. But definitely as things start to kick up at Mercer, you got to make sure you got good blade clearance coming back around. Don't worry, I've definitely been yelled at it for many times. Charlotte, tap down more. So work in progress from all of us here. Seeing those back of those Vesper athletes, big V you can see on the back of their unis, as well as Potomac coming down hard in those red tanks. Mercer on the outside, looking good.
I can't tell if Bastida Mendota has a bandana on or some sort of, what are those called, visors? But, you know, interesting choice, Josh.
I like it, I like it. Sometimes you just gotta.
It looks like a bandana.
In this humidity, you gotta deal with sweat.
Yeah, honestly. You might be seeing some people with like armbands. That's like to help keep the sweat off their hands so they're able to hold on to the oar better.
Don't worry, I will out myself as a former bandana wearer, not on the race course, but definitely on the erg sometimes for 2K. Just keep that sweat out of your eyes.
Did you do that for the last 2K?
I may have.
I think you did. That was pretty sick.
But all these athletes working really hard. You got to keep that sweat out of your face. These Vesper athletes looking really strong, getting cleanly out and around the finish, just trying to stay ahead of this Potomac boat. But still, bow to stern, it does look like they're moving up through that TBC boat on the outside, trying to gain on that Mendota crew who is in the lead.
Yeah, it's going to be up to Mendota here to just really make sure that they're able to push off in the last 250 meters. And hopefully they won't get caught by any of the charging boats in other lanes.
You know, you can really change the course of the race in this last 500, as we've seen in a few other races. Definitely in the men's pair earlier today with some of these men. They're not going to want to get caught. And looking very strong in this tough headwind. Definitely not seeing very fast times for the other four races so far, but doesn't mean that people aren't working very hard in these conditions.
Definitely.
So it does look like Vesper may have pushed themselves into second place, but I don't know. We can't call out those outside lanes.
Yeah, and this is a tough situation because, you know, like the coxswains in the bow, their visibility is definitely reduced. I'm sure Grayson might not be able to see Vesper coming up as well as he might have in an 8 when he's able to see the entire field and look over easily, but I know those rowers can see them coming. Hopefully that's just pushing them through these last couple strokes.
And sometimes 2C can have a little extra shout, tell the rest of the crew, hey, step on it, even if you can't hear your coxswain. I can see the rest of the field charging, but it does look like Mendota down to the line, taking that win. Ooh, but very tight here from our next two crews. Almost nothing between them, but it does look like TBC got the win over Vesper in the far lane. Potomac looking exhausted, laid down in the boat, really did everything they could to put themselves in a good position.
Yeah, congrats to Mendota A for taking the championship on this one.
Great racing from all of those crews, handling the conditions very well. Does help to have these coxed boats. Your coxswain, keep calm a little bit, have a little bobble. They can remind you to just relax those shoulders, stay long.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. Upcoming race is the women's 4 with coxswain. We only have 3 entries in this race. Should be starting soon.
I'd say Issa and I probably have not raced in a Coxed Four in a little bit. It is a non-Olympic boat class, not contested at World Championships. So haven't spent a lot of time in a Coxed Four.
Oh, can't say that I have, but you know, I do harken back to my younger years in college. It is a fun boat to race or to practice in. And it's like nice, you know, you got that less stable platform to maybe make some technique changes, but you still have the coxswain keeping everyone in line. So that can be good for especially some younger rowers who are maybe not super comfortable steering and coxing straight four yet, but still get that experience.
Yeah, big shout out to our 2 coxswains that came with us on our European trip, Colette and Coral. Definitely coxswains sometimes. You have to just manage some crazy athletes and personalities, and that can really help when you have younger athletes. So just get everybody on the same page, basically operate as a coach in the boat, motivator, therapist some of the time too, all the things. And here are our results from men's U23 Coxed Four final. Taking that win, Mendota in second place, TBC Racing, and third with bronze on the podium, Vesper.
Congrats to all those crews.
Very good work out there. Just a minute or so to the start of the next race. Really exciting to see what these women can do in this Coxed Four final. As Issa said, just 3 entries. It's been a straight final. They didn't have to do a time trial yesterday, but probably a good probability that some of these athletes have already raced yesterday or will race later today. It's pretty frequent for people to double up in the Coxed Four to perhaps also the straight four or the 8 later today, trying to look at multiple titles as they're coming down the course. It does look like these athletes have headed off the starting blocks. In lane 3, we have rear front recapture, lane 4, TBC Racing, and lane 5, New York Athletic Club. Yeah, red.
Yeah, red.
But really strong showing from all of these teams. Really great effort as they're heading into the first 250. This crew from New York Athletic Club coxed by Maggie Barrett. Great coxswain, been around coxing the AC for the past few years. Does a really great job with her crews. And probably looking to take another medal if she can today. But it does look like TBC Racing is out front off of the start. In this crew, we've got Sulrati, Vitus, Atunes, Edinger, and Wardrop. Not much of a lead, not much separation from the rest of the crew. Just a few seats ahead of Rear Front Recapture, who are another few seats ahead of New York Athletic Club. Looking nice and relaxed as we're coming down here. Rear front recapture does not seem like they're giving up any ground, trying to chase down those race leaders from TBC and New York Athletic Club tightly behind them.
Yeah, this looks like a fun race, honestly.
Issa, are you jealous? Do you wish you were in this race right now?
I'm jealous of all the competitors. They're doing such a great job.
I was going to say, we're hireable as talent. Too bad you can't change race lineups. But in the future, hit us up. Need a sub in a boat? Once I retire, I can hop in. These athletes looking really good here. You can see hitting a bit of water on the side. Definitely nothing to do with their rowing. More to do with the conditions here. It is pretty rocky
really
water up there, especially right before that 750, you can have a little more of a cross, a little more push up with the waves. And just need to make sure you're getting around that finish, as we said with one of our previous races. You want a good, clean release. You got to keep that acceleration going through the whole stroke.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, this is just speaks to the nature of Mercer, you know. Come here in the mornings and it's flat, you know, and then come back after PT and it's completely a different course, you know.
Honestly, sometimes that happens. We get here for practice, our warm-up runs. We're like, oh my goodness, it's going to be an amazing day.
Yeah.
After all of our stretching, running to warm up, about half an hour, 45 minutes later, chop. So I'm sure many of these athletes will be totally used to this on their own bodies of water.
True, yeah.
It happens. And they got to handle any conditions that are thrown at them.
Right, that's part of the nature of the sport, you know.
These riverfront recapture athletes doing a great job not letting go of TBC. In this riverfront boat, we've got Tavakoli, Malloy, Rich, Nelson, and Horton doing a great job pushing back. Coming down from Hartford, Connecticut.
Down, up.
I know. What direction?
It's all the same.
I've traveled too much in the last month. I don't really know my directions anymore. But good to be back on our home course of Mercer. That New York Athletic Club boat still sticking with the pack, not letting the rest of the field get away from them. We've got Prisco, Shones, Souter, Barber, and Maggie Barrett coxing. All those crews looking really composed. You definitely, from that overhead drone shots, just see how much the water is moving up towards the start line. We do not have any current to speak of here at Mercer, but the wind can do its worst sometimes.
Yeah, riverfront recapture is really just not letting them go, which is very impressive.
That's what you want to see. You're getting into this middle of the race. You're getting tired, getting tough. Maybe you can't hear the athletes as much. It does look like TBC is slowly pushing away, opening up that gap every stroke. You want to make sure you can sort of still hear that other coxswain sometimes. You're still holding on to them, making those women feel the pressure, use up every ounce of energy they have. But really great effort from these athletes. Beautiful overhead shot there. You just see synced up catches, getting a good grip on the water. Bringing up the rate as they head into this final 500 meters of the race course. Hearing their teammates, coaches, friends, family cheering them on. Getting excited for this last race. You see that coxswain in the bow, just getting them motivated to take on this last 500 meters. Sometimes you just see those women, they look very calm, pretty passive in their face, but trust me, they are hurting inside, putting in a great race effort here, making sure their bow stays ahead of Riverfront Recapture and New York Athletic Club.
And you can hear the crowd cheering in the background. Like we said, this is like the best point as a spectator to really make sure that they can hear you.
Mercer is a great course if you want to run along with your boats in the final 250. I highly recommend. Got a nice race course close to the finish line. Make sure your teammates hear you all the way to the finish line. Give them a little extra hope and effort. These athletes working really hard here as they're hitting the red buoys. They're putting everything out here. Not trying to conserve anything to make sure that they end up with a national title, a gold medal around their neck that they can take home with them today.
Gotta get that hardware.
Sometimes it's all about the things you get. Winning isn't everything, but also winning is really great.
It's fun, you know.
As we've said before, winning can be addicting, and then it just keeps you in the sport, and you got to keep doing it.
Mm-hmm.
A beautiful reason to stay. These TBC athletes doing a great job here with a very well-deserved lead ahead of Riverfront Recapture, who are putting in a great effort to keep that overlap as they head into the last 100 meters down to the line.
Yeah, it's really impressive, you know, that they've stayed here this whole race, but they haven't quite been able to put a move together that gets them any more seats. So that's been interesting. But as we come into the finish, I mean, they've dominated from the start, and it's well deserved, honestly.
They've got a little opening of clear water, but not quite a boat length as TBC crosses for the win. Great race, women, and following up behind them, Riverfront Recapture. New York Athletic Club coming down, finishing their race to come away with the bronze medal. Great racing from all these crews. Next up, men's Coxed Four, same event. But here's a little shot back at the start of the women's Coxed Four race. As you can see, that TBC and Riverfront Recapture boat never really quite got away from each other. Kept it challenging the whole race, kept it competitive. It's what we like to see.
We love to see it.
That can be our other catchphrase. Things we love to see.
Things we love to see. Hashtag good for the sport.
It is. That's why you're here. You don't want to just win simply. You want really great effort from all crews, knowing everybody put out their best race, and you are still able to come away with the win. But even if you don't win, sometimes the best thing is just having a race execution that you are very proud of. There have definitely been races that I'm way more proud of that I have lost than I have won, because it has been a great learning experience, a great execution, a great step forward. And if you're trying to continue on to elite rowing, it is very important to have those learning experiences. Sometimes it's good to lose earlier on in your career to get those wins later on.
Yeah, for sure.
Just a second, we'll head back up to the start for the men's Coxed Four final. Again, we've both got some friends in this race. New York Athletic Club, West End, Mendota, Riverfront Recapture, just like their women that just went down. Looking forward to some good racing in the men's Coxed Four.
Yeah, you know, summer rowing, it's great. You get to bring home some hardware, hang out with your friends, get some really good racing in. Can't really beat it.
You really can't. Nowhere I'd rather be.
What could be better than this?
And we have our results from the women's Coxed Four final. TBC Racing taking the win, followed up by Riverfront Recapture, and coming in third, New York Athletic Club. Really great rowing from all of these crews. Does look like we have our Coxed Fours for the men heading down the course right now. In lane 2, we've got 5 crews in this race. In lane 2, New York Athletic Club. In lane 3, Mendota. In lane 4, Riverfront Recapture. Lane 5, West End. And lane 6, Mendota B.
So in Mendota, we got coxswain Jonah Rain, comes from a long family history of coxing. His older sister, Eden Rain, was in my class at Wisconsin, coxswain of the lightweight team. And his twin sister is also the coxswain at Texas, who is a national champion this year. So,
Hook 'em.
Hook 'em.
In the New York Athletic Club boat, it is stroked by Jordan Irving. He has been the stroke seat for the Marist 1V this year, had a really great racing season. Good to see them at IRAs, doing a great job. And shout out to Paul Verney, one of my teammates. I had a lot of great practices against him at New York Athletic Club. Definitely pushed me to be a better athlete.
We love to see it.
As well as Noah Tichy and Clennendon Stewart, coxed by Kara Donnelly. Really great crew out there from New York Athletic Club. And we've got this crew from West End. If you hadn't seen them out here already, there are Kiwis that are at this race coming up from New Zealand. They went out to the Henley Royal Regatta with their coach Nick Daw and had a really good time in the Club 8. Great performance out there. They were the top men's club program in New Zealand this year. I spent a summer season, winter from the U.S. down there, training at West End. It's a really good club. If you have the chance to travel internationally and get in some extra practices, West End is always looking for some American rowers to come down and battle it out for a summer season with them. You can get a chance to race at New Zealand Nationals. So come hang out at our summer nationals and go down to maybe some summer nationals in other countries. Get even more international race experience as you're trying to become an elite rower. It does look like a pretty tight field across the board. I'm not really able to see much of a difference between our New York Athletic Club boat, Mendota A, Riverfront Recapture, and West End. It does look like Mendota B is a little back on the field, but pretty strong performances from all crews as they're coming down.
Yeah, should mention that, you know, the Mendota B, it looks like just a lot of young athletes here, younger than the rest of the field, but that doesn't mean that they can't, you know, come out here and perform and race against some guys that have a lot more experience than them. So good for them, honestly. And also shout out to Briggs Clark. We love to see a girl boss winning.
Well, it can be, as a younger athlete who's definitely competed in the open events earlier on in my career, it can be a really great experience to test yourself, see if you can surprise some people out there in that field. Yeah. From this angle, I would say it looks like the New York Athletic Club boat is out in front. Yeah, red boys. But we'll have to see it as the angle comes down to see who's going to take the lead, who's going to end up 1, 2, 3 on the podium for this 2022 Summer National Champs. As I mentioned with some of the athletes from the New York Athletic Club boat, a lot of these guys race in a lot of different events. If you're still of college age, you've been racing in the 8s, in the Coxed Fours the rest of the year, but perhaps you are mostly in small boats, training around in the club program during the rest of the year. It's fun to get back in a team boat for the summer, throw down some fun races with your friends.
You can hear them cheering at the 500.
Some really great racing from these crews, especially you could hear New York Athletic Club also goes by Nyack, without the K, I might add, as a hometown kid from Nyack, New York. But West End right in there with them. That New Zealand crew doing a really great job here, just pushing the field, trying to come away with some medals from the United States. In this West End boat, we've got Harrison Molly, Hugo Verdonk, Jesse Pilcher. Shout out to Jesse, he was on the team with me when I was there. Oliver Welch and Waldo Singleton. Doing a really great job here, not letting this headwind slow them down. Really accelerating into the finish, coming right back around. Some great rowing from them. Looking very smooth as they're coming down. You can see those red buoys cropping up behind them.
Yeah, they just really look like they're getting in, being super efficient through the water and really making use of all their power.
If you're going to come travel this far, you're going to try to eke out the win.
Oh, yeah.
You got to make it worthwhile to have your international racing tour on. It does look like they're putting themselves in a really good position, but it's neck and neck between them and New York Athletic Club on the outside. I'm sure both of those boats are trying to go for the win right now, see who can hit a better sprint as they're in the red buoys here. A few little bobbles from New York Athletic Club trying to get the rate up, especially in the sprint. You got to make sure that you're connected, you're taking the sprint at the same place. I definitely have been in boats. You got to communicate on the legs or faster hands, whatever you're doing. You really see the effort from that stroke seat there to get them out ahead. But you see the smooth West End crew creeping up on them, staying neck and neck as they come around. It does look like West End is slightly out ahead as coming through the line, and it's going to be West End taking the win. But coming in second, yeah, red, New York Athletic Club there, followed up by Riverfront Recapture. Really nice job from all of those crews. Great racing there, pushing each other all the way down the track.
Mendota, it looked like it was just a little bit, not enough in the last 300 meters, but it looked like they really put on the gas there, and gave a valiant effort. Go
and sometimes
Badgers.
that can be the case. You've already had a few races today. It is hot. It is exhausting. just get to the sprint and you're like, I guess there's not another gear today. And that just comes with experience too, finding those extra depths within yourself to keep pushing up into a little more power and a little more effort as you come into the sprint. And sometimes knowing you're going to take the rate up for more effort and that's all you can do and not really bring the split down. But that's just what you got to do heading into the last few hundred meters.
You just got to do what you got to do, you know?
We often talk about the sprint. You don't necessarily get faster if you had a really effective base in the middle of the piece. You are really just looking to hold on to speed if you've had the most effective middle 1,000 you can, but you're going to use that rate to make sure you maintain that split. You don't have any drop off in your last few hundred meters.
Yeah, definitely.
But sometimes you can go get those extra watts on it.
Oh, yeah.
And pull your bow ball ahead.
Just some rowing, you know.
I'm rowing.
Charlotte's stepping out for a moment, so now I have free reign. So upcoming races, we have the men's U23 Lightweight 4 with coxswain. 2 entries into that event, New York Athletic Club and Miami Rowing Club, followed shortly by the men's Lightweight 4 with coxswain, also with 2 entries in that event as well. Then we'll head over to the quad. Oh, looks like we got some results from the men's 4 with coxswain. Final, we got in first West End with a time of 7:11. In second, Nyack with time of 7:14. And in third, Riverfront Recapture with the time of 7:20. Congratulations to all the medalists and go Badgers. Starting off, we have the men's U23 Lightweight 4 with coxswain. In lane 3, we have Nyack. In lane 4, we have Miami Rowing Club. This is a dual race.
Just 2 boats heading down the course. We got a good shot of this New York Athletic Club crew heading down the track. Big shout out to their coxswain, Katie. She just won a national championship coxswain the 1V for the Columbia Lightweight Lions.
Wow, very impressive.
Very, very impressive. Had an up and down season, but it was really, really exciting to see them come away with the win at IRAs on this very same course. So I'm sure that she is used to it and looking to repeat that win. She's doing a really great job at Columbia, and we're really excited to see what she can do here. The rest of her crew is Justin Stevens, Harrison Severus, Matt Tucha, and Jarrett Richmond. And it looks like they have a pretty comfortable lead already here in about 7:50 on the race course, looking very smooth as they're heading down, leaving Riverfront Recapture a little bit in their wakes at this point. but doing a good job nonetheless. We've got Miles Satloff coxing for Peter Douglas, Matthew Ferrero, John De Silva, and Joseph Connors. So, lightweight Coxed Four, really great to see here. Putting in a big effort. I'm sure that these New York Athletic Club men are looking to open up as big a lead as they can on the rest of the field.
And they're definitely accomplishing that here as they come across the 1K.
We love to see it. We really do.
Yeah.
Big lead here.
Yeah, now it's up to the coxswain really to motivate her crew.
And so it can be a fun, really fun race to cox your athletes through a situation like this. So you can just be really confident, get them to row their best race possible, and just have a good execution, not worrying too much about the people around you. Or you can go for the other tactic, which is just create a fake boat next to you and pretend that you're still under pressure and go for the aggressive race.
That'll do it too.
But these boys putting in a really good effort here.
Yeah, they look really in control, really confident. Really impressive race here.
It does look like they're continuing to open up in the lead, but not too much. That recapture boat is not letting go of the gas pedal. They are still fully in this race in the second 1,000. You know, definitely some nice race experience out here for these guys. Looks like we've got still some current college kids in these boats. Also some grads already. Just, you know, keeping up that club rowing, having a really great experience.
Yeah, that's great for honestly everyone. You know, it's great to row with people with different experience than you. You know, everyone brings something else to the table. Having a coxswain with the experience that she has really ties it all together. And, I mean, we're really seeing it paying off right here.
New York Athletic Club, definitely a great place to row recreationally if you're not trying to do the elite program there and live in New York City. Definitely is one of the few options. I know there are a lot of different rowing grads who end up in New York City. Probably where I'll end up once I retire. I'm a pretty big fan of the Big Apple as a New York native and, you know, went to college in the city. It definitely is always going to be my home up in Pelham Bay, and I'm very appreciative for everything New York Athletic Club has done for me. They definitely generated a lineage of very strong rowers, particularly on the women's side. Big shout out to Megan Musnicki, who's just been entered into the New York Athletic Club Hall of Fame. 2-time gold medalist, had the honor of racing with her in the women's 8 last year in Tokyo. You cannot get a better rower than Megan Musnicki. She's just dominant and a just stalwart competitor going up against her in a small boat. Definitely makes you a little nervous every single time. So it's nice to have her in your boat, you know, on your side. But the rest of the group that represents New York Athletic Club, myself, Kelsey Reelick, Clara Collins, Maddie Wanamaker, the two of them just raced the pair at World Cup 2, coming away with a silver medal. Really great performance from them, and we're so excited to see them race at the World Championships this fall in Regatta. These boys in the lightweight Coxed Four coming down into the final meters of their race. You see those red buoys. Looking pretty chill. It doesn't look like they're taking the rate up. They may have taken the rate down. Just relaxed. They may be racing in the 8s events later today, or perhaps another race tomorrow. But looking strong as they cross the line. Congratulations on your win, New York Athletic Club, in the lightweight Coxed Four. And coming up behind them, Riverfront Recapture. Great job as well from that crew.
Yeah, great job, everybody. So coming up next, we have the same event, but the men's lightweight 4. It looks like they're already off.
This is just a replay of our men's Coxed Four final. West End taking the win in that race, looking really great with New York Athletic Club coming in second. Here are the results from that men's Coxed Four race. West End winning at the time 7:11.2, followed up by New York Athletic Club, and in third, Riverfront Recapture.
Nice. So yeah, up next we'll have the men's lightweight four. Wait, oh really?
The women's U23 quad final. Sorry, looks like I skipped ahead on the entries for that because we just have 2 entries also for the men's open lightweight Coxed Four final. That previous race was the men's U23 Lightweight Coxed Four, for New York Athletic Club taking the win and Miami Rowing Club coming in second. Had some really great racing out here. Heading into our, I was going to say last few finals. We still got a lot of finals to go. Really exciting to see these last Coxed Four finals, and then we'll head into the quads. We'll see who takes away the team points trophy for the men and the women. I'm sure everybody is racing really hard, not only for themselves, to make sure they're putting their team in a good position for that team points trophy. And we've got the open lightweight Coxed Four final coming down here. Looking like there's not too much spacing between those 2 crews yet, farther up the track. But doing a really, really great job. This overhead shot, we can see New York Athletic Club already in the lead.
Yeah, dominant, just like in the last race.
Great history of lightweight rowers from New York Athletic Club, doing a really great job. One of our current members of our, and here's our results from our men's U23 Lightweight Coxed Four final. New York Athletic Club taking the win, and Miami Rowing Club in silver. Sorry for miscalling that last race. Switched up our order of racing here on my big Google spreadsheet of everybody's names. As I was saying, we've got some good lightweight rowers that have come out of New York Athletic Club, including Zach Heese, who is a member of this year's Lightweight Double, just raced at the Poznan World Cup, did a great job, and with his partner Jasper Liu, secured their spot to be the Lightweight Double for the United States this year for the World Championship. And they'll be looking to train hard down in Texas now and get themselves on the podium this fall. But Zach from Pelham, he grew up rowing out of New York Athletic Club, had a good time training with him when he was up there. Working hard down in Texas. We're excited to see what they can do this year. Does seem like this New York Athletic Club boat, like our previous race, doing a great job staying ahead of that Riverfront Recapture boat with taking the win thus far in the race, but still a long way to go.
Doesn't seem like they're really letting that, like the lack of other competitors, bring them down at all. They're really pushing through here into the 1K as they cross the 1K, not letting up, it seems. So good for them.
very smooth rowing from these lightweights. Definitely sometimes, as a heavyweight myself, I can criticize heavyweight rowers, men and women. Sometimes we rely a little bit too much on our strength, and it's those lightweights that do a better job of having some slick technique, which can really pay off if it's feeling a little puffy in the wind, a little swirly out there, and you just have a little cleaner technique. Blades just slipping in and out of the water very seamlessly, getting a good grip as they're heading into this back 1,000 of the race. They don't seem to be able to really add too many more links between them and Riverfront Recapture. Those men behind them doing a good job of just holding on to that margin, maybe trying to add a little extra push through this middle section of the race, not letting the New York Athletic Club men get too far away from them. Really great effort here from both crews. Dual racing is its own fun experience. It's what a lot of us do or have done during college. It's just you versus one other crew. Got to make sure you just get yourself out ahead and then keep pushing that lead. It's a very different beast than racing 6 boats across.
Definitely.
I don't know. Sometimes better, sometimes worse.
Yeah, it's easy sometimes when there's a lot of boats around, 6-lane race, to get distracted from your own internal race and let the other boats kind of influence what you're doing and what you're thinking. It's tough to stay internal and row your own race. But at the same time, it's always fun to have a lot of competition, be able to push off of different people. So, there's pros and cons here.
And we've got these crews coming down, almost about to hit the red buoys. See if they take it up with this pretty good margin between New York Athletic Club and Riverfront Recapture. They're looking very calm and confident still. You can see that good early grip on the water. Not too much splash with their entries, just getting a good grip and hanging on all the way to the finish. Really nice acceleration here. As they say at New York Athletic Club, great things are expected for those who wear the winged foot. So no surprise here to have back-to-back wins from New York Athletic Club. Really great to see it. Staying nice and long and confident as they're coming down to the line.
Yeah, it looks like they took it down here, just confidently taking it through the finish line.
Not quite as much as our other boat beforehand, but not taking it up. Not trying to expend too much energy as they cross the line to win here in the open men's lightweight 4.
Yeah, congrats to New York Athletic Club.
And great race from Riverfront Recapture coming up behind them. We could still hear those cheers on the course. Make sure you keep it up for your friends in the upcoming finals. They want to hear some raucous shouting from the gazebo, from the finish line. You still got a lot of national titles up for grabs. Coming up next is the U23 Women's and Men's Quad, as well as some straight 4s and 8s following up. Here we are back up at the top for quad racing. You can see all of these boats locked onto the stake boat, getting ready for the next race.
In lane 1 here, we have Orion. In lane 2, OKC. In lane 3, Vesper. In lane 4, Penn AC. In lane 5, Conshohocken. And in lane 6, USRowing High Performance Camp.
So this be some really exciting racing.
Mm-hmm. Everyone battling it out here for some hardware, place on the podium. bragging rights, obviously.
Oh, so important. It does look like we still got some adjustments to do. Lane 2, got to tap it around a little. It can be harder based on the wind. You know, blows your bow around a little. You got to adjust. As a former member of bow pair, old hack to that. You just got to make sure you're listening to probably bow seat in these quads. Whoever's in charge, make sure that you're giving your stroke seat a good line on the buoys to start off. Quad, really fun event to race, very fast, but sometimes, a little complicated. You got a lot of oars to coordinate.
Yeah, a lot of oars.
A lot of oars out there. We did have a time trial for this event yesterday with 12 boats. So half our field got cut for this final, but the fastest qualifying times did come from Penn AC, then Vesper, then Conshohocken. So those boats will have the middle lanes. Let's see if they can maintain their lead, or maybe we're going to get a little changing of order from the rest of their field. A lot of these athletes already raced earlier today. Hopefully not feeling the fatigue too much as they're heading into this race. Really excited to see how they stack up against each other. So Isa and I, we've only been talking for about what feels like 25 hours here, but we're excited to go through into the last few races commentating today. Here's our results from that men's lightweight Coxed Four final. Congratulations to New York Athletic Club on the win, and great racing from Miami Rowing Club in second.
Oh, and we have start
off. A great flurry of blades for those first strokes, getting into those high strokes. If you're unfamiliar with the start of a race and you're not a rower yourselves, generally you do a start sequence. My go-to is 3/4, half, 3/4, lengthen, full, and then get into those high strokes, say around a 40 to a 44 often. If you're going higher than that, to me, you're a bit crazy. Maintain those high strokes for maybe the next 15, 20 strokes, then lengthen out to your base rhythm, depending on where you like to hang out for your race. 38 to 32, depending who you are, what kind of boat class you're racing. It does look like we already have our outside crew from Orion pushing out into the lead in lane 1. So not one of our top times from the time trial, but that's not stopping them. Maybe they're big starters. Time trials yesterday, you don't do a traditional start to get into that 1,900-meter piece. So it can be to the advantage of some of these crews to have that stop from a standstill. Maybe you've got a few extra watts in that boat, a little bigger erg scores to get you off the line. And like we talked about in some of our earlier races, that outside lane can really be an advantage. If you get away from those other crews and they sort of forget to look all the way to that outside lane, you can just sneak up and people can get too comfortable. But it doesn't look like Orion is getting too far away from our middle lanes. Vesper doing a great job, just slightly ahead of Penn AC and Conshohocken behind them.
Yeah, but they're definitely out in that first lane, and I'm doubtful that Vesper and certainly not Conshohocken are really able to see them out there that well. So that'll be definitely interesting to see as we progress through the rest of this race what Orion's able to pull off behind Vesper and Conshohocken without them being able to really notice.
But doesn't look like there's too much space behind them. They just have eked their bow ball out in front, but it does look like Vesper is catching up. So it depends who can get into the best rhythm in the middle section of this race. You still got a while to go in this middle 1,000. You can see that chop kicking up underneath the blades, but these Orion athletes doing a really good job. You see that nice blue and white bent stripe on their blades, getting clear.
I really like their new unis also, side note.
Yeah, shout out. We hear that Orion has new unis. Definitely a new look out there. We're a fan. Love a new design, but it does look like those other two boats are just moving through them. Of Penn AC sneaking into the lead ahead of Vesper, and on the outside, Conshohocken still holding on as well.
Yeah, well fought. You know, I mean, obviously the race isn't over, but it does.
Hey, you can't call it yet, Issa.
No, hey, you know, but it does look like Conshohocken and Vesper were just kind of made a huge move right now and just taking some strokes to really push off from the rest of the field. Doesn't look like Orion has that answer right now.
But maybe they'll find it a little later on. Sometimes it can help if you've got a boat around you. It looks like Penn AC with the front of that charge. Vesper and Conshohocken can kind of feel that excitement and push from them and get some inspiration to go with the boats around them. It does look like Penn AC out in front, followed closely by Vesper, and then Conshohocken sitting in that bronze medal position. But we're just crossing the 1,000. We got the second half of the race to attack. We'll see who can move away, maybe have a 1,000-meter move to establish themselves as race leaders here from Penn AC. Great overhead shot, just looking at these beautiful quad blade work here from Conshohocken. Looking very slick as they're coming down. You can see bow seat of that Conshohocken boat just looking over, trying to see where the rest of the field is. Perhaps she's going to tell the rest of her crew that stroke seat is far enough away. She might not be aware of how close they are to the leading Penn AC crew. So it'll be communicated down the boat. Okay, maybe it's time to go a little early. We're going to have a push up for the back 750 of this race.
Yeah, you know, in the quad, you know, it's a really deceptively, technically challenging boat. You know, we have twice as many oars as, you know, in a 4, obviously. And, you know, when you're sculling, you're used to being in a single and a double where, you know, the set is very affected. You get into a quad and you're like, wow, this is so much more stable. So now I can really crank on it. And then all of a sudden you're not moving as fast as you think you should be, you know? So it's still very technical, requires a lot from every single athlete. And I know, like, my coaches at Craftsbury always say, like, you know, if you're only a good sculler in a quad, you know, you got to look at what you're doing in the single and the double. So each of these athletes needs to really be technically proficient and hold their own in each position of the boat, and we can see that they're doing that here. You know, look at how they're moving together, trying to place their blades in at the same time. All of that really matters, even though it feels really stable and it feels like you can kind of just do whatever.
Coming past the gazebo, you can see the flag is whipping down the course. We're definitely still feeling that headwind, but not stopping this Penn AC quad. They have broken open water on Vesper and Conshohocken, doing a really great job moving into their sprint. It does look like Vesper just took up the rate. They're going to do everything they can to secure that silver medal or move back on gold. Yeah, some really great moves from these athletes. Definitely a few of them have already raced earlier today, recognizing the names of the stroke seats from the doubles or the singles races. But it's really great to see this Penn AC quad out in front of Feith, Frofenhofer, Lindsley, and Bernero out in front, doing a really good job here, but closely chased down by Vesper and Conshohocken. Rest of the field, not to be forgotten, Orion suffering a little bit after that super fast start, not quite in medal position, but still doing a really strong job, as well as OKC in the yellow M-Pocker shell. But we do have Penn AC in this royal blue shell in the lead. You can see the yellow stripe on the side of their uni. In these red buoys, making sure they do everything to secure themselves a 2022 Summer National Championship title. There we go, one last push. All the athletes kind of got 3 seat looking out of the boat a little, trying to look for the line possibly. In their final few strokes, doing a really good job. Still accelerating the shell, staying away from Vesper, making sure they can clinch that win. And it does look like Penn AC is going to come away with some open water for that win, but followed with a really tight race. Oh man, Vesper has just eked out the win ahead of Conshohocken. That is some great racing from both of those crews. Super great late stage surge from Conshohocken.
And some great racing here as well.
With the US Rowing High Performance Development Camp coming across the line, as well as OKC followed by Orion. Excellent racing from all of these crews out here. Keeping it competitive, even if you're the last few boats in the field. And we're off for the men's U23 quad final. Heading off the line. Oh, I'm sorry. That's the replay of our previous race. But next we will get to the men's U23 quad final. Some great racing from these crews. Just a nice overhead shot of Conshohocken. Right hand of your screen. Penn AC in the middle. And Vesper in that black shell with big maroon V's on their back. So some really great rowing from those under 23 college age women, and they will be matched by the U23 quad from the men coming up next. If you are watching the live stream and you want to look back at some past results, definitely check out Here Now for all the results. But here are the results from our last women's U23 quad final. Some great racing from these crews. First place being taken by Penn AC. Second place, Vesper. Third place, Conshohocken. But you can see that time between the second and third place crew under a second. Really great effort from all crews on the field.
Super exciting racing here.
That's all we're here for. Guys, you got to keep it interesting for me and Issa. We've been talking since 8 a.m. this morning.
Yeah.
It is currently 2 o'clock, and we've got a few more hours of commentating.
I got a couple hours in me.
I definitely have a couple hours in me, but I'm expecting some more fun racing from these crews. The tighter racing, the better in my book. Maybe not when you're in the race. It feels a little stressful, but we've got the U23 men's quad coming down here already with a few boats separating, but some tight clumps here on the field. In lane 1, we have Miami Rowing Club B, lane 2, Potomac, lane 3, Undine, lane 4, Penn AC, lane 5, Conshohocken, and lane 6, Miami. It does look like we've got Penn AC, Conshohocken, and Miami out in front, but closely following behind Miami B in that right-hand lane. Always fun if we can see, one team take it for both the men's and the women's event. Really fun to end up on the podium with your teammates. So we just saw those Penn AC women crushing it, and maybe the Penn AC men are also going to come away with this quad win. But pretty early on in the race, we're just around 750 in, settling into their base, maybe trying to make some shifts, hard shifts away, make those competitors pay for sticking with each other during this section of the race. See that yellow shell of Penn AC pushing away, but sticking with them is Conshohocken in the white shell, white top of their unis. Not to be let go in this middle 1,000.
Yeah, Conshohocken's really putting up a fight here, and that's really impressive to see as we come up to the 1K. You know, they're halfway through the race, you know, making a move to pull up even. I would say there's our angle, we're a little off, but maybe I would say, you know, starting to work their way into the Penn AC boat as they're coming across the 1,000. And honestly, that's really great positioning. And I'm sure they're super excited about that.
But pretty close here. You know, those Conshohocken boys trying to make a move on this Penn AC crew. You just saw bow seat of Penn AC looking over. He can see their bow ball just coming up, trying to keep a little bit of distance between them as they're heading down. In this Penn AC crew, we've got Coyne, Cunningham, Love, and Van der Nieuwenhuizen. I am really sorry if I just screwed up your last name. A bit too many syllables at this point in the day, but you're rowing really well.
Good work.
Not to be outdone, though, this Conshohocken boat behind them. Russell Focio Walco, who definitely saw in the single earlier today, Jones and Sherman. So I'm sure most of these men have already raced earlier today, going for their second race of the day. And we see Conshohocken is just pushing through. They're making a nice move at the 1250.
Yeah, this is really exciting. You know, we came across the 1K, and it's almost in that middle, I would say like 1250 to 750, you know, as we come here. They've just continued to take seats on the Penn AC boat. And that's super, you know, that's super exciting to see and very impressive. They didn't let, you know, being down off the start get to them. They stayed internal and used the other boat to their advantage to motivate them to come through the 1K and start in on the third 500 in a great position. So I'm really excited to see how they use that momentum here. And you can see as they take up the rate here even, they're really putting it on, making a huge move here. You know, it does look like Penn AC is trying to respond. They're coming across here at the 500. This is some really great racing.
Mm-hmm. And that's exciting. We've still got about 400 meters to go and just see who can put on a better sprint. They're pretty much going stroke for stroke here. It's really nice to see the bow balls up and down, back and forth. That Conshohocken boat still managing to stay out ahead, but only half a deck between them. That is really no distance at all. Under a second between them, and anything can happen. Does look like that margin is still holding. Conshohocken might have gained even a seat in the time I've been talking, but Penn AC not getting far behind. Some really great racing from both these crews. I'm sure these guys are very tired. We've seen them in the single and the double, and they probably got some more racing tomorrow for those finals, but doing a really good job here.
Yeah, Penn AC doing their best to respond to a very, very strong Conshohocken move. Basically started moving at the 1K and haven't stopped since, which is very impressive. Penn AC trying to come back and respond. I can see that bow seat looking over, trying to see how much is left of the course and how many seats they have to make up here. But it looks like Conshohocken just kept moving, kept their momentum up, and is just going to use that to their advantage here in the last 250.
And gained almost a whole length, definitely trying to open up in the last 250, even before they hit the red buoys. This is very impressive. You can see that bow seat and the red hat just looking out, trying to find the finish line. You cannot come soon enough sometimes, but these athletes, super smooth rowing, getting a good early grip to take the win. Nice rowing, Conshohocken, and excellent racing from Penn AC to come in second. We'll see who can nab that third spot on the podium. Definitely seeing that exhaustion on those Penn AC boys laying down in their boat. They gave it everything they could.
Yeah, they really did. That's really impressive racing from all the crews.
And it looks like we've got Miami on this close side coming in for that bronze medal. Really great finish from you guys. We'll see these last few crews. It does look like Miami B is going to end up behind their teammates. And then it looks like we've got Potomac coming in just in front of Undine, but really great racing from both of those boats. And just a little recap of this race. You can see Penn AC started that race in front, but that did not deter Conshohocken from a really great charge. As Issa was saying, they started moving at the 1K. Honestly, even beforehand, they were down almost a boat length here at the 750, got even by the middle of the race, and kept that charge going all the way to the finish line to end up with open water on Penn AC. I'm definitely a fan of this, race execution. Sometimes you just don't have the best start, and it does not deter. You can still take away the win, put yourself in an excellent position.
Super, super, super impressive. We love to see it. Hashtag good for the sport.
Yeah, we got to start some trending things here from the commentary box. Send us your suggestions at Sharbuckwild, at Issa Darvin. We have not plugged our own social media quite nearly enough.
Never can, honestly. But yeah, what's good for the sport here? Let us know.
Yeah, more competition, more challengers, just honestly seeing more people on the race course. If you want to follow along with our own rowing and racing progress, we are both members of the Princeton Training Center, and our team Instagram is at Women in the Boat. We've got a great squad down here, working really hard on trying to get spots on the national team to head to the World Championships in Richiche this fall. And excited to see people tomorrow claim their spots on that team. Could not be more exciting for either first-timers or, old hats to being on the national team. And here are the results from that men's U23 Quad final. Really great racing from Conshohocken to take that win. Second place, Penn AC, and coming in third, Miami.
Coming up here, we have a 15-minute break until the start of the women's quad final. And from then on, we'll have the rest of our finals for the day, finishing up at around
4:30. We'll see you back here for the women's quad.
will crash.
Now, when you say crash, we all look at each other because it startled us.
And we're back for our next set of finals. This is Charlotte Buck here with Issa Darvin for the women's quad final. Those boats heading through the 500 right now. In lane one on the right side of your screen, we have Orion B. Nice shot of them right here. Next to them, we have OKC High Performance Center in lane two. In lane three, Riverside Composite. In lane four, Orion Composite. In lane five, Vesper. And it looks like we have a scratch for the last race. Just 5 boats in this race. This nice shot of this Orion crew right here. And looking over to lane 3, that Riverside Composite. That quad is going to be a quad of 4 lightweights racing for the lightweight quad spot on the national team tomorrow. They are racing uncontested, so they'll be looking forward to racing the lightweight quad in Regatta this fall. We've already got a pretty good separation from a lot of these crews, but a pretty good race still from the front of the field here.
Definitely, we can see these two Orion crews in second after the Riverside boat, really fighting it out here for second. Not quite sure just of the angle. Oh, actually, excuse me, on your right, you can kind of see it from a better angle where the Orion crews are kind of placed in that lane.
You can see these composite boats, sometimes you got different blades, so you can see you got those blue stripes of Orion on the outside. Really great racing in these quads. A lot of these athletes will have raced in the double or the single earlier today. In this, one of our Orion boat on the right side of your screen, the one that was just closer to the screen, headed off. It's Tessa Yurko, Lauren Miller, Catherine Flynn, and Ricky Flowers in the bow. Shout out to Ricky, one of my teammates for the 2018 World University Games team in China. We had a really great time racing out there, bowing that quad off to the right. And on the left, we've got another Orion crew of Kate Horvat, Maddie Focht, Megan Goodman, and Hannah Pinkner. Really great racing for all these crews. This Riverside White Marsh composite doing a great job just pushing themselves into the lead, setting up well for a race down the course by themselves tomorrow to secure their spot on the senior national team. Obviously, very talented athletes in this boat. Adriana Borson, Kara Stowicki, Elizabeth Martin, and Sophia Lewis. A lot of these athletes racing earlier today. We saw Sophia Lewis and Adriana Borson in the double coming in for that second place finish. So they're looking to add a gold medal to their haul for the week. Looking very long and strong here.
Yeah, definitely. Really long, really strong as they come through here.
There's a lot of experience in this boat. Kara Stowicki is a 2-time national team member and a world champion in 2019 in the lightweight women's pair.
That race for second, though, is really shaping up to be pretty fun. Here we have Orion B and Orion Composite facing off.
And, you know, these two quads probably raced a lot in practice, done a bunch of back and forth, and now to see who can eke it out once they've already had a few races in them. It does look like this closer Orion shell just slipping slightly back on that yellow M. Pocker Orion quad on the inside.
Yeah, like we've been saying before, you know, the quad is a deceptively difficult boat, in my opinion. You know, you have that stable platform, but every oar, you know, needs to be in time with all the other ones, obviously, and everyone needs to be on the same page. And we're really seeing this Riverside Composite put on a masterclass here in these last 250. They look really solid, really composed, and they're just getting, you know, a couple practice races in before they race to represent the U.S. Tomorrow as the lightweight quad.
You can see just like very easy dropping in the blades behind them. That's what you want to do. Back the blades down, get as long a stroke as possible, and very gentle, easy pickup from these four athletes. Nice low shoulders, very composed as they're coming down in the final few strokes to take the win in this open women's quad final. Really beautiful work there. Followed up by the Orion Composite coming in second. And our second Orion boat. Orion B coming in third. Nice work from all of those crews who are our last two quads coming down the track right now. Here's a shot earlier in the race. That Vesper boat looking out over to that Riverside Composite crew. Really great racing from all of those athletes, and we're so excited to see the lightweight quad, have their race tomorrow, be officially selected to represent USA in Regatta this fall. Those last few crews coming down to the line in this women's quad. Up next, we have the men's quad final. Sam Bent, we've had a few scratches. It will just be 3 boats in this next race for the men's quad. And you can see they're already on the course. In lane 1, we have Undine, lane 3, OKC High Performance Center, and lane 4, Crescent Composite. It does look like we've got lane 4, the Crescent Composite, might be just out in front, but there is not a lot of space between these 4 crews right now. Some really great racing from the whole field. In lane 1, Undine coming up the outside. They do have that extra space of an empty lane between them and Oklahoma City High Performance Center in those light blue unis in the yellow Empacher shell. But Crescent Composite, you can see Crescent, some Riverside athletes in that boat as well. Go Stripes, pushing out ahead.
Yeah, they look like they're taking a really commanding couple strokes here, try and solidify their lead. We'll see what OKC has in response here.
That Riverside Crescent Composite boat is Amel Jonas, Graham Calloway, Alan Wu, and Casey Hauschel doing a really great job here trying to move off the rest of the field, but OKC not letting them go. Cameron Kumadji, Isaac Evans, Conrad Palmer, and Craig Olgies. And not to be forgotten, Undine with William Risco, Jeffrey Hirsch, Matthew Greershaber, and Dylan Hartwick. Everybody all in the race still, overlap between all the boats. Really only a seat between the Riverside Crescent Composite, but it does look like OKC and Undine are both gaining on them as we hit about 600 to go. They're just about to hit that 500 meter mark. If you're there, give your crew a shout. They definitely could use this extra push coming through into the final 500 with really nothing between these 3 boats.
Yeah, wow, you really couldn't ask for a better race here. We got, 3 positions up for grabs. But, I mean, none of these crews are really taking anything for granted here. And they're all giving it all they got to get
like
that.
OKC decided to go early on this sprint, and it's paying off. They've moved their bow ball out ahead of this Crescent Riverside Composite, doing a really great job here, but only a deck ahead and only maybe another few seats back to Undine on the outside. It's who can keep it going. It looks like Riverside has brought up the rate heading into the final 300 meters of the race. We've got to see if OKC can hold on to this lead. You can see Riverside Crescent Composite really hanging on each stroke, trying to push back. It does look like they've gained a little ground back, but we'll see if it can be enough or OKC can respond.
Yeah, OKC really starting to, yam on it, come into that finish. We're going to see if that's actually going to pay off for them. And it looks like it is.
It looks like Riverside Crescent Composite might have had a little hiccup there. They dropped back a few strokes or seats very quickly. And now they're just trying to recover and stay ahead of Undine as they head into the finish. OKC staying very calm in this situation, just pushing themselves out, going for this win here in the final 10 strokes. Looks like they're going to be able to take the win away from the Riverside Crescent Composite and Undine. But really close racing all the way down the course from these three boats. Oh, it looks like Undine is very close up on that Crescent Riverside Composite, but they're able to just stay just ahead. Hands up in the air for bow seat of OKC. Very happy with that race result. And got to watch out for those crews drifting a little bit close together as they come through the line.
Yeah, and they really should be. That was really exciting racing. None of the crews took anything for granted there. They're very even as they came across, even the 750 to go. But I mean, OKC really took a commanding lead there. I know Riverside had a hiccup there. They were able to come back nicely and gave it all they had in that last 250.
Sometimes it is that. You just find that decisive move. It puts you into, sometimes just a rhythm shift can be the most important thing. It's not really about power. It's about effective length at that point in the race. Gives you a little better send into the finish as you're coming towards your sprint.
Definitely.
Really great racing from those three crews in the men's quad final.
Coming up next, we have the men's U23 Lightweight Quad. Only 3 boats in this heat event as well.
But as we saw, doesn't matter if there's only 3 boats. It can be super tight racing. Really exciting stuff out here.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
We'll head back up to the start for the men's U23 Lightweight Quad final. 3 boats in this race. A straight final, no time trials yesterday, but don't let that fool you. These athletes have not been resting. Many of them have been racing other events earlier today. Looking to add another national title to their resume. It does look like we still got a bit of a headwind, but it does seem to have calmed down. The water seems relatively flat. It still has been kicking up a little bit in that top 1K. So if you're heading out for your race, just be warned you must keep it clean in your first 1K.
Definitely.
And here we have the results. OKC High Performance Center taking the gold. Coming in right behind them, Crescent and Composite and Riverside. And in third, Undine. Great racing from all of those crews. Looks like we've already got a start in the men's U23 Lightweight Quad. Since we've only got 3 boats, we're in the 3 center lanes. It can be easiest just to keep all the boats closer together, see your competition as you go. So lanes 3 through 5 are occupied for this race. In lane 3, Miami Rowing Club. Lane 4, Undine Composite. And lane 5, Miami B. So, you know, these 2 Miami crews, maybe they've seen a lot of each other. We've definitely seen quite a lot of Miami crews out on the course today. It's really exciting to see them up from Florida doing some great racing here. Some of their teammates DMing us some shout outs. So really a good cheering squad from Miami as well. We'd love to see the support, the love shown to your teammates. Sometimes it's hard when you're on the course training yourself, racing. You don't have a lot of time to cheer. So we can do the cheering for you. Just let us know.
Oh, yeah. We'd love to do it. It'd be an honor.
It does look like we've got this Miami Quad in lane 3 out ahead. Looks like they may be a little tight on the side buoy lines, but they've got enough space on the crew in front of them. They're doing fine. And then almost no space between this Undine Composite and Miami B. So we got a nice mix here. Some college kids in these boats. A lot of high schoolers racing up against some maybe more experienced rowers. Possibly not. If they're like myself and Issa, didn't start till college. Some high school rowers, when I was racing at Summer Nationals in the past, had far more experience than I did. And it looks like This Miami boat is doing a great job getting themselves out ahead of the field. Nicholas Nadal, Rodrigo Miranda, George Pessin, and Justin Alvarez doing
Yeah,
a
they're
great
looking
job.
really good.
Super calm into the finish. They're not super quick hands out of the back. That can be a stylistic choice. Just make sure that you're having an effective complete of the stroke.
Yeah, it's a really interesting choice, like Charlotte was saying. But, I mean, you can see that their blades are getting in together. The rhythm looks really relaxed, and it's paying off here.
It can really help sometimes with just matching up. If you're people that haven't rowed together, it does look like we've seen a few of these athletes in other events today. Say you're putting two doubles together, maybe some singles rowers. It just is a good point of cohesion that a coach can give to a crew to make sure that they're having matched up rowing in these quads. And looking very nice here. Great timing between, you see just that leg push, hitting the deck with the knees all at the same time. Great to see, and it's really serving them very well. They continue to push off from those other two boats, which is looking like where the real race is happening. There is no space between this Undine crew and Miami B. In this Undine crew, we've got Lucas Sanji, Pascal Evans, Elias Debeas, and Mark Caniff facing off against this Miami B crew of Javier Roman, Adam Kleinman, Troy Gillian, and Sebastian Sanchez. Really great work from both of those crews. That can be some of the toughest racing. You're just neck and neck, and it does look like Undine has been able to make a good move in this third 500 to push back their competitors from Miami B. And now they just need to make sure they can keep a hold of this lead, perhaps open it up some open water, give themselves a little calmer feeling heading into the last 500. But I'm sure Miami B is going to be trying to push back with every single stroke, keep that attachment to the second place crew. This first Miami crew, though, doing a great job. It's just establishing their lead, looking very calm and effective here. I wonder, the Miami guys, maybe they're more used to this horrible humidity we're having. It is. They are unfazed by these tough weather conditions. They're like, what humidity? It's not 95 yet.
Yeah, they've acclimated, you know. They don't need to. Doesn't bother them as much as maybe it does bother us, but.
Looking really nice here as they're coming by into the final 500. Some nice cowbell out in the course, cheering them on. What's the best thing you've seen offside of a course? Definitely seen some actual cows off a course before.
I don't know. I mean, Wisconsin, we love to do a good brat grill out, so I do love that, especially, you know, on the shores of Mercer.
It's fair. It's a good thing. Maybe you want the smell of some sausages going,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
As you're passing into the final stages of your race. But these Miami guys, nothing to worry about with their lead, looking very confident. Really nice power per stroke. Does look like they've taken down the rating even as they're coming into this last section of their race. Nothing to worry about with their lead as long as everything stays the same. But just excellent blade work here from this overhead shot. You can just see those 8 blades dropping in very nicely together. Effective acceleration of the handles all the way to the finish.
Yeah, looking really good.
Those buoys have turned red. They're in their last section of the race. Just hanging on to this lead. Maybe not expanding it at this point. They seem to be chilling out a bit on the race. But love to see it. They did all their work in the first half, and now it pays off. They get to relax, put their feet up a little.
Exactly.
Looking very nice. Looks like they might have even taken it down a little more. You gotta save that energy for later. You might have another race. I know the Miami has a men's U23 Lightweight 8 coming down, so saving a little energy for that race later in the day. Well, looking really good to take gold there from Miami, and we'll see what shakes out between Undine and Miami B for silver and bronze in this men's U23 quad lightweight quad final. It does look like Undyne is going to take the lead ahead of Miami B for second place, but a great race from both of those crews. Looks like a little confusion about the finish line. It can get tough there as you're getting tired, but all those crews did an excellent job. A little replay of the beginning of the race. You see 700 meters in, Miami A already establishing a very strong lead. Excellent tactical, effective racing from this crew. Gorgeous, darling. Just
Absolutely gorgeous. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really get much better than that, you know. Start off super dominant throughout the entire race, in control the entire time. Awesome. Very impressive from Miami. Coming up next, in about 3 minutes, we're going to see the start of the women's U23 straight four final. So that means no coxswain in this four. Be stroked, bowed and steered by either, it depends on who actually will be steering, but no coxswain in that four. Have 3 competitors for this event. Should be starting off soon.
Connecticut versus
Greenwich.
Greenwich, also from Connecticut. So excited to see that racing in just a little bit. And we got results for that men's U23 Lightweight Quad final. Miami taking the win ahead of Undyne Composite and Miami B coming in third. Really great racing for all of these quads. Looks like we've got the start of the straight four race for the U23 women. In lane 3, we have Connecticut. In lane 4, we also have Connecticut. And in lane 5, Greenwich crew. So you can see these black blades of Connecticut and white blades of Greenwich crew on the left side of your picture. As Issa was saying before, a straight four means there's no coxswain. Someone in the crew will be responsible for steering as well as motivating and, delegating, having some calls in the race. Generally, it'll be stroke seat or bow seat doing the steering. I tend to like having steering in the stern of the boat. You can see down the nice buoyed course. Sometimes the overhead pictures, you can't see the buoys that clearly, but when you're on the course, it's pretty easy to see the lanes. The buoys are pretty clear out there on Mercer, as on most race courses.
And it's a good way to split up responsibility, you know, like bow seat typically is in charge of calling practices when you're practicing, but then in races making calls for any technical changes or any moves that they want to make during the race. So it's nice to have the stroke be responsible for making sure that the boat is on a clear, straight path down the race course. We see here that looks like lane 5 is having a little bit of an issue, but they've seemed to correct it quite quickly, which is really good. Getting straight back into their lane. Lane 4 as well, maybe a little bit, but that might just be my angle here.
Definitely, you know, under 23, these are college kids. And maybe even it looks like we've got quite a lot of high schoolers, 16 and 17-year-olds in both of these boats. Steering yourself is a lot of responsibility, and sometimes your focus slips. You're paying attention to setting a great rhythm.
Yeah,
And the steering goes out a little bit. I think we have both the Greenwich crew and Connecticut getting pushed over a bit. Hopefully they're going to right themselves in the middle of their lanes.
Yeah, it looks like they just took a couple strokes, maybe got their hull into lane 4 by accident, but they quickly got their hull back into the correct lane, and hopefully they'll be able to maintain their straight line here.
To Greenwich's credit, they already have open water on the next cruise, so if you have a mishap like that, at least you're not getting overtaken and we're worried about 2 boats in the same lane. Greenwich looking really strong here. In this crew, we've got Pollock, Beck, Alexander, and Wheel Dryer. Some really nice rowing from these athletes. But followed closely behind by these 2 Connecticut crews with Nelson, O'Mara, Lee, and Bell in the leading Connecticut crew, followed by Nickerson, Dodge, Wennick, and Knapp in the second Connecticut boat.
Yeah, again, this Greenwich crew, despite some steering mishaps, they're staying really composed. Getting back into their, back into their lane, quite easily. And like Charlotte was saying, you know, they have open water on the rest of the field, so those steering mishaps didn't really seem to matter in terms of their positioning here on the course. As they come into the 1K, we'll see what they what they do here in response to how the race is unfolding. We've seen some crews, you know, continue to execute a race plan, you know, sprinting, etc. It'll be interesting to see what they decide to do here, given how much open water they have on the rest of the field. Looks like that Connecticut crew in lane 4 has also been having some steering issues. Again, this is a tough thing to balance. You know, you're not only rowing, but also steering and coxing here. So that can be really tough for crews to navigate, but, you know, they're doing it well here. They're going to get back into their lane and continue down the race course as well as they can here.
Hearing that cheering from the gazebo as they're heading toward that final 500 of the course. I will admit, I have definitely steered a straight 4 poorly on this course before. My teammates can attest to. I have hit many a buoy in my time, and especially at race pressure sometimes it just gets away from you. But these girls doing a really great job here. These overhead shots, really beautiful. Just watching the timing out of bow of these crew. Really nice work here.
And you can see them start to correct their course here as they come into the starboard buoys, but quickly correcting their course.
No, we talked about the Quad being a pretty technical, difficult boat. Similarly, the straight 4, you kind of have more responsibility, obviously, with the absence of the coxswain. I find also the coxswain a little extra weight in the boat, a little heavier. It sometimes makes the boat more stable. A straight 4, sometimes a little bit unstable, especially if you're not matching up perfectly, and can take a while to sort of get the styles down between all 4 of you. But it is absolutely one of my favorite boats to race because without the coxswain there, it is a pretty light boat compared to, say, getting the 8 off the line is still pretty heavy with all 9 athletes in that crew. And so the straight 4 can get some pretty fast times on the course. It does look like we're maintaining margin between these 3 crews. Greenwich out with their lead. Our first Connecticut boat on the outside in second place, and our third Connecticut crew in lane 4 coming up in third place. About to hit the red buoys here. And, you know, I do literally mean hit the red buoys for these athletes at the moment. But they're doing a great job. And when you have the space around you, don't have too many other crews, it's forgivable. Both Greenwich and Connecticut Boat Club obviously producing a lot of very strong high school rowers, doing a really good job at youth nationals this year. Most of those athletes looking to continue to row on in college. But looking really strong as Greenwich comes down to the line. Prettily handily controlling this race all the way down the course. But it's really nice racing from both Connecticut boats.
Really impressive. Really impressive composure.
And here we have our first Connecticut Boat Club crew coming down to the line to secure that silver medal. Great racing from them as well. And our final straight four popping into view. A really nice race from all of these crews. Just a shot of earlier in the race. You can see a super tough boat class. You're managing everything yourself. And some of these young athletes, it might be one of their first races in the straight four. What this is an Olympic boat class just being brought back for the women's side in this past Tokyo Olympics. So it's been really exciting to see the straight four for the women as a gender equity event for rowing. So I'm sure some of these athletes will want to continue on, take some more time in this boat class, and perhaps make the U23 team in the straight four or senior team. Heading back up the course, we have men's U23 straight four final. A few more boats in this race. 6 boats across. Should be some exciting racing.
And it looks like we have a start here for the men's under 23 straight four. In lane 1, we have Mendota B. In lane 2, West End. In lane 3, Greenwich. In lane 4, Mendota. In lane 5, Buffalo Scholastic. And in lane 6, Greenwich Crew B.
So just like our last race, these are straight fours, uncoxed events. So it means these athletes will be responsible for steering themselves. It might mean our referees have a little more work to do than perhaps in a coxed event. Does look like lane 4 had a little veer off into their starboard side, but they look like they're riding their course right now.
They're getting it back together, you know.
Yeah, sometimes it just takes a little time. People have a little different power off the start. You get a little pushed into one buoy line or the other, but it looks like all 6 crews are doing a really great job evening out here with lane 2 and lane 4 just slightly eking out ahead. Lane 1 also right in there. Looks like West End establishing themselves really well, evenly with Mendota A.
Yeah, in the Mendota A crew, we got Garrison Waugh, Sebastian Morel, Michael Horan, and Aiden Schmidt. So Schmidt and Horan, if you remember, they were in the pair together earlier this morning, and they'll be stroking this 4 as well.
This West End crew of Schotter, Singleton, Welk, and Short. You might remember Short and Schotter from the men's pair as well that won this morning. This straight 4 from West End won the senior straight 4 at the New Zealand Club National Championships, as well as earning silver in the Premier 4 event. So for us, it's sort of like open versus seniors club events, sort of. Same sort of categories that we have at different events here that you can sort of age out as you win, Premier being the highest level in New Zealand. So really great racing caliber from this 4.
Really great shot here as we're at where we hit the 750. Able to see straight across, get a really good view of what's going on as we're entering the last K of the course. Looks like Mendota A has really recovered well from their initial steering issue off the start and have recuperated very well, giving West End a run for their money here as we come into the 1000.
But does look like we still have a pretty tight grouping here. Buffalo Scholastic on that outside, not letting go of connection with Mendota and West End as well.
Again, we have just Aiden and Haran in that Mendota A. They just have so much experience rowing together. It's been stern pair for this entire season. So that really just gives them an edge here, I think. And we can see that they're, confidently making moves together. They're doing a good job steering down the course after that initial mishap, obviously. And they're looking really relaxed and confident here.
In that Buffalo Scholastic boat that is still holding connection to this, they might maybe quite even cross with that West End crew. We have Colin Hay, James Egan, Ryan Elsinga, and Nathaniel Sass, many of whom have raced earlier in the day. So I'm sure all 12 of these athletes feeling the burn a little bit. You can see that white flag from the Empire on the launch to the Mendota crew, just telling them to move over in their lane, make sure that they're not causing any issues for that Buffalo Scholastic team. One of the other issues when boats get close to each other on the course is you're going to feel the puddles of the boat behind you, and you want to be sinking your blade into clean water. If it's getting rough, swirled up, it's harder to feel that nice grip and push off.
It looks like we got some matching bandana action going down. It looks like
maybe they heard us talking before.
Yeah, looking good, Seb.
And we got this nice shot of this West End crew. A nice push. You can see Bousey keeps looking over, just making sure that they're in this race. Maybe going to start that sprint early to see if they can overtake this Mendota crew. But really, very close. Looks like this Buffalo Scholastic team on the outside trying to get themselves into the lead. They are stroke for stroke with Mendota as well.
So I see Aiden just looking around a little bit, stern stroke of that 4. Classic pain face that he's got on there right now. We're going to see what happens here. They're going pretty stroke for stroke, but I mean, the Buffalo Scholastic, they are taking inches off that deck with each stroke.
And they're looking a little slicker, I have to say, than the rest of the field. They're looking very calm, a little more relaxed shoulders. Their blades just getting into the water a little easier than this Mendota crew. But West End, not to be forgotten on this close side, still right in it. All 3 bows straight across. They might have moved up ahead of Mendota, it looks like. But looks like Buffalo Scholastic has taken the lead. West End ratcheting it up a little more, trying to get themselves back in this race for gold. But Mendota is taking it up as well.
Yeah, we see members of each crew looking over. Look at Bao looking over here on this West End crew. Seeing some of the Wisco rowers look over, this is really shaping up to be a great race.
Yeah, no one is letting anything go. You're leaving it all out in the race course. It does look like Buffalo Scholastic made an awesome move to get away from that Mendota boat. They opened up, but they might not have open water on West End yet. Everyone charging down in this last 100 meter, really shaping up an excellent race here. Buffalo Scholastic still going for the last charge, and we'll see how tight it is between first and second here. Looks like we got about half a boat length ahead for Buffalo Scholastic, ahead of West End. Ooh, lengthening out to a full boat length lead for Buffalo Scholastic, followed up by West End and Mendota coming in third.
Go Badgers.
Excellent racing from all three of those crews.
Yeah, that was super exciting. I mean, we had such a close race going into that last 500, and it seems like Buffalo Scholastic really just, as you can see here in this replay, you know, look how far down Buffalo Scholastic was on West End and Mendota, and it seems like right around, I don't know, I would say like 1250 in, they kind of just decided, you know what, we're going to make a move here, and they never really stopped gaining inches on the rest of the field. So very impressive racing from all three crews and all crews in this event, obviously.
Did you see the really nice composure of those blades from Buffalo Scholastic? Really paid off in the end, as the sprint turned out to be so important in this race. Might have given them just a little bit more leeway, a little more energy left in those final 250. But great work from all three crews here who made it on the podium.
Agreed. Go Badgers!
I mean, we couldn't end a race with Mendota crew without a Go Badgers. If you can't take the win, at least you got Issa's support down here in the commentating box.
Always.
We're headed back to the start, but we're going to take a quick break before our women's straight four final, starting at 3:22. And we're back. It's Charlotte and Issa here for the women's straight four final. Just two crews in this race. We've got U.S. Training Center Princeton versus New York Athletic Club. So, you know, both my teams here, Red and my current home of Princeton Training Center. So we're very excited to see our friends in this race, Vicky Opitz, Alina Hagstrom, Brooke Wolford, and Molly Bruggeman facing off against the New York Athletic Club boat of Juliana Prisco, Jasmine Shones, Gwyneth Sauter, and Grace Barber.
They asked us to let all of you know that we have two Geminis in this boat as stern pair, Molly Bruggeman and Vicky, both Geminis. While Alina is a Libra and Brooke Wolford is a Cancer. Birthday coming up soon, so I just wanted to let you guys know that, as well as the fact that Molly loves drinking pina coladas and taking long walks on the beach. Vicky doesn't like health food, and Brooke loves getting caught in the rain. So
we may be joking slightly. These are our teammates here at Princeton, and it won't be too much of a surprise if we see them win in quite a dominant fashion. As you can see, they're in about 750 meters into the race, already lots of spacing off to those boats behind them. And you can see just some, world-class rowing in this boat, as it's no surprise since we've got world champions in this boat. So really exciting to see, you know, the caliber of this stern pair is unparalleled.
yeah, honestly, Vicky, a Badger, Wisconsin legend. I rode in my time at Wisconsin. Our 1V 8 is named after her. So, that was always an honor. And, you know, she's here at the training center, and it's been so much fun to row with her. You know, four-time world champion, along with world champion Molly Bruggeman right ahead of her.
In this event.
Yes.
I'm sure Molly and Vicky will have lots of athletes cheering for them in this event. Both of them have taken some time off to coach this year. Molly with gopher rowing at Minnesota, and Vicky with the Wisconsin lightweights. Not to be forgotten, though, our very excellent bow pair of Alina and Brooke. Two amazingly proficient athletes in their own right. Alina taking a win in the under-23 pairs with our friend Regina Salmons in the past. Brooke Wolford killing it. We talked a little bit earlier with Lizzie about seeing some D3 rowers out here. And Brooke is our rare D2 rower. So we love to see her Oklahoma pride coming out here, crushing that bow seat in this boat.
Definitely.
You look at the superb technique of these four athletes. It really can't be matched. The power through the whole stroke, not letting any pressure off of those blades. We like that sort of easy hands around out of the finish here. Big fan of that style. It just keeps the bow up and out of the water, but really nice grip and hang from all four athletes. Perfectly in time with each other. Flawless, I'd say.
And while we, we're singing their praises, but they really do deserve it. They've been training here with us for a while, and it's just been such a great time having them here. So,
and
love to see it.
All these athletes headed into selection camp 2 with some other athletes that you've seen on the course. Cicely Madden in the single will be there as well. But these four athletes headed into sweep selection camp for a spot on the World Championship team in either the straight 4 or the 8. Not to be forgotten, New York Athletic Club doing a really great job. I do have to admit, a little outgunned. It is hard to have a competition like this and still put together a really excellent race. We'll see them coming down behind. But we've got this Princeton Training Center for heading into the final 500, almost up on those red buoys. Excellent, dominating fashion. We love to see our friends win. But big shout out to those four women. You can't find harder workers than the women of the Princeton Training Center.
You really can't.
Putting in a lot of mileage here at Mercer. We love our home, sharing it with our Mercer juniors. Big fan of being able to share the course with them. So we're very thankful to get to use this space as our training space. So thank you so much to all the volunteers from the community and from PNRA Mercer that are helping us out with this regatta. A great split screen here of seeing the two boats. The New York Athletic Club Straight Four also doing an excellent job here, pushing their bow down the course. Maybe getting their first taste of racing people who have international experience, but hopefully it will inspire them to keep training really hard. These are mostly college kids in the New York Athletic Club boat facing down the very experienced Princeton Training Center crew. Gorgeous win. They're definitely bringing up the rate. Competition not quite in sight, but still going to execute just their race to have a really good training week. Definitely know that, no easing up the volume heading into this race. Really dominant win here in the Straight Four. Good racing from Vicky, Molly, Alina, and Brooke. We do love to see it.
Love to see it. Great job, ladies.
And this New York Athletic Club Straight Four still coming down the course, doing an excellent job finishing off their race. Just seeing this beautiful rowing of this Straight Four. You can just see they very easily get their hands out and around. Very nice C tap down around the finish. Their blades stay clear of, slightly a little bit of roll and chop on this waterway. But really, you cannot look for a better example of rowing today on Mercer. Next up, we have the men's Straight Four final starting in just a few minutes. Got a little more competition in this race with 5 boats across. And we'll head back up to the start. And we've got the men's Straight Four final coming down. A great overhead shot just off the starting blocks. To the right side of your screen, we have Mendota B. In lane 3, we have Mendota A. In lane 4, we have West End. In lane 5, New York Athletic Club. And in lane 6, New York Athletic Club. Already again, these are Straight Fours. Someone in the boat has the tow. They are steering. That Mendota crew came a little bit close to West End, forced them over, but has righted themselves back in the center of their lane. Our race leaders so far, that Mendota A crew in lane 3, but followed very closely behind by New York Athletic Club in lane 5 and West End in lane 4. this Mendota crew of Cleary, Golbus, Green, and Duncan doing a really great job sort of settling into the middle of the race as they're passing into the second 500. Almost no space between this West End crew and New York Athletic Club. A few of these athletes raced in the other fours events earlier in the regatta, as well as the pairs, and some of them are looking to double up in the eights later today. So that fatigue may be getting them to a little bit, but this Mendota crew looking very strong, already with open water, heading towards the 750. Looking nice and strong here, just continuing to push out their lead. Nice quick catches from these guys, especially in a headwind. You don't want to get your blades hung up. Just adds air resistance. You want to just drop them right in as soon as you're prepared to take your next stroke. Not too much waiting up at the front end on the footboard. Looks like the real race is heating up between New York Athletic Club and West End. We've got two New York Athletic Club boats out on this course. This one is our heavyweight boat. We also have in lane 6 is a lightweight straight four, but has been grouped into this race. And so racing up against maybe some slightly larger athletes, but doing a great job. So this is our heavyweight New York Athletic Club boat on that far side next to West End in lane 4. That New York Athletic Club boat of Irvin, Tichy, Stewart, and Tucha doing a great job hanging right next to West End of Shannon, Pilcher, Barrick, and Verdonk. Really nothing between them, going stroke for stroke, trying to chase down that Mendota A boat. It looks like it's a great shot on the right side of your screen. You see bow wall to bow wall, back and forth, every stroke, trading places between New York Athletic Club and West End. As mentioned before, coach of West End, Nick Daw, used to be a coach of New York Athletic Clubs, seeing both his teams doing well. Still having some steering issues from these straight fours. Mendota getting over into West End's lane. Sometimes that can cause a little bit issue for the boat behind you. You're chewing up that water. It's not clean water for that four anymore. You're going to feel that wake. You're going to feel the puddles of that little boat. So we might have this New York Athletic Club boat capitalizing on that rough water that was sent down behind West End, and they're moving out, gaining quite a few seats off of New York Athletic Club. Does seem like West End is also having some steering issues coming in straight behind Mendota, which, as mentioned, not so helpful as you're getting into this back half of this race. Getting tired. But Mendota looking very long and strong, very composed here from these athletes. Great timing. You can just see the legs hitting the deck together, accelerating the handle into the finish. They're doing a really great job hanging with straight arms for a long time. You don't want to break those elbows, especially in a sweep boat too early. Puts all the pressure through your arms, through your shoulders. Looks like New York Athletic Club still holding on to second place ahead of West End. Mendota doing a really great job staying in the center of their lane now, hanging on, headed in this last 500 of the course. Trying to push back those crews from West End and New York Athletic Club. Super long and strong here. Really nice acceleration of this boat. As you can see, the buoys are about to turn red. They're going to hit the last 250. Perhaps calling it up for their final sprint. They've got clear water on the rest of the field, but you can never be too sure. Push it out for this last portion of the race. Doesn't look like they're really taking up the rate too much. These athletes may be racing in the men's 8 final, coming out at 4:22 this afternoon. So perhaps they're conserving it, going for multiple back-to-back titles here. Doing a really great job coming through these last final strokes into the last 100 meters. Issa has to step out for a second, but I'll do her job for her. Go Badgers. Doing a really great job as they come down to the line. Bousey just looking over, seeing that line come up behind him. Last few strokes to take the win. Nice racing from Mendota here. We'll see what it comes down to for second and third place. Definitely looks like we're having a bit of steering off course from some athletes, but New York Athletic Club taking that silver medal position here, and West End coming behind them for that bronze. We'll see, we have our second New York Athletic Club boat. It's a lightweight boat racing these heavyweight crews, and we'll have a great race racing up against these other slightly larger athletes. Mendota really taking control of the race, already had all of his open water at the 750. Didn't really look like they had any doubts about taking this win, and really the battle came down to second and third place between West End and New York Athletic Club. Our next race is the U23 Women's Eights Finals, getting to the biggest boats of the day. Really exciting to see these crews come down. We've got in lane 2, Greenwich Crew B, lane 3, Vesper, lane 4, USRowing High Performance Camp, and lane 5, Greenwich. So Greenwich A and B maybe faced off against each other, created some stacked boats, but sometimes the 2V is where it's at. You want to have a little underdog spirit, show that 1V or that A boat that maybe not every day they're the A boat. We'll see how this shakes out. Really exciting to see these 8s on the course. And they're off for this women's U23 Eights race. Everyone got clearly away. Getting there into their high strokes here. Really exciting to see how things shake out. Looks like we've got quite a few high school athletes in these 2 Greenwich crews. Shout out to some college rowers also in it from Vesper and the USRowing High Performance Camp, but especially shout out to Isabel Wilson in one of our Greenwich crews, one of my athletes this past fall at Columbia. Superb athlete, awesome person to work with, putting down a great race out on the course right now. Really excited to see how her and her Greenwich teammates handled this race against Vesper, their other Greenwich boat, and USRowing High Performance. Does look like Vesper has established themselves with just a few seat lead on the rest of the field, but pretty close from our Vesper crew, stroked by Catherine Ruff, and the USRowing High Performance crew, stroked by Alton. That Vesper crew continuing to push away, trying to establish themselves as the race leader, as they're coming to the 500-meter mark of the course. Really nice rhythm here from that Vesper crew. You can just see great acceleration, grip on the water all the way through. Slightly higher stroke reading than that USRowing high performance boat next to them, just helping to push their bow ball out a little in front, but following along with them, that Greenwich crew in lane 5. Doing a great job. And Greenwich B, not to be left behind, still overlapped on that USRowing high performance crew in lane 4. You can see these Vesper athletes doing a really good job backing the blades in this tailwind, getting an early grip on the water. Sending themselves down the course, trying to establish that they are going to win this race. But no one is letting off the gas yet as we're hitting the 750 into the race. Really exciting stuff. You can see just the acceleration of this Vesper crew. They're doing a good job hanging off the handle, swinging back into it. Next to them, this USRowing high performance boat. It's a beautiful overhead shot.
Yeah, this is a really nice shot.
A little more upright from this crew, but they're doing a really good job hanging in it. We do see those Greenwich crew on that outside just creeping up. That Vesper Coxon must make sure that she looks all the way over to the far side. You can see that she's sneaking up on that close shell next to her, but it does look like Greenwich is taking a little inch by inch every stroke, and they might have already eked into the lead.
Wow, what a great shot. This is like some really great racing here. You know, you can really see each of the crews as they come down the course here.
You know, getting really established into your rhythm here. For some of these crews, they're not going to do a lot of side-by-side eights racing for some of their time, and especially like if you're from a team that you're the only 8, you haven't really experienced in practice getting to be next to a boat, so it can be quite a lot to be able to hear the coxswains next to you and hopefully use that fire to keep pushing you away. It does look like Greenwich continues to take seeds. That coxswain there will be continuing to urge on her crew and telling her to give me more, give me another seat, another inch out and head. But same for the rest of the coxswains. You can see this Vesper coxswain looking over at the field, telling her crew what's happening, getting them to stay focused as they head into the third 500 here.
Yeah, you know, they might not have a lot of experience, but it sure is exciting. And by experience, I mean an opportunity to race and practice next to other 8s. I mean, that's definitely not something that they might always get to experience, but when they do, it's really... Honestly, it's like nothing else.
And it looks like as we hit the 750 to go, there is nothing between these 3 bow balls. This is very exciting. The USRowing high performance boat pushing back. We'll see who can respond. Definitely stroke for stroke. They are pretty much even across the line. So give them some big cheers passing the gazebo. See who can hit the sprint. Maybe which crew is going to decide to go a little early. Hopefully it'll be effective. You need to make sure you can go with enough space that no one else is going to catch you. We'll see who paid the most for this really tough racing in the middle 1,000. No one folded, no one dropped off. Some really high quality racing from all 27 of these athletes in these front 3 crews.
Quick math there. Good job.
Quick math to think about. I was like, not 8. There's 9 athletes. Coxswains count, doing great work out there. But it does look like this USRowing high performance boat might have just be a tiny bit ahead of our Greenwich crew, but there's nothing in it between these 3 boats as they're heading in this final 500 meters of the course. Some really great even racing here from all of these crews. Does look like the USRowing high performance boat in lane 4 is continuing to surge. You can see that bow seat just overlapped with the bow balls of Vesper and Greenwich, trying to get herself away from the bow ball. You often talk about in a crew, you want to pass that bow ball up to 2 seat, up to 3 seat, keep passing it all the way up your stern. Just get as far down the course as you can. It looks like Vesper has gotten themselves back into that second position, but Greenwich is not out of it yet, and we have yet to hit the red buoys here. Some really great racing, so we'll see. Maybe USRowing high performance 8 went early. These other boats can respond. And last final surge, hitting the red buoys right here. They have 250 meters to go. See what they can do in these last few strokes of the race. But it does look like this middle boat of the U.S. Rowing High Performance Center 8 is continuing to surge away. They're continuing to gain seats. You can see the bow ball keeps getting moved further back on that crew. More of those athletes in the bow of the 8 are getting clearance on the rest of the field. But Vesper's taking it up for another tick. We'll see who can get to the line first. Excellent racing across all of these boats. You know, this is some of the mentally most difficult racing, to have faced off your competitors all the way down the track and no one is giving up. And you're in these last 10 strokes and it's really going to come down to the line. Everybody's surging. They're putting everything on it. Vesper's gaining. Everything's very close.
Oh my God, tight race here.
Ooh. And it looks like the U.S. Rowing High Performance Center 8 is able to keep the lead, followed by Vesper, and in third, Greenwich.
Yeah, that high performance boat, I mean, they picked it up and it paid off, you know. They started their sprint, it looks like a little bit earlier than everybody else. They made that decision coming into the last 250 that they were going to make a move here, and they did, and it paid off.
Really great racing from all of those crews. Sometimes that's just the way you race. You know that you don't maybe have the start that's going to put you out ahead. You can see from this shot here, they were really back on the whole crew in the first 750 of the race, but they slowly walked back, just trusted their base, trusted their fitness, and were able to walk through those other two crews to take the win. In that crew, we've got Alexandra Alton, Victoria Dettinger, Caroline Garner, Avery Erickson, Rachel Wiley, Natalie Hofer, Emma Dukeshire, Jamie Mayberry, and Camille Arnold Mages. Really great racing from that whole crew, as well as Vesper and both Greenwich 8s. And you can just see they had to hold tight, all three of those crews, really toughen it out in the center of this racing. Excellent race experience that these athletes can take to continue on in their high school and college rowing careers. Heading back up to the start line, our next race is the men's U23 Eight final. Hopefully we'll get some racing as tight as that as for the women's 8.
I would love to see that.
Give some people some heart attacks, you know. Stress the coaches out. That's what we like to see.
Oh yeah, make them sweat on the sidelines. Love to see that.
It's great being a commentator here, and a lot more relaxing than my times coaching both junior and collegiate rowing. It is really hard to have that feeling as coach. You just let your kids go, trust they're going to have a great time on the race course and do what you've told them to do, execute the race plan that hopefully you've given them, and just they all give their best.
But you never know, right?
Sometimes they give it a little extra and they do even better than you would have expected. And here are those results from the women's U23 8 final. U.S. Rowing High Performance Camp coming in first, but under a second behind them, Vesper. And in third, Greenwich Crew A, and in fourth, Greenwich Crew B. Really great racing. You know, under 3 seconds between those top three crews. Really great 8s racing. And we're off for the men's U23 8 final. On the far side of our screen, to the right, we have PNRA Mercer, our home team here. In lane 2, Greenwich Crew. Lane 3, Monmouth Juniors Composite. Lane 4, Mendota.
Go Badgers.
Lane 5, Mendota.
Go Badgers.
Lane 6, TBC Racing.
Should be a really great race.
I did pause for the Go Badgers in between each of those.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Rebecca Armstrong, I expect to hear our final total at the end of the day. But looks like all 5 of these boats got off clearly. Excuse me, 6 of these boats got off clearly from the start line here. Got some 8s heading up the side of the course for the races later in the day. But all these crews looking really strong from this far shot down the course. And we'll let you know the order they're proceeding in as soon as we can tell.
Darling, you simply must.
We must.
Ah, we must.
Definitely Easton and I, big fans of 8 racing. As said before, I went to Columbia, she went to Wisconsin. You know, great experience at both of those universities as college athletes, both who started in college. in predominantly eights racing, and that is the strength of American rowing. Just seeing the collegiate system, everybody working really hard all year round, and it paying off here for summer rowing, getting a little more experience.
Yep. Can recommend, if you're looking for something to do
10 out of 10.
for all 4 years of college at 5 a.m.
It does look like we've got this Monmouth Juniors boat in lane 3, eking out a lead. You can see with this composite crew, they're all wearing different unis, coming from different places, but hopping together and making a really effective 8 so far ahead of Mendota A and Mendota B.
Yeah, in Mendota A, we see that same stern pair that we've seen in the pair, in the straight 4. So this is going to be at least their 3rd race of the day. Horan and Schmidt here leading the Mendota A boat through their last race of the day.
This Monmouth Juniors boat looking really strong and confident here. Just great blade work off of the port side. In this boat, we've got Sam Alston, Keaton Lynch, Sean Paterno, Connor Pryor, Aria Venugopolin, James Murr, John Theodore, Peter Albrecht, and Joseph Biondolilo.
In the men's, in the Mendota boat, in Mendota A, it's coxed by Henry Benton, stroked by Eli. I don't think that's right. Oh, my bad.
Is that the Mendota B? We got you got too many crews,
Oh
Mendota.
my God,
You're
too
doing
many
a great
boats.
job.
I think I was.
We love seeing so many boats sent from one summer camp team. It's really great to see you guys push each other. I'm sure that you have had some very spicy practices, trading off, figuring out who is going to be the A boat and the B boat. But like we said with the last race, nothing really matters till race day. It does look like these Monmouth Junior composite, still a few seats ahead, but really 4 seats of overlap to the next Mendota boat. As you could tell with that overhead shot, we've got a starboard bucket rig in the middle of the boat. We love to see it, 4 and 5 seat, working really hard together on starboard side. But it does look like that Mendota crew in lane 4 is pushing back. They've gained quite a few seats, maybe a big move through this middle section of the race at about 7:50 to go. And their teammates in Mendota B coming along with them.
Okay, it looks like I was wrong about the coxswain. So in that Mendota A, we got Grayson, Van Loo at Cox. We got Schmidt and Horan in that stroke, followed by Stanwood, O'Brien, Kananashu, Trog, Briggs Clark, who is a girl boss, and Clipstein and Bow.
It's a really nice shot of Mendota and the composite boat. You see all of those different unis probably representing all of their different club teams in this event. But having a really tough race. Next to Mendota, you just saw bow seat of that composite boat look over, see those Mendota men charging, coming through with his 500. You can hear our shouts from the gazebo. And the Mendota A boat has taken almost 4 seats on this composite boat. They're bow to stern with their Mendota B boat. Probably also trying to get a little bit of this extra surge, maybe try to move up into silver medal themselves. We'll see if Monmouth Juniors Composite can hold on to their strong start, but it does look like Mendota B is charging. And Mendota A is going for open water on the rest of the field. We'll see if they can break the rest of those crews, just get themselves out in a way. They did a great move there from 750 to about 400 to really gain almost a full length on the rest of the field.
Yeah, that's a great, really effective move. I was, as a Badger supporter, I was a little concerned there
What, you're
for a
Badger
second.
supporter? We never would have guessed.
I was a little worried there, when the composite was taking their move early in the race.
Hey, we're not supposed to be cheering for people,
I'm not cheering for anyone.
I'll be cheering
I just
for
thought I
the
was
Monmouth
worried.
Juniors. I like to see people come back. Maybe a lot of these kids are there, gone off their colleges, come back to Monmouth Juniors. They're doing a really strong job hanging in here. Love a good strong start, and they're holding on. You got to see if they can keep this silver medal position heading into the last 250 of the race, but Mendota A continuing to charge away, much to Issa's delight. Really great racing as they're coming down here. You can see the exhaustion, everybody just trying to hang on that blade as they come through the line.
Let's see if it's enough here to eke out another.
It does look like it's 1-2 Mendota with Monmouth Junior Composite coming in third. Really great racing from all those crews. Very, very tight.
As an unbiased party, I can say that was a great race from all the crews.
Greenwich coming across the line there.
This little replay here.
But some beautiful back and forth. You got a strong start from that Monmouth Juniors crew, but really did not deter the two Mendota boats from just crawling their way back. It's very, very strong. Middle 1,000 relying on some good fitness training, I'm sure.
Yeah, and that's big too. You know, it's like, it's such a huge confidence builder to be able to come back from a deficit. I mean, I know anyone who's ever raced can speak to that. A lot of times it's really easy to get off the start line, be down off the start, and have a hard time coming back. But, I mean, they really did a great job of being down and staying confident, staying composed, and taking seat by seat until they had open water. And that's huge for them, honestly.
Yeah, it's really huge for any crew that, like, you can continue to believe in yourself, stay confident. I'd say probably big shout out to the coxswain. That can be a very key component of a race like that, that you believe in the strength of your coxswain. They keep you calm and confident and trust your faith, your base fitness to get you through that race.
Definitely.
Up next, we've got a single boat on the course for the men's U23 Lightweight Eight final. Just a crew from Miami. Sometimes you gotta race yourself. And here are the results from that men's U23 Eight final.
In first, we have Mendota with Struck by Schmidt with a time of 6:29. In second, we got Mendota B, Struck by Barth, with a time of 6:32. And in third, we got Monmouth Juniors Composite with a time of 6:34. Great racing, everybody. What?
And we're off for this men's U23 Lightweight 8 final. This Miami crew, without any competitors, you know, just hanging out for their own 2K on this race. We'll give them all a good shout out as they go down the race course by themselves. Stroked by Nicholas Nadal, followed up by Barrett Pezin, George Pezin, got that family affair in the boat, Justin Alvarez, Sebastian Sanchez, Troy Gillian, Adam Kleinman, Javier Roman, and coxed by Gil Izquierdo. Big shout out to these Miami guys. A bunch of them have been racing earlier into the day. Cecilia wants you to know, shout out to Troy the Liver King from training. We do seriously say what you send in our DMs. Not sure what that's about, but I'm sure these boys are going to have a fun race out there by themselves. as we said before, this is all up to the coxswain to keep them motivated, have a fun piece out on Mercer, even when you don't have any competitors against you. So have fun out there in Miami. That's a big part of rowing. It's just
Yeah,
having
that's
a good
huge.
time.
Have a good time.
We know that. Nothing would keep myself and Issa motivated to do as much training as we do per day if we didn't have a good time with it.
That is so true.
Certainly, my teammates know on the training plan today, lots of erging. Haven't really gotten through very much of it, so after racing finishes today, I'll be headed off to Wall Street. It's our indoor training facility here for the Princeton Training Center to go sit on an erg. So in solidarity with these Miami guys, I'm not going to do a 2K, but I will do some steady state for you. Really nice side shot of them here.
As this crew comes through the 1,000, staying composed. Like we've talked about in many other races, it's up to the coxswain here to motivate the crew. This is an especially tough situation with no other crews to base off of, but it looks like they're doing a great job here.
Yeah, strong rhythm being set up by this stern pair. Looks like it's pretty easy for the rest of the crew to follow. Really nice effort from these Miami guys. Anybody at the gazebo, give them a shout as they go past, even if it's not your team. Really nice effort out here on the race course.
Yeah, and impressive that they able to put together a lightweight 8, and get all these guys out here to experience what that's like.
I'm sure these guys are really looking forward to watching the lightweight men's singles race tomorrow. Maybe they too are hoping in the future to represent the United States. And it's really cool to see that really high caliber elite rowing that we're going to see in both the men's and women's lightweight singles events and also the rest of our trials events for tomorrow. So these boys looking like they're having a really nice time down the course. About to come through into the last 500 meters. There we go. Got some shouts from the gazebo there. Good job, guys.
We love to hear that. Supporting each other. Love to see it.
Yeah.
That's hashtag good for the sport.
It is. It's really important in the sport. Like, if you don't have a team in a race, I don't know, pick another team. Cheer for them. It is really great to see the community that exists in rowing. I've always had a great time with all of my teams seeing the masters support the juniors, support the elite athletes, and it's a really tight-knit community. Issa and I can definitely speak to it. Here in Princeton, we are very thankful for our community with PR3 Mercer and also with our host families that we live with in Mercer County and the surrounding area. Rowing really can't exist without people helping each other out and having a good time.
It really can't.
So these guys doing a great job. You see the red buoys coming down. Just another few strokes. I don't know. What's your bet? Gonna do a sprint? Not a sprint.
I'm thinking sprint, honestly. I mean, why not?
Why not?
Last row of the day.
You're here. How high can you go?
Exactly. Why not?
Yeah, they might be having a really good time racing the clock. Perhaps their coach has given them a goal in these conditions. We definitely had some complaints again about the wind. A few people said, hey, you didn't warn us about how bad the headwind was going to be. And I was going to be like, if you did listen to live stream, I think Issa and I did warn you that it can be quite windy.
Here in our air-conditioned...
temperature-controlled booth here. But these Miami guys looking really nice as they come down to the line, staying pretty clean. Having a good race here as they come down to the finish line. Hopefully capping off a good few days here at Lake Mercer.
It looks like they are, bumping it up a little bit, if not so much in stroke rate, then definitely in just application of power as they come through the last 100 meters of the, last
few strokes. Great job, Miami. We love the, hands away, paws up in the air. I'll take that, great cheering from 3 seat.
That's a dub. That's a
you
dub.
Had
Celebrate.
Fun. Celebrate. I think you should celebrate even if you didn't have fun. Okay, we're back up to the start for our next race. We've got women's 8 final coming down in a few moments. Just 3 boats in this race. A lot of these athletes will have raced in other events earlier today. So, 8s, big boats, end of the day. Just put all your effort out there. I think as you can get tired, my national team friends will know last year we did a lot of selection pieces in lane 6 and 5. When you get pretty far along in the day, all you're thinking about is get off the line, nice and hard and long, try to put your bow ball ahead, and then maybe coast a little bit if you can and have space. Sometimes not possible. You just got to dig deep, see how far that well goes inside of you, to get a nice effort out and, maybe come away with another gold medal. You can see those boats maybe just tapping around a little. We are having a bit of wind, especially it looks like at the top of the course. Looking at the finish line tower, not too bad. Definitely a headwind up the course, but perhaps the start 250 is a little worse for wear than the finishing 250. In this race, we've got lane 3, Orion Composite, lane 4, TBC Racing, and lane 5, Riverfront Recapture. So definitely, Issa and I got a few friends from Orion in this boat up there. Shout out to Ricky Flowers stroking that 8. And Tessa Yurko backing her up, as well as Lauren Miller, Catherine Flynn, all these athletes we've seen on the course before, Taylor Volmrich, Morgan Hummel. So we'll get underway in just a few moments. Sometimes this can be the most nerve-wracking part of the race. Just sitting up at the start, silence. Your heart's just pounding out of your chest immediately, and you're just trying to breathe. One of my favorite things that we do on the starting line, and here we go. Starting off this race, lane 4, a little bit angled over, lane 5, a little bit angled over. Hopefully their coxswains can get them going clean away.
Looks like their coxswains were able to make an adjustment really quickly, which is good. But yeah, it can be hard to get off the line exactly even,
especially if we're feeling a bit of a crosswind. Bow seat, it's usually, or bow pair rather, it's usually up to you guys, tapping the boat around. Sometimes they can get you in trouble, though. You're working on tapping around for the start. The ref does not recognize your hand, and you got to do a little quick square into the water and go. But it does look like all these 3 boats did a pretty good job just getting off the line easily. Our Orion crew neck and neck with this TBC boat in lane 4. Really nothing between them, and only a few seats back to Riverfront Recapture.
Yeah, you know, and that Orion boat, there's just like a wealth of experience, honestly. So it's going to be really interesting to see how they square up against these other crews, these perhaps younger and less experienced crews. But should be make for some great racing. It's always fun to see, you know, some younger kids square up against some older and more experienced rowers. You never really know what's going to happen. It does look, however, that Orion has taken a couple seats. That experience, you know, might pay off here.
But not breaking away quite yet. Won't say who, but the year I raced with Vesper in the women's 8, I did beat a few future friends in the New York Athletic Club boat who certainly had a bit more race experience than me. But sometimes race experience isn't everything. You need the crew cohesion. Just a little more time together can really pay off. I know all these Orion athletes have really great time training together up in Saratoga Springs, so I'm sure they've been able to hop in the 8, maybe even just for a fun row, if most of them are spending time in small boats. But it looks like that TBC boat is not letting go of them. They're still neck and neck as we head into that second 500.
Yeah, they're really putting up a great fight against this Orion crew, but we can see here from this angle that the Orion crew is pushing off of that bow deck of the TBC crew. Coxon probably making some calls to try and motivate the crew to push for more open water off of these crews, separate themselves and put themselves in a good position as they head into the third 500 of this race.
Orion looking really nice and strong there, but behind them, that TBC Racing shell, we've got Fiona Wardrop, Margot Edinger, Emily Olin, Jenna Hadji, Allison Leah, Amelia Perzek, Tressa Vitus, Carolina Tunis, and Katie Zulrate. Really great rowing from that shell as well, but it does look like that Orion boat is just pushing away, getting quite a good spacing of open water in this middle 1,000 of the race. You know, all of these athletes, so much excellent college experience, you know, from all over. You got Tessa Yurko, Michigan, great time out there. Ricky going to Wesleyan, really great experience.
Miller with some other more Midwestern representation from the Gophers and up in Minnesota. Morgan Hummel from the Ohio State University, if I'm not mistaken.
The Ohio State.
The Ohio State University
Buckeyes. We're big fans here.
Go Gophers,
So, you know,
even though it pains me to say that.
We can give up our past rivalries.
Yeah,
for
we're out of
this.
college now, right? We can
Yeah.
move past that. I can say go Gophers. I can say go Buckeyes, as much as it pains me.
Lauren also coaching for the Gophers now, doing a really great job up in Minnesota. Great to see her back in this crew. Her and Molly doing a great job with that team this year. I'm sure their athletes are watching very proudly, seeing them win some races today.
Oh, I'm sure, yeah.
But super strong looking here from this crew. Stacey Applebaum, Bella Olson, Morgan Hummel, Taylor Volmrich, Catherine Flynn, Alexis Harville, Lauren Miller, Tessa Yurko, and Ricky Flowers in the bow. Really excellent job from these 9 women. Really nice and composed. Great acceleration into the finish. Hearing those cheers from the gazebo as they're heading down.
We love to hear it.
We know their coach, Eric Catalano, does some really great work with them up in Saratoga Springs, creating some excellent athletes.
Yeah, they got a great program up there. What's their, like, you know, we got Ghost Briggs for...
Ooh, yeah, let us know. I did say horse swirls from Goodman. I don't
Go
know.
Horses!
I don't know if that's your actual cheer, but their logo is, you know, one of Poseidon's horses of the sea. If you don't know, Orion stands for Advanced Rowing Initiative of the Northeast, and this is some advanced rowing on the course.
yeah.
Yeah, as that person said all the way, just take this wind. I know that they're going to keep charging. This might be their last race of the day, but many of these athletes are racing tomorrow, so they might be holding just a little bit back to make sure that they are recovered in a good position for tomorrow's racing. Not to be left behind, though, TBC charging down the course behind them. And in third place, Riverfront Recapture. In that crew, Ann Horton, Ursula Nelson, Abigail Rich, Millicent Mallory, Catherine Layden, Chun Nichols, Meredith Swanson, Victoria Asflig, and Sheila Tavakoli.
Yeah, you know, TBC put up a really great fight against a much more experienced crew, I would say. They were, you know, right there with them almost up until, you know, the second 1K, honestly. So props to them for putting out a great race.
You know, sometimes experience just does win out. These Orion women looking very, very strong as they come through the red buoys here. Might be a nice relaxation for them, mostly in small uncoxed boats. You just get to listen to your coxswain. Stacy's in charge here, leading them down the course. They just get to relax, take the rate up, and charge through the line for this win at Summer Nationals 2022.
Props to Orion there, honestly.
They're just rowing straight through the line. It was like no big deal for them to win today. Really great racing from that crew. As well as TBC Racing coming to the line for that silver medal position. Followed up by Riverfront Recapture in their last few strokes of the race as well. Looking back to the start, really strong start from all these crews. TBC really pushing Orion off the start, making sure they had to stay tough in that first 500. But Orion able to just keep walking away, ending up with a few lengths of open water on the rest of the field. It's really nice to hear coxswain for these races. You could hear them urging on their crews over this live stream. Great racing from those three crews, and we've got 2 more races to cap off the day. We're going to head back up to the start in a moment for the men's 8 final. 6 boats across. See how the racing shakes out. Those boats are getting into the starting blocks now.
This should be a great race. We got some clubs being represented here. We got 2 Nyack boats.
Hey, New York Athletic Club.
Sorry, New York Athletic Club boats.
I can only pull that as many of the older members of New York Athletic Club have told me. Technically not Nyack, but jokes on them, I'm from the real Nyack, New York. So shout out to any of my friends from my hometown listening in on this broadcast. But I think I'm pretty much the only person who can claim both Nyack and New York Athletic Club. But we've got a great start from these men's 8s coming down the course. You know, big splashy getting these heavyweight men off the line. You just got to haul on it with all the watts you've got.
In lane 1, we got New York Athletic Club B. In lane 2, we got Vesper. In lane 3, we got West End. In lane 4, we got Mendota. In lane 5, we got Riverfront Recapture. And in lane 6, we got New York Athletic Club A. As you might have guessed, we do have, again, some several rowers, I'm sure, who have raced in 1, if not 2 events earlier today. So here they are capping off their day with 1 more 2K down the course in an 8 here.
So definitely seeing a lot of these names from the pair, from the straight 4, from the Coxed 4. and they're going at it for one last time down the course for all the marbles in the big boat. And it looks like we've already got Mendota in lane 4 just eking out ahead of the rest of the field to start, but no one getting left behind yet. Not much more than a few seats between the rest of the field. It does look like in lane 2, Vesper might be sitting in second place, but still all to play for as we come through the 500-meter mark.
Yeah, in that Vesper boat, we're seeing Connor Goodrich, John Reed Swanson, Noah Pingle, Nicholas Foley, Zachary Key, David Ulig, Luke Bakes, Ian Hayden, and Trent Tiglar.
We're really sorry for any names we butchered today. I definitely have butchered quite a few, but not stopping anybody for some great racing. This Mendota crew looking strong. Vesper definitely coming up in second place, and I don't know. I don't really want to call it for third. It is too close between Vesper A, or excuse me, New York Athletic Club A, New York Athletic Club B, West End, and Riverfront Recapture. Really nice side shot of all the crews here. Definitely everybody is still in the thick of it, feeling that noise from the Coxsons side by side, doing a really great job.
And as we've said, it's just during the summer times, a lot of times this is a time to focus on smaller boats, so these athletes might not get a chance to be, racing side by side, practicing side by side with a bunch of other eights as they might be during the heat of the season, of the collegiate season. So, it's just going to be fun to get back into an eight after meters and meters and pairs and singles and even straight fours. Here at Coxon, just be able to sit in your seat and pull on that oar. It's just a lovely way to cap off Thursday racing, honestly.
Especially you've got that stability of the 8. You can sort of relax. It lets you come back up the slide with a little less tension in the rest of your body and just step on each stroke, trying to make this race as fast as possible. And these Mendota guys doing a really great job here, cutting down the center of the course. The race is really for second place, it looks like. This is tight. If you look on the right side of your screen, we got Vesper just behind, perhaps Riverfront Recapture, but our outside New York Athletic Club A, coxed by Natalie, pushing her about, urging her guys on. Jordan Irving in that stroke seat, just trying to eke out a second place position, but it does look like Vesper has made a move and they're trying to charge up. They've maybe brought up the rate a little, trying to make sure they secure that silver medal position here.
And honestly, this is super exciting as well because it's not often that you get to see so many, such a big age range, so many different athletes with such different varying levels of experience race against each other. I mean, we're seeing in these 2 Greenwich crews, looks like the average age is like 17.
But definitely some younger
Those
athletes.
Greenwich crews are scratched, but definitely some younger kids in these crews, and we're seeing here
a big mix of experience and time. Definitely we've got that West End crew coming up from New Zealand, but they're sitting back in the 5th position right now. Does look like Vesper has been able to push themselves really strongly up into second place, but all that noise coming from the gazebo. Great job, guys. Your athletes are definitely hearing it, urging them into this final 500. Looks like some of them have already taken it up for their sprint. They're just going to try to lay everything out there for this last race for them of the day. Looking really strong here from Mendota. They have been in command of this race for the entire time, and it looks like, barring any incidents, they're going to come into this last 250 ahead of the rest of the field.
we're seeing those headbands again.
Oh, man.
Fashion choice.
It's been working out for them, so maybe it is the move. It does look like we've got some really nice movement going on at the back of this field. It does look like West End has been able to really move their position on the field, sitting in 3rd position behind Vesper. Really great to see those guys all coming all the way from New Zealand and making a great show of it and their experience at 2020 Summer Nationals here.
And that's really, it really goes to show, I mean, those crews, I mean, there was not even an inch between them at the 750. And all it really takes is, you know, coming together as a crew, making that decision to make a move, and, you know, Vesper made that move first, and it's really paid off for them. Now West End doing the same, and we're going to have some really defined finishes here. And
congratulations to Mendota for coming across that line first, and it does
look like Vesper's.
We've got this outside Vesper boat coming in second and West End coming in third for this race. But really awesome racing from all those crews. Riverfront Recapture and New York Athletic Club A doing a great job, as well as New York Athletic Club B.
But great racing by everyone. And go Badgers!
We couldn't let it go. Really nice shot. All of those really exhausted athletes there at the finish, putting on a excellent race for us. It was some very tight competition there in the middle of the race.
Yeah, like you can see in this replay, look how close these boats were, even just at the 750, like we were saying.
And that Mendota boat just pushing back the rest of the field, trusting that they had the confidence to just walk away, lose connection to the rest of this pack. But really great shot across there. Those other eights just battled each other out for that second and third place finish.
Yeah, really impressive that Vesper was able to come together after being, I would say, even like a couple inches down on the rest of the field when they were all so close, coming together as a crew and pulling ahead up to open water into the finish.
West End too, sitting in fifth part of the race, but coming through to third. Great job from all of those crews. We're heading back up to the start for our final race of the day. It is an uncontested race, but we have the PR3 Mix Coxed Four final. Really excited for these athletes to head down, get some race experience, you know, feel the vibes of the race course, even if you don't have anyone else racing with you. In this boat, we've got Sage Harper, Andrew Wygren, Alex Flynn, Molly Moore, and Emmeline Eldrasher.
Super exciting to see this boat out here. They've been training out of the Princeton Training Center alongside us as they've been gone through their selection. So I've had the privilege of not only training alongside them, but also hanging out on the weekends, doing some barbecues and stuff. So it's been great to get to know them, and I know they're going to put together a really fast race here for you guys today.
If you're unfamiliar, the PR3 Mixed Four is a Paralympic boat. If you did not watch the Paralympics last year, you should have, and you can go watch the replay. Some really great racing from the U.S. crews. We came away with a silver medal. Big shout out to coxswain Karen Petrick and rowers John Tangway, Charlie Norden, Danny Hansen, and Allie Riley for claiming that silver medal at the Paralympic Games on the Sea Forest Waterway in Tokyo.
Yeah, and honestly as well, we got some really accomplished rowers here as well. So Molly Moore out of Harvard, getting her PhD at Harvard as she also trains, which is huge and really difficult, you know, to balance getting her PhD in public policy.
It looks like they're off for this race. But yeah, really impressive rowers, you know, have a lot of other things going on in their life as well as rowing, and that can often be a really difficult thing. You're training, trying to be a very high level, get a chance to represent the United States in your event, but also balance career, other interests. It's really exciting to see that she is able to accomplish all of those things at once.
Yeah, Emily as well, getting her PhD at MIT, the coxswain of this boat.
Jeez, it's just the caliber of these athletes.
Honestly, yeah. And we got Alex, and it's just funny, or it's really interesting and awesome to see the contrast. You know, Alex is just graduated high school and is on his way to Tufts for his freshman year of college as well.
Yeah, you know, bringing some youthfulness, as we joke. Issa is one of our younger athletes at the training center. Brings really great vibes.
The youth, you know.
The youth, bringing great energy, excitement, enthusiasm. I still consider myself one of the younger athletes on the team, too. You know, had a little bit of experience, but still not that much experience. Laurel Corholes might have called me a novice while we were racing the World Cup. It's fine. We're all new. We're all learning stuff. But these athletes having a really great experience heading down the track in their first 500 of the race course. Even from this far shot, you can see really nice blade work. Just getting on it in this PR3 Mix Coxed Four.
Yeah, we got Sage Harper in bow, if I'm not mistaken, from Sacred Heart. So, no, these athletes really come all over. They came here for selection and will now be representing the United States at the World Championships.
You know, the Para 4, definitely a very challenging boat class. Just having that balance of having 2 male athletes, 2 female athletes is really cool. It is a very interesting dynamic. Sometimes male and female athletes, you know, we just row in slightly different styles, and having those match up takes a little bit of work to figure out, okay, this is what works for all 4 athletes. Different body types, different sizes, but they're getting on it really well together and meshing.
Yeah, it looks like I misspoke. We have Alex in stroke, followed by Andrew, followed by Sage, with Molly Moore in bow and Emily in the coxing seat.
Sometimes the order of the athletes written on our bios, not the order that they end up racing. We're pretty used to athletes and coaches changing our lineup pretty close to racing, not letting us poor old commentators know what's going on. But these athletes looking really great, long and strong, in the middle of this race. As you can see, the water is, you know, up and down on the side of their boat. It is still a little choppy. These athletes doing a great job getting their blades out and over this little bit of chop. Pretty stiff headwind. You know, didn't have any record-breaking times today on Mercer, but really great racing, quite high caliber. And here's that race results from the past race, the men's 8 final. The win going to Mendota in a time of 6:22.6. Coming in second, Vesper at 6:32.5, and West End finishing up the podium at the 6:35.3.
Go Badgers.
Just one more for the count of the day.
Yeah, I know, round it out. Even 20 maybe? We'll see.
Yeah, you think it's just 20? These athletes looking really strong here. As you get sort of into the toughest part of the race, this middle 1K, that third 500, everything starts to burn. You just got to focus on getting on it. And Alex up in the stroke seat, really doing a really good job setting that rhythm for the rest of his crew. You can just see that effort he's putting on the blade, taking a big load with each stroke and sending it off so the rest of his athletes can feel that impulse of the front end.
And it says something, you know, he's the youngest member of the crew stroking, and that's a huge responsibility, but it goes to show that they have a lot of faith in his ability here. And it looks like it's really paying off. Entering what I always think of as the hardest part of the race here, the last 250 of that third 500 before you hit that 500.
They're getting pretty close to the gazebo. If you're still out there, give them a big shout. Buoy them on into the last 500 of the race course. These athletes doing a really great job coming down. It can be really different just having a piece like this, even though practice you might be on the course by yourself also. Getting into a race zone, having a stake boat holder, having a safety launch follow you just gives you a little bit better representation of what race day is going to look like.
Yeah, and like we've said with other races where there's like fewer competitors or even none, like there was in the Lightweight Eight, it's really up to that coxswain to motivate their crew. And I'm sure Emily is doing a great job of that here as they enter the last 500 of the race.
Shout out to my coxswain last year. Caitlin Gregian did a great job in all of our practice just creating a phantom boat for us to race. It really helps for you to imagine that there's still a boat going past you. This coxswain here, Emily might be telling them they're gaining a seat every single stroke. Really gets you enthusiastic to hit that sprint as you're getting tired. But they're looking really good as they go into this last portion of their race. This final effort from the final race of the day. We've seen really good racing. I don't know, Issa, what's our favorite race been? I think it might have been the men's pair. Just
yeah, that was
cutting
really
it
exciting.
right at the line. It was very, very exciting, but we had some great racing from the eights, from the straight fours, coming down, changing positions.
I thought the women's double was incredible.
Very great racing. Always get to see such a high caliber field out there.
And also, like, wasn't expecting to get to see basically what was an NSR2 rematch. So that was
all of those
awesome.
Athletes also competing at the NSR earlier in the year on Mercer, so they get a second chance to face off against each other. Maybe in some different combos than they were, some similar combos to the beginning of the year.
Yeah, so that was awesome to see.
And we got this PR3 Mixed Four coming down. The red buoys have turned red. They're in their final strokes of the race.
I'm sure Emily's just getting as much as she can out of her crew here.
On the hype train.
And we hear that cheering for the coxswain. Love that.
You know, they're a vital part of the crew. They deserve some shouts out too.
They really do.
You get that heart rate up. I certainly have, facing talking this much. Kills your throat. I couldn't have yelled at my
so
athletes down the race course. So really great work from all the coxswains out on the course today. And as they come to the line, really strong race from this boat. Hats off to an excellent day of racing. Really excited to be here as your commentators. Once again, I'm Charlotte Buck.
I'm Issa Darvin.
And we'll be signing off for the day. Really excited to see the rest of the finals tomorrow.